nowhere, already inside the jungle, and Bubadub's gonna go down to the half dragon.
Oh, Turtle gets hooked in!
No, that is not what you wanted. Beautiful hit by Especially. That's the Nexus turret. Cloud9 is gonna take the win.
Complexity are a brand new LCS team. He goes for it, he got it!
He gets it! Stupid coming up huge with the Cosmic Smite. TSM is beautifully focusing on whoever they need.
Smiles all around for COG right there.
Guten Tag and welcome to the third day of our Super Week rollout of the 2014 Summer Split. We're bringing you our live coverage of the North front of this energized audience from our broadcast home in Los Angeles, California. We've grouped up for a team engaged to start our final day of Super Week. Hello, I'm Rivington Bislin III, and I am joined by the brain trust of the NALCS broadcast team. Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, Joshua Jet Leesman, and David Freak Turley. Gentlemen, good to be on the same desk together. Guys, we came into this split with big expectations, and so far, it is definitely game on. Let's start with LMQ, going off to a 3-0 start on the summer split. It's a pretty good share for first place for them.
Yeah, LMQ has impressed a lot of people so far. Honestly, their toughest game was against COG, where they had a very close game. They made big plays when they needed to, but they were definitely behind in that game, and there are many opportunities for them to lose. I think they're going to come out of this week 4-0, which will make everyone think they're kind of top team in the NA, but I think they still have a lot of proving to do as they face tougher and tougher opponents.
I think they definitely do, and speaking of facing tougher opponents, the fact that they came out of the Challenger scene, they've actually looked better relatively than they did even back then. You kind of figure the scale of competition has gone up since joining the LCS, but Ackerman's dominating even more than before. The team as a whole, you mentioned that CLG game, the good shot calling, the good decision making there. They're looking much better week after week.
Yeah, they are, and it's not only the individual players. Yes, everybody loves Xiao on this Yasuo, but the biggest hang-up for me is that coming into the split, everyone's talking about, oh, there's so many changes, roster changes in the North American LCS. These teams are going to have a slow start. Cloud9 is the only team coming in with an unchanged roster. People forget about LMQ. They've been playing together for months. They all came over together from China, and it shows in their team play. This is a very cohesive group of guys.
Now, switching to the team that they share first with, a name that many people wouldn't have said right off the bat, Dignitas. Already, their roster swaps have paid quick dividends to start off the split. What do you guys think?
Yeah, the solo lanes, talk about solo lanes. I mean, they start out the laning phase very strong, this team. And they said that their problems towards the mid-game and late-game shot calling are easily fixed. And they already feel like they're fine and they've covered up those problems. However, shot calling in this meta has shifted so heavily towards planning and away from reactive shot calling coming from everyone. I mean, if you want to compete, especially on an international level, you can't afford to just rely on reactive shot calling anymore. SKT will kill off 3 minions of a bottom wave and then wait for 2 minutes until it crashes into your turret, at which point they already have 5 men on the other side of the map pressuring you. So you have to have a single person who's planning these attacks in the future and not just relying on reactive calling.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of Dig's holes got filled actually by the fact that they've got a really, really good top lane mid laner. I know some guys were saying online that the roster swaps wouldn't solve any of Dig's problems, but the fact is, Crumbs has been amazing. He's been buying a ton of wards, even back in last split and splits before, and now that he's got winning lanes, those wards go into the enemy jungle instead of their own jungle trying to defend themselves, and this allows so many more plays for Dig where they can keep forcing advantages, and it's working so well for them.
Yeah, Crumbs bought 54 sight wards, or stealth wards, and 19 pink wards in 3 games. That's an absurd amount of vision, but the big thing for Dignitas, I think, is going to be consistency, even already. Almost lost that game to EG before crushing Cloud9. And every split, it seems like Dignitas goes on a 9 or 10 game winning streak and then matches it with an equally long losing streak. So they have to stay consistent even with this improved roster.
Can't fall back into those ruts. Let's move forward here. That brings us to the 2-time defending champs, Cloud9. And while one loss doesn't warrant a sky is falling mentality here, gentlemen, they haven't looked like themselves.
Exactly. It doesn't matter that they've won or lost the games. And like, yes, they beat TSM. And it was like a fairly convincing win against TSM, but this is a TSM with a changed roster, and the game was still slow, and it looked afraid for Cloud9. Actually, this kind of happened at the beginning of the last split as well, where their first loss to Dig was this very afraid game where they weren't making any moves. Right now, it seems like C9 aren't really together right now. They're not firing very quickly. It seems like they're not really planning moves forward, and they're getting kind of walked over in a lot of cases.
But let's be fair, Cloud9 is a team that's coming off of injury. Hai was not really able to play much League of Legends while he was hospitalized there with his medical problems, and they are just coming back from playing with Link as well. Cloud9 had a tough schedule. It gets easier from here. I think they're going to improve and be just fine.
I definitely agree with you. I think Cloud9 will look better in the future, not only because of the injury, but also because they're getting used to working with that pivotal shot caller once again. They had Link before, and they tried to put him into the position where he's making a lot of these calls and planning things. And it's so different when you move someone else in a crucial spot like that on your team.
All right, with that quick look at the teams, let's take a look at how the standings shape up after 2 days of matches. In the top spot, it's Team Dignitas and LMQ, with Counterlogic Gaming and Team Solomid and Hot Pursuit in second place.
And take a look now, because you won't see this very often. Cloud9 is in 5th place, while Curse, Complexity, and EG are still looking for that first win of the split.
And that brings us to today's schedule. Up first, it's LMQ versus Curse. Then Cloud9 takes on Complexity.
After that, Evil Geniuses and TSM score off in our third match, followed by Curse battling it out with Dignitas, and then CLG versus Cloud9 in our epic final match of Week 1.
And now let's look back at the plays that you were calling out on Twitter with the hashtag LCS Big Plays.
Yeah, our first tweet comes from Dignitas versus EG and highlights Snoopy's smite steal at Baron. At Sarachnos says that smite from Snoopy was incredible. Ward and instant dive for the steal. Here's your number 3.
Just finishing the Phantom Dancer. The critical cloak coming in there to give him a little bit more attack crit.
He goes for it, he goes!
Oh, he gets it! Snoopy coming up huge with the Cosmic Smite. Cutie Pie's in the middle. He's going to be going down. Dignitas could have just solidified this one at Baron for themselves. This will at least be another turret coming in here for Evil Geniuses.
The most impressive thing about this to me is the timing. He has a split second after he places the ward to click on Baron, look at the health, jump in, and smite right after Crumbs uses his smite, because Crumbs also smote a little bit early there.
Yeah.
Just really good play there from Snoopy to get them back in the game. But now it is back to the Baron pit for number 2. This is an upset of the day. Dignitas versus Cloud9. At You Got Mad tweets, Kiwi Kid's Zyra play around the Baron pit was incredible. That ult secured the win then and there. Here's your number 2.
All right, well, the Dignitas there, and the attempt is there. Twitch is still bottom lane. TF ulti pop to reveal everybody. Meteos does have flash. There's the ulti in. It stops the Meteos sleep. He can't get back out. Nice fight right there. The ulti from Kiwi Kid clutch, though.
Yeah, the ulti from Kiwi Kid was clutch right there.
I feel like you said that
Deja
before.
vu. What?
Yeah, I called it right during the game, guys. I got a hashtag LCS big calls. All right, our last one comes from TSM versus Curse, though. At KnowWhoLol tweets that silence on the Voyboy saved TSM the fight. No Yasuo ult on 3 members of TSM. GG Soraka. Bjergsen's your number 1.
Yeah, this is some good poke and just push right now. The disengage from
Voyboy
TSM.
goes! Voyboy flashes! He goes straight into the fight! The Stranglethorn goes down, but they're already on the other side. Quas is getting big damage to him.
can't
But
kill
can
Turtle!
they make it? Turtle gets a few more shots. He throws down. No, the Hexdrinker comes on. Keeps himself alive as well for any extra damage of AP on the outside. And they keep going. Turtle finally going down to the end. Xpecial's going to get hit up. And somehow TSM bites the fight.
Just when you think you have the upper hand. Remember to share on Twitter your favorite plays of the day using hashtag LCS Big Plays. We are at LOL Esports. Now, we want to get your thoughts on our Twitter question of the day, and we're going to go for the big picture. Who's going to win the 2014 Summer Split, and why?
Write us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. We'll highlight a few of your answers later in the show.
All right, we've got to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll get the games going with our first match, LMQ versus Curse. Don't click away, lest you risk missing a single LCS big play.
Day 3 of the North American LCS Summer Split. We're going to get into LMQ versus Curse in just a moment, but first, a reminder of how you can get the best deep vision in the league. Just head over to lolesports.com. While there, you can vote for the teams you think will prevail today. Just click on schedule, select week 1, and lock in your picks.
Yep, and if you are going to be in the LA area, reserve your seat to join our audience for an upcoming game day broadcast. Just click on tickets for all the details.
And of course, you can always comb through our vast stores of stats, player and team profiles, as well as rewatch any of the games you've missed from the last 2 days. LOLesports.com is your resource for all things LCS. Then, start your own fantasy dream team made up of your favorite North American and European pro players. Compete against your friends each week by racking up points based on how they perform in their LCS games. So don't miss another day to score points for assists, dragons, or smash turrets. Click over to fantasy.lolesports.com. Now, we're getting ready for our first game of the day, and while LMQ is one of the new teams to take to the North American LCS stage, Curse already know to expect a full court press the minute they hit the Rift.
LMQ is basically the embodiment of the Chinese meta, which is just go super aggressive all the time.
I think LMQ coming into this split, it doesn't really seem like the pressure affects them too much, so I think they're going to be like a really consistent, solid team.
They just look to make plays constantly, and sometimes that backfires on them.
就我们 LNQ 呢，就打法比较凶，就是因为就个人线上能力就比较强一些。
I think Zhao on LMQ is probably the best player on the team. He's just really solid. When I was on TSM, he would actually kill Bjergsen a lot in scrims, and that's really surprising considering how strong Bjergsen is.
我觉得 Expect 进了 Curse 之后 ，Curse 下路应该会整体水平会提高一点。他们还是比较强的，然后要击败他们还是有一定的难度。
We played against LMQ a couple times, and I think the scrims were much more in our favor. They had one game where they took a really big lead, but we ended up when we were able to take the win.
When they come up against some of the stronger teams, we'll see how they fare. I'm honestly not sure how they'll do.
We've seen LMQ face some stronger teams already and come out very strong. Curse seeming to find ground right now, but still with new players. Let's see what they can do.
There's a lot of respect between these two teams right there. You can see X Special really expecting Xiao and then the other way around.
Yep. So the players are loading into the lobby for our first game of the day, LMQ versus Curse. And Jat, with this win, LMQ could end the first Super Week with a perfect 4-0 to start their LCS career.
That would be a nice start because they've looked very strong in their first 3 games, and they don't really show any signs of slowing down. What's impressive is actually how each match has seen a different player getting their chance to carry. Yesterday in their game against Complexity, it was actually Vasily who had that huge game on Twitch. He had 10 kills, only died once, and really just showed his propensity to play Twitch right there. But if we're going to get nitpicky about their playstyle and see maybe a weakness, they have shown a bit of over-aggression because they will kind of just always go because they think their plays will work, and they have so far. But their overextending tactics could leave some openings for some teams to bait them in, especially if they start falling behind.
Right, and while LMQ is riding this wave of momentum, Curse can't seem to get their split off the ground here. There were a lot of high hopes that the addition of Xpecial would make them a top-tier team, but they are currently sitting in 6th right now with 2 losses.
Yeah, and they've had a pretty tough schedule, to be fair. Their 2 losses were to the Spring Split 2nd and 3rd place teams, TSM and CLG. And now they're facing the team sitting in 1st place and are placing Dig later today. So another 1st place team they're going to be playing against. It's not getting any easier. Separately, the guys on Curse are playing well, but it's a rougher and tougher North American League now. They're getting a little bit outplayed. Individually, the games are doing pretty well, but it's just not translating into victories yet.
All right, let's get right into our final day of Super Week here with the starting lineups. On the blue side, we've got LMQ. It's going to be Ackerman in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Zhao in the mid lane, putting up those CS numbers, Vasily on 8, and more on support.
And on the red side, it is Curse. Quas in the top lane, I Will Dominate in the jungle, Voyboy in mid lane. Big cheers for him, Componated carry, and Xpecial on support.
And Voyboy has been playing well for the team, getting some points in there for himself in the kill column and making sure the Yasuo play is very strong. However, whatever people have been bringing against him keeps his Yasuo from roaming, and that's really what helps the impact.
We actually got a couple Yasuos in this game. Zhao's Yasuo devastated CLG. Voyboy's Yasuo, even though he's picked it twice here, hasn't been able to get the victories. The silence from Soraka was incredibly key in their defeat to TSM. Xpecial as well hasn't had the most explosive debut. That bottom lane with himself and Cop hasn't been doing too well in lane. He did land some pivotal hooks in big moments, but he also missed a lot of hooks in what could have been big moments for those guys. X Special really hasn't exploded onto the scene on Curse the way he wanted to.
And that's something him and Moore are going to be kind of fighting for in this. Both quite big Thresh players.
Bam!
Never mind.
Get that out of here.
Never mind. It's out of there. First one coming out, Cassidy will be the next. Lulu onto the board as well. We're seeing those kind of comfort picks on the top. Not really pinpointing anybody out here, but making sure they don't have to deal with it in the game.
Yeah, so
that one, yeah.
As well, so the supportive mid laners kind of going out of the way.
Yep.
I wonder if either one of these guys would be willing to pick Yasuo blind. Apparently not.
You say it, they ban it.
Who's next? To ban it? Yeah, Jax. I'm not actually sure because Ackerman hasn't shown his Jax.
2 games on the Half Dragon Shyvana so far. Easily keeping that lane to himself.
Quas would be pretty happy to play Mundo into Shyvana if it comes to that.
Yeah.
Don't think that's going to be a pick priority. Twitch is a very big pick priority, at least for LMQ.
Of the junglers have made it all the way through. All of the junglers have made it through. Twitch will be the last ban.
I mean, if LMQ wants to try and blind pick Jax, they would absolutely have the opportunity to. But they end up going for Assassin City right here. Now remember, Lulu is banned out. That's one of the things people really like playing against LeBlanc, as well as Kassadin. That's another thing we saw played against LeBlanc to much effect yesterday. See LeBlanc involved in 10 out of 12 games. Pick just as much as she's banned.
Curse, you can see Dominate and Quas both actually discussing what is going to be happening on this one. Seeing Ackerman pick that up for Xiaowei Xiao means that LMQ again is going to continuously go hard this game. Something they can get kills with, picks with anywhere. See if Curse can kind of put a hitch in that cog if they can throw an Eve somewhere into the mix.
Yeah, Eve's been banned a whole bunch so far in the LCS, and I mean, the Lucian here is a smart pick. Definitely an NA that 280 carries that everyone is prioritizing are Lucian and Twitch. And then it feels like there's a big gap between the next ones.
Yeah.
But we were talking about this after the games yesterday as a group here of casters, and we don't really think there's a huge drop as far as 80 carries go. It's just the familiarity and the training these guys have put into Lucian and Twitch is what's making them the high priority picks. But it's really more of a luxury than a necessity to pick them early.
They go for the luxury on the side of Curse for sure. And Morgana's somewhat being hovered over right now. Ackerman's going to go for 3 straight games now on that Shyvana.
Yeah, well, don't break, don't.
For 4 straight, I should say. Sorry.
It's not broken, so don't fix it. Don't fix it if it's not broken.
Yeah, there you go.
Got to talk your way through some of these at the end. It makes perfect sense. I feel like Curse will probably end up going Mundo in the top lane to go against that. That's a matchup Quas is really experienced in. There's also a really good chance we get to see lane swaps on this one. Not entirely sure what Facility's going to break out as AD carry. Maybe a Caitlyn to go against Lucian. That has been his other favorite, especially in solo queue, when the Lucian or the Twitch isn't available. The question is, how aggressive is Curse going to go with their team comp?
Very slow on the pickups here for Curse.
I say those aren't their picks. I'm going on a limb.
Just possibly. Boy, he does not shy away from that Akali. Himself would get an assassin against an assassin, but they decide to switch it back around. Quas liking Trundle, liking Jax.
Yeah.
Just those top laners.
I do
Goes
like
for
that.
the Jax this time, though.
Yeah. Jax against Shyvana. If he gets a small window against Shyvana and he's a good Jax player, we'll generally see him take over in the game here. Besides against the Mundo, which is a champion he is more familiar with. But the Jax has definitely shown much more power as of late and is often banned or first picked away. Getting it this late into the draft is kind of a steal.
Actually, forgot who I was talking to yesterday about it, but I was like, where'd Annie go? Why Annie?
Yeah.
And there she is, getting picked up. Definitely, I think the answer was it's kind of the all-in initiation. Once you want to initiate, you're pretty much there, and people are liking the safety a little bit more.
Now you can just use Morgana, initiate from 1300 range away with the Dark Binding, and then go. But Annie, she goes, she goes.
Oh, boy.
It's probably going to get mid lane against LeBlanc. He's got to be careful to pick something a little bit defensive so he doesn't get LeBlanced. He's picked Syndra into that many times before.
He hovered Syndra the other day as well, just yesterday.
They're like giving Boy a nice one-on-one lane advantage. That would be pretty nice too. That makes the most sense.
Dive onto, wow, that makes a really great fight competition coming in here for Curse. And that's really where they excel. It's when they get themselves into that group and they're able to take a strong fight. And we've said before, Curse is a team that is able to win fights when they're down in gold. It's just getting it when they actually have the advantage and making the right moves from there.
They've been some really tough losses for Curse. And what they're doing with this team composition is they're trying to make sure that late game their scaling doesn't fall off. They have really powerful late game fighters there with Kale and Jax. Although they are a little auto attack reliant, Kale and Jax really need that. They need to keep their distance from Lee Sin to avoid that attack speed, so that's actually going to be really huge in this one. But I do like the Curse team composition overall. They're preying on their solo lanes, doing quite well.
Yep, so let's check out your predictions here over at LOLesports.com, where 81% of you are saying that LMQ are going to win and make it a 4-0 Super Week.
A lot of LMQ hype coming in, but you can also send your predictions with each twist and turn of the game to @LOLesports, and then use the hashtag LMQWin or CRSWin, and we will be updating that Twitcher poll throughout the game.
So we'll see how Cop does coming in on Lucian here. He definitely went back for a big comfort pick on Misfortune the other day, and the team felt comfortable with it. And that kind of tells me that Curse is still feeling things out. Let's say, can we do that? Is there enough safety for you to go back to that utility AD carry that'll kind of shred damage from the back line? And it didn't, but they need to figure out what will work.
Yeah, getting interrupted by that Shyvana ultimate, if you think back to the day one, was not good for them. And honestly, Curse is in this really difficult situation where they actually feel like they've improved quite a lot with the acquisition of X Special and the strong finish they had to the spring split. But everyone else in the league may have actually improved a little bit more, compared to where Curse is at. So they really need to prove themselves, and it kind of sucks to be Curse right now if you're not winning these games, just because they have a potential to go 0-4, even though they're still a good team.
Yeah. It's just as you said, frustrating losses. The possibility being there at every turn to take the win. We'll see if they can put that in. That's the second time he's done that. It's just a little love tap at the beginning of the game.
No name starts games. It's like, just so you know, I skilled up Q.
Always.
Don't expect anything special.
Throw in at Xiao Xiao, just to let you know.
Lower his hit rate to make himself look like a more vulnerable jungler.
Already got the ward down going from Xpecial. It's going to be towards their blue, so they will leave that breadcrumb so they can make their way towards the top side. Looks like they really want to stop. LMQ actually has done this more than once and just kind of set up for defense. They're okay with saying we can go completely even in the early game.
They have a lot of confidence in their lane's ability to just straight up win. And it's shown through these times, and that's basically what you do when you set up a couple river wards and then just let the other team invade. You're setting yourself up for counter invades and hopefully not getting yourself caught.
Good shift in the percentage there. Everybody waking up and getting themselves on social media. And where it looks like Curse is still going to go for the invade. A little bit allowed here. Ackerman making his way to safety. And they do make the first move. So Curse, with something in mind, going to activate for it. Very good ping by LMQ. I thought they were going to try to get him on the way out.
Yeah, all the trinkets out as well. You can see they even put the ward in the lane to try and see where LMQ is going to be sending their Caitlyn. Also note that there's a boot start on X Special. He really wants to be able to just get in range for the stun, and that actually speaks to me that they're going to either be ganking his lane a lot or trying a little bit of a 3 or 4v1 at the start just to get the stuns and maybe an early first blood.
Great early wards. Special doesn't even see that one going through the brush, but LMQ makes the right move and the easier move. It's safer to do this for both teams. They're going to go ahead and get that blue up.
So Curse also just saw Vasily walk into the top lane, which will mean they actually are going for the lane swap here as Cop runs all the way through the jungle just to get that. They don't want to lane against Vasily's Caitlyn. They'd much rather swap and then just try and farm it out. AD carries in general have been farming a lot better this split when compared to last because it's not getting fast pushed down anymore. They're just getting about 7 minutes of farm time in all of their lanes. So their CS and 10 has improved across the board.
Ackerman looks like he's trying to get that wave crushed in as well. So that shared XP going to Quaz and Dominate. He got a bit of a wave to himself. We'll see if he can sustain now in that 2v1 situation. It's going to be kind of tough for him. Keeping an eye on Voidboy. Saw, I think it was Pole Belter leveling the E, going back and forth with what he would level. We'll see what Voidboy does on his in the mid lane.
We've seen different Yasuo skill orders by both these guys.
Yeah.
Maybe different Kayle skill orders as well. It depends how tradey he wants to get with LeBlanc. So far, 1 point W, 1 point E on Kayle. No surprise, because it's all about shoving LeBlanc in early on in the game. No one really matches Kayle's shove at this point.
Keep an eye on how No Name plays as well as Xiao here. Somebody who always gets a ton of farm, and No Name allows that to happen in his jungle. These guys can play it very cooperatively. And here for one, gets the real chain on. That's going in. He can get the Tempest down. The cripple as well. Already flashed it out. The ignite, the auto attacks. He has to flash. One last hit, and Dominate will not be in range.
I mean, that's just LMQ picking on Voyboy's playstyle right there. And even just the playstyle of Kayle in general, wanting to shove in the lane by level 3, maybe backing and buying an early item, or even getting ward control up at that point. And he just left himself vulnerable. As soon as he went past the halfway point, big skill shot land by Xiao really keyed all that off, and then No Name was really just there to secure the kill. Great job.
Very fast play. LMQ giving themselves a quick upper hand. Special onto Ackerman here as he gets in range for a bit of experience.
Quick flash. That was a nice job of hiding in the brush for an extended period of time by Special, making Ackerman think he was safe for a little while, and they can freeze that lane out and get a little bit of experience on him.
So it looks like Quas, depending on what he's gotten in the jungle, he is 11-6 on Ackerman, getting bullied in this bottom lane. He is trying to get golems, and he's almost dying to it right now. 3-2, 3 now for more in this top lane. We'll see how they get out of the lane. They said it was going to be hard to play against Cop and Special, so...
Yeah, so they're not even doing that,
right.
At the point. They're just going to their own lane. Something I really do want to touch on again, though, is just that mid lane gank by LMQ. Because they've been attacking the mid lane more than the other teams in the North American LCS early on, especially with the way these teams are playing the start of the game, where they have the AD carrying support basically alone in a lane free farming, and then you have double junglers. That actually, in theory, should make the mid lane more of a battlefield, because you have 2 or potentially 3 roamers if you count the support as well. And 4 people could arrive in the mid lane at any given time. Teams haven't really started doing that yet, and I honestly don't think mid laners are ready to get ganked this much, because I really do think mid lane ganks are going to increase exponentially as teams get more and more used to this strategy. LMQ's ahead of the game, though, gets the first blood onto Voyboy.
And it almost just plays into LMQ's hands. You heard them saying, well, our lanes are so confidently strong that they can do whatever they want. So it's not No Name trying to repair and fix things. They do whatever they want, and usually that's been mid lane, striking first. Bit of damage here. Dominate can't even get that close. No Name, right spot at the right time. He's trying to stave off a bit of damage.
Ackerman saved his teleport as well after getting harassed down. He knew the lane was going to freeze for a while, and he's just kind of farming away. This is beneficial for the Shyvana team when the Jax gets denied so heavily on farm early on in the game. Shyvana will scale much better off of levels alone than the Jax will, whereas Jax needs a few items before he really gets going. Quas is doing his best to just farm the jungle camps, but Ackerman looks to be stronger if they end up fighting around level 6 or 7.
Yep. Teleport is coming back up. We've seen some pretty early dragons here at the start of the summer split, but it looks like both teams are pretty content. Just trying to get a little bit more out of these lanes before they go for an objective. More, even just putting on that mental game of harass and trying to give Quas a hard time. He's level 5 though, they're getting up there. Voyboy and Xiao, who actually just hit level 6, goes in onto Voyboy, knowing he can get that extra damage.
Think about that play, though, by Moore. That was really aggressive. They're against an Eve, and he's harassing the double golems. It's like there's no fear for anyone on LMQ of Dominate right now, and he needs to kind of make something happen so they start respecting his play. This is what we were talking about before the game, how LMQ will just play aggressively because that's the way they play, and they're forcing the other team to stop it before they're willing to stop.
They just keep coming at you. Curse even said it themselves in the video. Getting some wards down, Special and Cop. As Special said, coming off a team solo mid, they would never really go aggressive unless they knew where the jungler was. Wards are going to assist that, but so far they've been keeping it pretty safe unless Dominate comes down. Here we are, actually, not a super early dragon. They wait another minute and a half, but they are going to try and get that early advantage from that kill.
This is something that Curse has been doing all season long, if we count the spring split. It seems like every game we watch Curse, they're getting the first dragon between 6 and 8 minutes. They're really good at that. And it does sacrifice their lanes a little bit. We'll see if that costs them, because you can see already now, because, you know, Jax went down there. There's a bunch of free time for everyone else. 17 CS on the mid lane, 52 CS on the mid lane, 17 on the top lane. They're Quas. They're going to need to play a little bit of catch up despite getting that dragon gold that will help everyone out a little bit.
And LMQ does not like the factor maybe want to work on something, the fact that they just lost Dragon, and they say, we'll go in here. We also take more as well. If there's a fight, we'll be able to come out on top. So taking a little bit if they lose a little bit. LMQ trying to play reactively here, so Curse gets the better of him on that one.
Yeah,
Red buff is out, though.
Exactly. It's just a straight-up
Yep.
buff trade. The ward over the wall there by X-Special. Tips Dominate off. Team play across the board there. Getting a red buff trade, unless No Name would have went straight forward, but he's not exactly tipped off. He's going to see him in that ward because Dominate is not stealth yet, and he'll know his red's gone.
Ooh, I like the play by Curse, sending AD and support in the top lane, seeing that Silly had not bought. They forced him back. And it looks like they're not trying to... Oh, they are freezing it. I was going to say they were pushing it, but nope. They freeze it right back. Ackerman's going to take that, and they'll go to the bottom lane. So LMQ skirting around the issue here.
Yeah, just a bunch of farming from both guys. As far as the AD carries are concerned, they're doing the full lane swaps at the moment. A little surprising. The AD carries are even in items, especially with no Dragon on the board. It's smart of Curse to go up top. They're probably hoping that LMQ actually plays it exactly this way because they want to be able to get that turret down. It'll be interesting to see how well they can push in Ackerman.
Another game where Voidboy is forced to stay mid. Intervention goes down, and that means Xiao has the next kill coming up for himself, forcing Voidboy to back.
That first pick LeBlanc, Riv,
yeah.
for Xiao. This guy has performed on every single mid lane pick he's done so far. And
it's not
really
the first time he's
lane.
blind picked either. He did his Zasua too.
So not only has he gotten that kill, we're 9 minutes 30 seconds in. His CS at 10 is looking to be massive right there. He's at 88. With the next minion wave on the way. Looks like his 90 is going to be what he sits at for a CS at 10 minutes, which is well above average.
Keeping himself from being pushed into the turret. It's already hard enough to farm with a LeBlanc, but
oh
my word, that is the kill coming in. As Ethereal Train procs it out. Double buffs now for mid. That means he's getting a refresh on that one, I believe. Unless, no, it was just a red from his own.
Dominate caught completely off guard by that damage. He gets up to 93 CS in 10 minutes, as well as being 1-0 and 1. Xiao, the true carry here of LMQ. We knew it was kind of him and Vasily each game. They're really embodying that two-carry playstyle more than others, with Ackerman just chipping in as that tank, and it's working fantastically for them.
What great play. Quas trying to get in to do the AoE on Counter-Strike. Dark Binding immediately. They're just going to play this one tit for tat until they grab the turret, and they'll wait for most of that experience to be drowned now. 2-0 now, a bit of an 800 gold lead for LMQ, and that's really all they need to start putting the pedal to the metal in the way they play.
Yeah, No Name actually trying to stop that pink ward. Let's see what they can do.
That's going to be a force flash for X-Special. He has his Ignite and Flash up.
No,
He's
they're trying to bait
and
this.
dominate. Yep. Ackerman going very low. Cop getting some good damage out with the calling. Dashes forward, finalizes it as he gets hit backwards. No Name not quick enough on the kit.
And this is kind of textbook Curse in the first two games of the split. They're falling behind a little bit early by 1,000 gold or so, and that's when they make the play, but it never quite pulls them all the way ahead. This is just like their first two games in the split so far. I think we're in for another good one between them and LMQ. Curse needs to come out on top this time, though, to avoid starting 0-3.
Look at money down on this turret. They should just definitively take it. Cop's going to wait as much as he can, though. Same thing with Vasily in the bottom lane. 2 minutes on to Dragon. Everybody's going to be prepped for that, looking at ultimates or summoner spells. It does look like this Curse will be an advantage.
Yeah, and another look at this one. It was actually the reverse of the normal pink ward bait that we get to see. And because Ackerman and No Name balled up so much, Cop does a whole bunch of pass-through damage on that Lucian. Dominate didn't even become involved. They basically won that straight up 2v2, so not a good idea for No Name to jump over that wall and try to duel with Ackerman. Remember, Ackerman is the underfarmed team member right now, whereas the farm is being channeled into Cop. He is much stronger and showed you why right there.
Kind of see LMQ. They do try to take off a little more than they can chew sometimes, but they don't do it too many times. They'll realize that mistake, and they probably won't make it again throughout the rest of the game. The turret's been dropped by Curse, so they're kind of trying to keep that map pressure equal for now. Not as many forward wards as they had before, but in the top lane, Ackerman and Quas now putting themselves on an island. Should be a pretty good battle for the next 20 minutes between these two.
Yeah. Finally, we get to see the lanes shake out a little bit.
Yeah.
Quas has the turret at his back, so a little bit more safety. However, he's down in CS, and Ackerman is looking to bully, but a level 8 Jax can definitely trade a little bit of damage back. Also, Quas is the one with lifesteal, so the overall sustained battle would be won by him if they have an extended fight. That's why Ackerman wants to shove up as quickly as possible, and then just kind of get out of there.
Really liking this composition from LMQ. Xiao finishing the Deathfire Grasp. If they can't really catch the fight, you have Ace in the hole to finish off that guy. They really have a scary teamfight team here. But Curtis is known for their team fighting as well. Dominates calls to go in and go strong. Really something he's known for.
Yeah, you can definitely see LMQ trying to make the plays now. I think they need to be a little bit cautious that they don't let this game get too late. Because the Kale plus Jax on the other side, you know, despite Voidboy getting beat up a little bit by Xiao, he's still at 108 CS. He still has a Nashor's Tooth completed already, and we know Kale can do crazy things late in the game. This Dragon fight's going to be huge, though. LMQ has the vision advantage already, which makes it very dangerous. Nice stun over the wall.
Got out the stun as well from Xpecial.
Dragon. That's all they needed. I mean, he ate the stun from Xpecial. There wasn't immediate follow-up. And it's a stun and an ultimate on the block for a Dragon. As long as they can rotate mid here and stop this push, it's going to be difficult.
They got the damage. No Sheen yet coming in for Lucian, so they're not going to have super big hits coming in on the front end of that turret, but they do get it down to just below half. Use Tibbers as a bit of a tank, but really good coordination. LMQ was about to back, but they all said, let's kind of shift mid and save our turret.
All the while, though, Vasily was actually farming the bottom lane, so that was a 5v4 defense. Kurtz was down Tibbers, but they still respected the play from LMQ enough to not trade back the turret. It means LMQ gets a Dragon for pretty much nothing. And on to Voidboy again.
Xiao going crazy. Look at 140 CS for Xiao, 134 for Vasily, and he was in a lane farming with his support, pretty much free farming.
Yeah.
Xiao has been fighting Voidboy and still is up. Amazing, just incredible.
Goes to show you the skill of this guy in the mid lane. Hopping inside, then
playing
sweeping.
the fog of war games now.
Yeah, knowing that Voidboy can't see him right here. There's a chance he thinks he went back. Might be going in for something big here. Oh, that was smooth. So what he actually did is he cleared the wave with distortion so he could land his chain. Yep. Voidboy didn't have the safety of the minions. But Voidboy burned his ultimate right away, which is as he should, and ended up taking no damage from it. So it was actually a better play by Voidboy. Slick on both sides.
Yeah, very slick indeed. Nashor's Tooth finish for Voidboy. We'll see what build he continues to go with. Leaving himself without boots, using that heal to keep himself safe with the movement speed. Coming up on 16 minutes in the game. LMQ has just taken Dragon, so they're pretty much happy with the gold they've received, the items they've just created, and they're waiting for Curse to kind of push in and try and maybe pressure themselves into this mid turret. Curse has seemed to want it for the past few minutes, sending more 3 or 4 mid. Ackerman now to the top.
It's definitely a more passive LMQ than we've seen.
That's true.
They have went for a few plays early on in the game, but especially when that play backfired in the top lane between No Name and Ackerman. That was the last of the aggression we really saw. Although Curse is, in turn, playing very defensively, which would really make LMQ kind of overcommit if they want to make anything happen.
Right.
Which is why we're seeing this 3-kill game 16 minutes in.
And that's almost something that you would expect. Curse sees LMQ come in 3-0, beat out CLG the way they did in such a back-and-forth game. You know this is not going to be easy. Mistakes are made. You fall behind so much farther than usual. Ackerman should be good on the burnout on this. Voidboy also doesn't have too much far vision past that.
Especially with Curse picking such a late game composition here with Jax and Kale. They have every reason to play this one passively early on in the game. And just kind of hope to avoid the LeBlanking as they're moving around. They've done a pretty good job so far, even though Xiao is farming up a storm. Voidboy, because he went to the side lane, is catching up his own farm, but he, in a sense, took it away from Quas. That was farm that Quas could have been able to pick up, and now Quas is stuck at 75 on Jax, who arguably needs just as much farm as Kale. One of the tricky things about picking two such heavily scaling solo laners, there's only so much farm to go around.
Something we were looking at for Xiao.
Oh, Quas
himself loves to get all that CS.
So I imagine Xiao would jump over the wall and then No Name would safeguard to him if they decided to go for something. Quas is playing this one real careful. They make sure they're not sitting on a ward. They're going to wait for their cooldowns once again. And I feel like as soon as Quas starts feeling a little bit safe, they're going to want to go for him. They're spending a lot of time to set up this kill.
Safest farming NA.
He is being so careful. He
Auto
knows
attack brush.
LeBlanc has a
Auto attack
DFT
brush.
and has seen him a little bit ago. So this is very smart by Quas.
2 levels up.
Full vision. Yeah. Xiao gets bored.
Ooh.
Well played by Quas.
Just giving a wave. Just giving him a wave.
Sense.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, Xiao definitely having a little bit of fun here in the bottom lane. Koros trying to get the CS he can. And I got to be careful. Like you said, they're not going as hard as usual. We know LMQ to be like a team that just keeps shooting on the net. No matter if it's going in or not, the shots keep coming.
Yep. They're just going to keep trying and trying. And oftentimes, like that,
the shots just keep coming.
Eventually, it's going to go in at that point, and he gets the kill on a Quas. They will try the same play again and again and again, even if it's not working. As we said, I mean, Quas was just hiding in that brush. Instantly feels safe. DFG, right as the first chain lands, he didn't get the full damage, but he got quite likely enough, finishing up Quas with that last auto attack.
Curse. They look hungry now. They were moving as a pack. That was a ferocious little move towards the Dragon Pit, but it looks like they back off. They know there's a minute, and they'd rather have what they need for that fight and then possibly taking something after. LMQ is going to get themselves. Nope, Moore actually stops the back. Curse formulates in mid. So LMQ wanting that Dragon as well. They did just get the last one. With being able to take Quas down, he's still not as big as he needs to be. So this fight for Dragon is going to be very hard for Curse.
Yeah, and Voidboy also doing a slightly different build than we've seen on Kale.
Yeah, not Third Greaves.
Both in skill order and in item build. He's went for max CDR with the cooldown boots and the Nashor's Tooth, and he's also maxing his heal second. It's almost like he's just trying to survive Xiao in lane to make sure his ultimate's always up every time LeBlanc's ultimate is up. Instead of going for the kill pressure, he's going to have a much lower amount of burst damage because he's not putting points in Q. And he's also not going to have the team fight shred that you would gain from the Hurricane and the Berserker Greaves that all the other Kales have been doing recently. It just means it's going to be even longer until Voidboy becomes relevant in this game.
Was forced to play your champion out of pure utility. Right on.
And then he still takes a truckload of damage afterwards.
Yep. Can't do much about it. He has the intervention, so it's going on somebody else if they even want to try this. Dominate could maybe get a nice ultimate down here. Agony's Embrace looking to hit. They spread beautifully. LMQ just splits. Allow nothing to happen.
Such confidence by LMQ. They man-moded that Dragon 4v5 knowing they could teleport in. And Curse respected the teleport almost a little bit too much. It was going to be delayed if they decided to pile it there. They were low on the Dragon, but Curse respected it because they didn't have proper vision control and they were afraid of it. And then even when he started the teleport, they backed away before he even had to finish it, allowing Ackerman to push up the wave even more so and granting LMQ yet another advantage.
31.3 to 27.4. They did not let Curse have a lead for very long, or even close to a lead for very long. 3-1 in kills. Quas is going to be taking the red. Ackerman's going to be staying top lane. So now LMQ really in the driver's seat of whatever they want to do. Looking at a 1-3-1 right now, and all the lanes are in control.
And that is LeBlanc's brush now. Xiao has claimed ownership. It's a really nice strategy with LeBlanc that we're seeing more teams do now, especially when the enemy team is quite squishy. Oh, dear. That didn't work.
Desperation move.
That was their attempt to get aggressive. Now they're down Flash Ultimate. Xiao is seen in a ward, but he's going to want to go for something regardless. Not after that sweep. Anyway, what we were talking about with the LeBlanc split pusher is even though she doesn't kill turrets, she provides an unfightable 1v1 presence. The only person they maybe put against is Kale, and he can block the ultimate once and continue the wave clear, but he can't return a kill onto LeBlanc. We just saw he took out Jax, which means Quas can no longer go to that lane. No way Cop can go to that lane if he can kill a Jax. And it just means that that's a lane that Curse can't farm it safely without putting a large part of their team over there.
And that's kind of where you get the short end of the stick, though, because then you go mid or you go top, and you can't farm in those lanes either because of just how LMQ plays it. Intervention to come out already. Xiao will have all that back up within just a few seconds, but Voidboy's those heals now.
And this is why he did the build. Look at his cooldown on his ultimate. It's at 38 seconds there. You can see on the bottom left of the screen where Xiao, his ultimate will be up a little bit faster. He's only got about 10 seconds left on it, but unless he does it immediately, it's a much smaller window with which he can kill Voidboy. And that's really all Voidboy's trying to do, is survive that, because it's the only thing they can really do against Xiao. He wants to go in immediately once again, though. Watch for it.
Ult just came back up. There's the 1-2 shot. Voidboy felt he was a little safe. And the full distortion on that one is Voidboy putting out a bit of damage in those few shots.
Yeah, but he still has to go back to base.
Oh, yeah.
They did protect the turret, so that's the mini game that Xiao and Voidboy are going to be playing. I think if you're Curse, you're actually okay with those trades. Voidboy played it really damn well. He kept his farm up, he saved the turret, and he made Xiao go back to base. That's all you can ask for.
So what do you do as a jungler in this situation? Because it's kind of a toss-up. You just become with the pack.
Dominate's basically been irrelevant because LMQ has had so much pressure in places. Without the follow-up, he's not going to be able to create kills. X Special needs to be able to land the stuns while Dominate's there to actually make plays happen. And he just hasn't had the presence. Look at all the wards inside of Curse's jungle. And with a LeBlanc roaming on the other side, he's too scared to go in his blue side jungle. It's just map control of LMQ keeping Dominate at bay.
229 and 240 to the 207 and 200. Those mids and the 80 carries. Xiao Zhao and Vasily always putting up big numbers in that column. Ackerman surely winning his lane as well at 161 to 139. So the words that LMQ speak in the beginning in their video, they are true. They are confident they will win their lanes, and 99% of the time they have, being 3-0 here in the summer split.
Monstrous CS numbers, great jungle control. They're really just slow playing this game and hoping that they accumulate a big enough advantage to overcome the Kayle and Jax late game. It's actually a little bit risky the way they're playing here, but Curse isn't allowing them windows with which to aggress unless LMQ is really stupid about it.
Definitely the first time that LMQ hasn't gone for another turret or something else. It seems like they just keep gunning. Have the safety on for now. They're waiting 2 minutes on Dragon, maybe that.
Yeah, but I mean, look at what they're doing right now. They have control over both
eating everything, yeah.
The amount of golden experience they are getting ahead of Curse is quite extraordinary at this point. Just look at the death cap onto Xiao Zhao and the CS numbers on Vasily. He's going to be completing his last Whisper probably within the next 3 minutes. He's sitting on 1,000 gold right now. And then they're really going to be able to start getting aggressive. I think they're just waiting for their big item breakpoints, knowing they're generating so much more gold than Curse right now. Then they'll get aggressive. They're playing it smart.
Although they are going for kills, it's a little bit different of a game. That can be said because Curse is avoiding dying with slivers of health, but I believe lowest kill game for LMQ almost here. It's usually Vasily, Xiao Zhao, and Ackerman with some kills at this point, but Xiao Zhao is just taking off a little more they can chew once again. That's going to be a very nice shutdown for Voyboy. Great gold going to him.
I mean, think about what Xiao Zhao has been doing to Voyboy. It was just the same plan in a different lane. That time, Curse was really ready for it. They said, all right, when Voyboy goes to a lane, LeBlanc's going to be there. He's going to try to DFG spike. He's going to use distortion. As soon as I ult, he's going to jump back. Then he's going to try to go again. Curse can see that plan. And this time, they came up with a counter for it. We'll see if that's enough, because it is just one kill.
Let's see who bites back harder on this one. Looks like Ackerman's going to take a good amount of damage as Quas. Even his play seemed like he knew he wanted to win that fight a level down. Dragon's Descent is up. Teleports are actually down for Quas, but up for Ackerman here.
But Ackerman can't heal back up. Quas should actually jump on him, like right now.
like right now, and cause that Dragon's Descent to have to happen. A good amount of minion damage, yeah.
He's worried about people waiting for him. I mean, they're respecting LMQ an absurd amount right now, thinking that all the aggression is being backed up for reasons. But that's not the way LMQ plays. Half the time, there's no one behind them. The other half the time there is, though, which makes them so hard to play against in these high-pressure situations.
Well, if you try to play like that all the time, then you're going to strike that fear into your opponent's mind. And that's exactly what we see Curse kind of wavering on right now. Slowly getting the vision that they can. They're not even approaching Dragon. They feel like LMQ is just going to fly over the wall. They're being very cautious. 3 sweepers at the same time going on both sides. Dominate. An intervention stops the rest of that damage. Beautiful hitting special. Lands the final flash. And Timbers that he needed to start this one off. Ackerman's going to get some good damage here. Voyboy needs to get out of that damage in the middle of the fight. Turns around. Going to start using that blue buff once again. That now goes to No Name. And it looks like Moore and Vasily are stuck in between the entire team of Curse. A shot over. No counter strike from Quas as it's on cooldown, and they will not be able to follow here. So they're just going to try to get a little bit of ground.
It's still a 2-for-1, and for the second fight in a row, they are piling onto Xiao Zhao. They're waiting for him to commit, and then they are countering with that. Great job by Voyboy, as well as Maxed Heal kept him alive, actually, just long enough for that fight. And as soon as he reses, his ultimate's going to be back up again. So really nice job there. Watch how, as they go for Dominate, Voyboy barely reaches them for that. And X Special, it was a team plan. They had made the call. Wait for Xiao Zhao to come in, and then pile on. It's exactly what they do. They get the kill, and it ends up being a 2-for-1.
Curse does it again, coming from behind in gold to take a fight in their favor. Not much ground can be gained from that one. A fight in the mid with no waves pushed, but the Dragon still sitting here, and this actually looks quite scary. There we go, the smite coming in. Dominate was able to get there. Xiao Zhao was just on the end, and that could have got scary, but Curse brings it within 4.
So strange, Riv. Curse is really good at making plays when they're behind.
Yes.
It's happened to all these games. If they can only get a handle on their early game, it's almost the opposite of how they were playing last split, where they'd have a good early game, be even, then make a few mistakes and start losing it. Maybe that's X Special's mid-game shot calling coming into effect, but they're not doing it in the early game. It's such a tough situation to be in because they've made a couple good plays, but at the end of the day, they're still down 4,000 gold. They're still in position to lose this game, in a sense, despite making a lot of really nice plays. It's a shame that they're playing so many close games. This is the one they really need to win. Otherwise, they're just going to get demoralized in the long run.
Yeah. This one, not exactly at the level of super stressful. Everybody's doing what they need to in this game. Quite close, to say the least. 4 turrets to 2. Not too much map pressure really being super gained by LMQ. They have it, but they're not really forcing it, as we've been saying. Getting their wards down now, it seems like they realized they took a little too much time to activate on something. So they're going to go ahead, continue to take back this jungle, move on to the turrets.
Yeah, you're right. They maintain the jungle control for the most part. Voyboy with the 40% CDR, though, and not spamming his spells. Doesn't really need the blue buff. Could be another reason he went for the cooldown boots. He's working towards that Void Staff. That's when Voyboy's really going to be getting his damage. Quas actually getting some free time to farm now, up to 180 in the side lane. And that just means LMQ has to up their game as well. They're going straight for Baron, knowing that Curse has now opened up a bit of farming opportunity, and they need to pull Curse towards them before Curse gets too strong.
30-minute Baron coming up on the clock. No Name making sure that everybody stays at bay. He gives everyone a bit of knowledge before necessary. More taking so much damage on this one, but that's to leave everybody else more always acting as the bait in these. It's not going to be the culling to take it down. The smite easily coming in for LMQ. They planned it out a few moves ahead, and they have no pressure on a Baron.
Yeah, that's been 15 minutes of ward control inside of Curse's jungle without them going for Baron. So even though we can say from the outside, oh, Curse should have known they were going for Baron, it's the time of the game where they can kill it quickly. Well, yeah, but they're also against LeBlanc, who they've been trying to systematically bait out, and Xiao is so reliably going for things. Finally, LMQ changed it up. They went for Baron at the moment where they had good ward control. And Curse, they checked it, but it was too late for them to do anything about it.
And Xiao now ridiculously big. The Void Staff completed at 289 CS. Facility actually passing him up, but he's not looking at like any magic resistance on the other side. Maybe a Chalice and a Hex Drinker. Everybody else is going to pop like a balloon.
Yeah. Real quick pop. No Aegis of the Legion coming out on Dominate. He's going more for individual tank items. He's going to want to take on Vasily, who's getting really strong. But honestly, Curse is putting a lot of stake into Voyboy's ability to intervention on the right target. Because LeBlanc can switch targets, especially when she has this much ability power, even after using one spell on someone, and still blow up another one. It's going to be a difficult team fight here for Curse, but they still can do it if Voyboy basically guesses right and outplays Xiao.
About 90% through that blue buff on Xiao. Got a good wave coming into mid here. Looks like he will go again back down towards the bottom lane. So he gives confidence to the 4 members in mid. Go back to that split push.
Yeah, it's going to be real difficult for Curse to come back here. They've punished Xiao twice, but not taken huge advantages afterwards. LMQ is looking to make their move right here. It's going to be all about whether Curse can maintain ward control to stop Xiao from just getting that one pick, because that's really what they're playing for. Doesn't quite land his chain. That's big.
It's out on that one. An attempt that would really put LMQ. That's what they rely on. Taking him out would have allowed anything to happen down towards the bottom lane. Turrets down. So LMQ's adjustment for now actually goes awry. They're forced to wait a little bit. Dragon's coming up in 2 minutes, so they have that to use as well. And with the upper hand of Randuin's now being created, it's going to be harder for these chases to come in for Curse in the fights they're already having trouble with.
So much trouble. No magic resist built on Quas. If he gets a little bit of magic resist, he could pose a real threat to the LMQ team as a whole. Vasily trying to keep pace, become a late game Caitlyn monster, which will happen if he gets to his 4th or 5th offensive item.
This is going down.
This is the much harder turret to defend here, especially if Xiao walks around the side where No Name's actually going right now to flank. Curse is looking quite formidable in their defense.
Special has the flash. Tibbers up, and we early see that if he can get into range. Almost taking out Vasily there. 90 caliber net to safety for him. And LMQ continues to just soak up and deny any experience that Curse could be grabbing. said before, Dominate not really allowed to have an effect in this game. He's kind of just been following around, hoping to get the right initiation. LMQ is such a team that does such good positioning. You can't hit Malphites on them. You can't that Curse could be grabbing. As we said before, Dominate not really allowed to have an effect in causing LMQ to stop. I mean, you have Caitlyn. You got a little bit of wave clear as well for the turrets. Why aren't they dropping these turrets?
Curse is defending really well. Additionally, Ackerman isn't necessarily tanky enough to ignore the turret. They are waiting for Xiao Zhao to get picks in either side lanes or before fights, but Voyboy's doing a really good job of preventing that. It's really just also that Curse is giving up so much that LMQ is just kind of taking what is there instead of trying to overforce a play. Something that Curse is probably banking on them to do. There's been once or twice where Xiao Zhao has actually overforced and has gotten them killed twice, which is going to curb their aggression even more so. That's why this game is reacting so slowly. Curse is making good plays.
8,000 gold down, and it looks like they will start to try pushing down middle, but LMQ is going to force them back right away. They'll see Ackerman in the bottom lane and have to send someone down there. Quas might clear this, or it's just going to be Voyboy. Yep, no teleport down. Wow, half HP coming from that shot of Vasily.
Yeah, well, you can see the build he's put together. It's 342 attack damage, so that Ace of the Hole is doing 1,188 damage. There's no armor being built onto Cobb, so it's hitting him pretty hard. But look at the healing from Voyboy. Yeah. That should be up by the time they get to this turret siege.
Nice chunk of HP back onto Cop. No Name clears out any wards, so their escape, if necessary, is a clean one. Teleport could come in from Ackerman in the bottom lane, but I'm sure he would just run through the base as usual, start wreaking havoc from inside. See how Curse kind of coordinates this.
Much lower scoring game for LMQ. They had very bloody first 3 games in the LCS. Curse also had a tendency last split to, when they get behind, they would just kind of give up a lot of things for their team, but that was often when they didn't have great late game scaling compositions. This time they do, so it's actually a pretty valid strategy. There's always a chance Curse could turn this one around because of the Kayle and the Jax.
So many. I feel like Voyboy has like a mini game once they get into the fight. Like any Kayle would, but people are gonna die so quickly. You have to, it's like, who do I intervention? Where's it gonna go? Like you said, the target changing is immediate.
It's almost like a penalty kick.
You have to dive. You just have to go.
You just have to dive in one direction and go for it, and just hope the guy kicks it that way.
Got it once so far. Could save on Dominate. We could see it coming up here as they push down mid lane. A great split here they have on LMQ, but that means this could leave Xiao Zhao pinching in from the backside that they aren't ready for. Get out nicely.
Xiao wants to get assassination, but remember, Curse would be ready to dive on him. He's got that memory.
He knows now. He's like, I think it's warded.
I think they're coming for me.
Tying his shoes for this one. All right, good vision. Special putting down the pink. They make sure that they have control. Probably going to need the back here. Spend some of that gold. Leave Baron kind of in a scary spot. Still got teleport on Quas. Actually, I don't think they'll be able to back with that happening.
But then look at the heal.
Good heals.
You know, with all the ability power Voyboy has and the fact that he's got 5 points in that heal, it's healing for 416. Definitely enough.
With a bit of movement speed.
Oh, did they actually get a catch here? Ooh.
Black Shield stopping that one. Does not get the passive movement speed off of W with the calling. So Cop's forced to back up there. So they use quite a bit. And they still put themselves in quite a dangerous spot. Coming from the top side is 2. And there's the teleport. He throws down the ward coming in for Ackerman, but it looks like he's going to shut that off. They did not like the situation.
A long teleport cooldown. Not the best communication there by LMQ. The first aggressive move Curse makes in about 30 minutes. And it does get them a nice cooldown. Back to farming, though. There's a big wave in the top lane. Quas wants to clean that up. He's actually caught up and farmed to Ackerman.
This is actually really good for Curse. They're able to push LMQ into their own base. Now have a bit of time to breathe, farm this out. I'm sure LMQ is going to start stepping on their toes in just a few minutes. They won't give them too much time to be safe and relax. We're still looking quite a gold lead.
Might go for Baron here. I mean, look at the items on Vasily right now. The big 4.
Wow.
80 carry items. He's really strong.
Those headshots going to be hurting if they crit.
It's going to be all about his positioning in these fights. He favors the full offense 80 carry builds. Caitlyn is very long range, but Vasily has a tendency to go in a bit too much sometimes. Depends if Curse respects her or not. Oh no, X special. He's dead.
There's
nice intervention.
Shots. Oh, the Sonic Wave brings him all the way over, but he's got to get out of that. The Dragon Kick puts it back. He'll be all right. Ackerman's going to take
didn't even
the
flash.
right
That
there.
was a disaster by LMQ. They burned everything, and Voyboy had the intervention on the right target. I didn't think he was in range for X Special there. He didn't even have to burn flash. What a lucky Annie right there. X Special's lucky day. Let's see if they can turn it into something.
No name. Still waiting with the rest of the team. They know they
do not have Kale ultimate up right now. They kind of have to check this. LMQ wasn't waiting in the right spot for a kill.
They always try to approach a fight with one off on the side. It's like a 4-1 side swipe. Not this time, though. Curse is able to do-si-do out of that one and keep themselves safer than usual. Voyboy pretty low on mana here, and he does not have too much regen for himself, so it looks like they're going to get out of this one. Everything's up if they do need to fight, but 13 seconds onto Dragon means that's going to be theirs. Everything they need to get back in this game is really going their way, and to have all their inhibitor turrets up right now against LMQ is a big plus.
Especially after watching all the challengers seen, and then 3 games of LMQ in the LCS, I never really thought I'd say, this is a game where LMQ hasn't taken enough risks.
Right.
But it actually is, because Curse is slowly coming back in here. They're getting a lot of power onto their carries, and they scale remarkably well. Quasta went to clear that big wave. Another great amount of vision control by LMQ. They're going hard for this. X Special sees it. Will we see the fight? Where's the teleport?
Flash Tibbers would be absolutely amazing. X Special gets more vision. Teleports come in. Still watching for that Tibbers to be coming out. He's going to throw a stun out to No Name. They're still waiting for the fight. Voyboy throws down intervention.
Oh, no.
Basilian team sitting with quite a bit of HP. That one shot taking almost X Special out to bottom of 0 HP. And it looks like they're going to slowly walk Curse home on this one. Looks like they go back for Baron, and they're just going to toy with this right now. LMQ knows they are that much bigger.
Not a good fight for Curse right there. LMQ used the vision control and then collapsed on Jax the instant he made it into the fight. Curse trying to push mid, but this is a Baron for LMQ.
Big wave in the top lane for Curse. If they were able to get this, that would mean huge things to the inhibitor, but that is not the case. Voyboy and Cop actually still doing what they can. Curse Special trying to stop out Ackerman, but that shield probably would have got himself killed on the Banshee's Veil, so he pulls out in the correct move. They still make a good move there. They have the inhibitor down.
Especially if they could
pressure.
Especially if they could get Dragon, but that's something LMQ is going to be running for immediately. Take another look at this fight, though. And they got a pretty good evolve, but the follow-up wasn't there immediately. And the big difference was, look at how far back the Jax came in, right at the top of the screen. Xiao Zhao just takes him down with Vasily, and he had no impact in that fight overall. That meant that the dive from LMQ was successful in getting them through. And Curse actually gets the Dragon, but is it going to cost them an inhibitor of their own?
This could be big. That Tibbers is down. Everything was pretty much used in the last fight. Cop trying to back still. He's out towards the Dragon. Looks like they're going to get some good shots on. Vasily just keeping his eyes onto that turret. A few more shots. He's going to be the one taking it down.
Yeah.
Inhibitor for inhibitor possibly as they go back and forth.
The type of LMQ aggression that they needed to be showing about 10 minutes ago. Now they have the Baron buff. They need to be strong here and take the inhibitor down.
Banshee's Veil is given a little bit more security as they make their way into the fights. And skill shots and everything that can be fired out coming from Curse now to stave off the aggression.
Couple more hits from Vasily. They get Cop down low, and there it is.
There's the fight. Look at the calling, tickling Ackerman as he runs out. Gonna be safe on that one. 43 minutes into the game, both teams gonna knock down the front door and give them what for.
The gold is still respectable for Curse, quite honestly.
Yeah, they actually closed it. It was above 8.
Yeah, and the more gold you get, the lower the gold percentage lead is, especially as people reach 6 items.
Yeah, later in the game.
It hasn't happened yet, but it will if this game continues on the trend that it is going.
It's close. Guardian Angel coming out for Vasily.
Yeah, a flurry of action we just saw. But really, LMQ just trading inhibitors for it.
It's almost like you kind of make LMQ mad, and then that kind of steams off as they do take something, and then they slow down. So they've kind of cooled off now that they took mid inhibitor. Ackerman's going to go ahead and farm this up in the bottom lane. 400 for Xiao as he sits right on the nose. Jeez. 43 minutes into the game.
It's a whole bunch of CS, that's for sure.
Always.
And Curse has actually channeled a lot more farm into Quas here. You can see 321 CS.
Yeah, he was down by like 60, right?
Yeah, he was down a substantial amount. That's one of the big reasons Voyboy hasn't kept pace, is they've been giving the farm to Quas in the free lanes. Oftentimes because he has the teleport as well, and it's by necessity because he needs to teleport into the late game fights.
Curse waiting for a lot of things to be up here. Looks like a specials flash would be very useful. Heal won't be there for Cop, maybe there for Voyboy, but they already have the heal coming off of KLZ. A lot of things Curse needs to do exactly right. You can go to say that LMQ could make a few mistakes in the next fight, still come out on top. And that's what makes it really difficult for Curse.
Especially with the Zhonya's on to Xiao, he can get super aggressive and then still maybe escape if Curse decides to pull off on him. That's a lot of turret damage. It's going to force Curse to go in. Or even just burn some big cooldowns. One more wave of that, and that turret's going to be gone unless Curse gets very aggressive. I like what LMQ is doing here too, because they're making sure the super minions hit the Nexus at the time of the other minion wave. That's the way they want to time it at least, which would mean it would be a 4v5 defense, which would almost guarantee LMQ that bottom lane turret. See, Voyboy's trapped on those super minions trying to get assassinated, and they get the turret.
Doesn't go
Great
down
move.
all the way, but they are completely playing this one off the ball right now, using those minions in the mid lane, but the fight now in the bot. The inhibitor turret goes down. Voyboy, Sonic Wave, and the resonating strike connects, but everybody's backing up, trying to kite the fight. A very nice job so far. Curse looking good here. They get into the fight. Xiao in and out, almost taking down Quas in a single distortion with a Q, and it looks like they will keep it safe for now.
What a tough shell to crack Curse is putting up right now.
Yeah.
It's a very hard-fought turtle. One turret goes down, their inhibitor on LMQ side respawns, which means Curse will be getting their inhibitor back in about a minute. Take another look at this. Voyboy actually saves his ultimate here because he didn't think he was going to get the full burst of damage, and it was great because they needed his ultimate to push them back here. X-Special gets a catch onto Vasily. Mikhails cleans him up so he can still keep running away. And then it's just a matter of Curse piling on. LMQ never all into this one. And it ends up meaning they have to run away. They came for the turret, not necessarily for the fight. They get the turret, and they ended up trading pretty close.
Curse gritting their teeth on this one. They are not going to let go easy. That inhibitor is still up in the bottom lane, but an easy forced fight that LMQ can work with. Got a minute and 48 on that dragon. I don't know if really anybody's going to be needing that, or we're even going to get to it at this point. LMQ looks to make a strong push down the mid lane. Nobody else is going to the sides. It's right down the mid.
Curse wants a fight here on the flank. They're going to hope LMQ pushes up mid lane and try to attack them.
Squeeze into the right.
No, they decide better of it. I also see the builds. Voyboy and Copper both going offensive for their final item build, which, like I said, puts even more pressure on Voyboy and more control into the hands of Xiao. If they don't ultimate the right target, Xiao will instantly kill either of those guys, and that would be the game.
Slowly, look at, they can take the front of the base. Not even really worried about it. Going for Voyboy, they still kick him back. He gets taken out immediately. Moore's gonna be the bait, the one in the middle. The Zhonya's gets hit with a Tivers, and nothing happens there. Cop running for home, Dominate as well, looking for solace on the fountain, but it's not gonna happen, and that's gonna be the inhibitor. LMQ, a strong 46-minute game. Took a little bit longer than they wanted, but will go 4-0 on Superweek. Incredible play from a team. We gotta remember, didn't see any changes to the roster coming into the season either.
Yeah, they can play fast or they can play slow. Either way, it's gonna end in victory for these guys. 47 minutes, they take down Curse, move them to 0-3, and take themselves to a perfect Superweek.
One word comes to my mind, and that's going to be consistency. At the top of that list is Xiao. 350 CS over almost every game, probably, if they had enough time.
416 this game in a 47-minute game.
Amazing.
And by the end of that game, Voyboy and Cop were trying to build full offense because they had a gold deficit and they needed that power to cut through the tank line. That just opened the door for Xiao. You saw he baited out the ultimate without using his full burst. Moore landed the binding. It meant Voyboy was dead, and the instant that happened, the game is over.
Strong play all around from LMQ. Curse doing what they can, still having situations of coming back from behind. But overall, it wasn't even really mistakes that allowed that to happen. LMQ just played the mind games that really put Curse in the wrong spot.
I mean, what a stressful game for Voyboy in particular, having to deal with that great LeBlanc play the whole time. They actually outplayed him twice, but what did they really gain when they got a kill from it?
Right.
And that was about it. They were never able to transition it. That's the third game in a row here where Curse has had a really hard-fought game where they had a small goal deficit the entire time, and then fell short. And that's got to be weighing on their minds.
That's really one of the things that becomes harder and harder for teams that fight against LMQ is you're going to win a fight against them, but you're going to leave battered, bleeding, and bruising and not able to do anything after because they will do everything they can as they're going down.
LMQ is just going to keep coming at you again and again. Yes, maybe you killed Xiao, but then Ackerman and No Name are going to be diving on your face. So by the end of the fight, you're all running away, flashing red health bars, and you can't take big objectives.
And they also have an off switch, which is quite interesting. We saw the one time No Name throwing a ward down, and even I thought they had it, but instantly canceled. They said no. They digressed from the situation, and they're able to do that, which a lot of teams kind of are still like, oh, we're going in, and that's where everything gets chaotic.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the future of LMQ here because it has been a 4-0 week, but they have yet to play the TSM, the Cloud9, maybe even the Dignitas, as we see, are already 3-0. There's a lot of power in the NALCS this year.
Summer splits looking good. Remember to let us know what you think the jaw-dropping moments are from our games by tweeting at LOE Sports. Use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. All right, now we're going to pass it over to the guys at the analyst desk to walk through LMQ's victory.
Thank you very much, Riv. So LMQ now 4-0, guaranteed first place, perfect Super Week. There's a few teams that have done that. They tend to do really well by the end of the North American LCS.
It's a good sign for a team if they go undefeated in the first Super Week. Let's say that.
Yeah.
Now, let's get to this game, though, because this was really interesting. And let's get to the very beginning of how LMQ really got control of this game. Yes, it was the mid lane, but I would argue that it's even more important was the jungler's effect on that mid lane.
Yeah.
Now, No Name, he's the one who makes the first move. This is back to my theme of the day, reactive playstyle versus taking the initiative. And we actually have a clip for you guys for the first blood because No Name comes for the classic gank from a jungler. Get your double buffs, go gank somewhere. And because Voyboy is Kale, up in the mid lane here, it's pretty neutral territory, actually. They're both standing just as far up in the lane. Voyboy right now is actually up 2 CS, but that's just because he has 2 CS more in the lane here. But let's take a look at the gank here, roll through the clip. No Name does take the initiative. He brings his ward to hop to, gets right in there, and they don't overextend into turret range until they're sure it is going to be a kill. Yes, he does miss the Q, and then he knows that Dominate hasn't shown up yet for the counter gank, so he feels safe then flashing in for it. So there's not going to be any turnaround. And that's the difference between Dominate going for farming one more camp and No Name taking the initiative to get that kill. From then, that chains for the whole game.
Yeah.
Because he got Xiao ahead in that lane, Xiao actually is able to force Voyboy out of the lane later and forces Dominate to come out of the jungle again to farm up the lane, and Xiao kills Dominate. So Dominate actually dies again for the same mistake there. And it just kind of chains all the way through the entire game.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting because just the fact that Xiao is a little bit bigger snowballed the entire game. You saw him 1v1 in Quas over on the right-hand side, like under his turret. You saw like 1 minute, like waiting at the white camp. It was like, is he going to show up? He's going to show up. Finally, he just goes and 1v1s the guy. And that kept repeating. Normally, Jax is so good at killing AD carries. He went after Triforce Ruin King, went Randu and Zoman. And it's like, Kalen's going to have a hard time fighting a Jax. And then when you had that one big Baron fight, well, Xiao just destroys him because he's got like a Negatron cloak for defense, and he's like, well, I'm level 18, 350 CS, got 2 kills, and just blows the guy up. And so Quas never gets to do anything in team fights. He can split push, that's fine. And then that keeps kind of happening over and over again. Voyboy has to build this cooldown reduction build and like really reactive. He maxes heal second. He's trying to like play around with the ultimate, whatnot, but like you've got a long cooldown on Mikhail's Crucible, you've got a longer cooldown on the Kale ulti, and Xiao keeps forcing something to be burned, something to be burned, something to be burned, and then when his stuff's back up, they just fight.
Exactly. I mean, this is literally the best example of Snowball because it starts with just one gank in the mid lane, and Xiao turns that into forcing the mid lane away. I get another kill drawing out the jungler, and everything just goes in Xiao's hands at that point. He has control of the map. They get full vision coverage of the entire map, and he does a great job of using that small lead to control the pace of the entire game.
Yeah, and then occasionally LMQ oversteps slightly. We talked about that in the pregame. Are they going to go for a little bit too much? We have a replay 26 and a half minutes in, actually, if you can pull that one up. And if I understand correctly, it's one that actually Curse does pretty well in. So you're going to see that this was the game, right? Before I was talking about Xiao would go in and try to get Void to blow his ulti on something. And then, if LMQ did it smart, they would disengage and try again in about 20 seconds when their cooldowns are back. This is an example of LMQ getting their burst nullified by a Void ulti, but then being stuck in the fight, whether it's because of an Evelyn
Embrace or a Tibber or something like that from Curse, they can actually force the engage if Voidboy blocks it, and they'll be okay. So let's roll the clip out and watch how it begins. So No Name gets a Q down. They see Dominate's kind of low, so Xiao loses most of his burst. Xpecial gets the flash Tibbers, and that is what Curse has to do, is they have to play in that 15-second window. At this point, it's just a simple 5v4. Quas gets to fight alone in the back line, so he actually pulls the Silly and Moore's attention for a long time as they chase down a little bit more, which means Curse gets a 2-on-1. They get a 2-for-1 kill. Because again, they play in that short window where they actually did go on equal footing. Void got his ulti out, and then LeBlanc with no cooldowns not very useful. Voidboy with his Eon is actually going to do something there in the fight, and you saw that.
And it was a planned counterattack from Curse. It was a well-planned counterattack. They were all grouped up. 5 members of Curse at LMQ were spread out. They were not ready for this. Talisman of Ascension into stun immediately. The second time that Curse wanted to make Xiao pay for going so aggressive.
And things like that are what makes it hard for LMQ. This is why they played a slower game, is they're like, they know a straight-up 5-on-5 with a full engage is a lost fight. And you saw that. Like, even with a 6,000 gold lead for the entire game, they have to go in for one rotation, pull back, and then go when their cooldowns are back up. And that was why it was so hard for them, is Curse was playing safe, Curse was playing behind their turrets. That's why we saw a slower game. Yes, LMQ's aggressive, but they recognize when it's a bad fight. Every single time they've actually died for something, with the one exception getting counter-engaged on, it's been a good fight. 3v5 at Baron was still a good fight. Right? All that kind of stuff works. They identify, well, this one won't, so they have to wait it out.
I like how both teams actually changed their tactics throughout the game.
Yep.
So we have one last clip to pull up for you guys. This is the end game fight, and we want to take another look at how LMQ actually finished this one out.
Yeah. So to set this one back up again, Xiao goes in to blow Voidboy's cooldowns. Then the full team backs up, waits for the intervention to come off, and then goes back in. Also keep in mind at this point, the Mikhail's Crucible from Xpecial is also on cooldown. That's a 2-3 minute cool right there. So it's something that takes a while to get back up. And when LMQ can time these, they know they can actually win a fight.
Also, take a look at the positioning from Xpecial on the outside. Trying to come in for the back here so he can get those priority targets. He wants to, in the best possible scenario, stun Xiao and Vasily. So let's roll through the clip and see how it turns out. They get Voidboy's shield down, and from that point you can see Voidboy walks forward. He's like, hey, this is my biggest tool. We have to engage this fight. We have to fight now. LMQ do exactly as you said. They back out, and then No Name takes the opportunity to kick a very squishy Kale into the rest of the team, and LMQ clean up for the win.
So lack of counter engage for Curse, definitely hurtful there. Unfortunate for them. That didn't quite work out.
It's really hard to pull that off because Curse know that their comp relies on really, really accurate split-second timing windows. Kale ulti and flash Tibbers. They have to coordinate so well if they want to pull off a victory versus this LMQ squad.
Yeah, and think about the fact that their upfront burst not nearly as high, right? Where like LeBlanc could one-shot Jax, the cooldown boots, like attack speed, slightly focused build on Kale is not going to one-shot a Shyvana or a Lee Sin. So the frontline can go make moves and not get burned for it. And you saw that from the knockback.
That was the last thing I wanted to bring up. Against LeBlanc, that gets that fed early. Really, the only defense are Banshee Veils because they're going to block a spell. She's already got spell penetration, so even resistances aren't going to do much for you. See Jax get melted anyway. They weren't able to complete the Banshee Veils in time.
So one thing I want to think about strategically, actually, is if you fight against a Jax, is LeBlanc good enough to kill it? Very little AoE damage, meaning the E's not going to do much. And the fact that Jax builds 2 offensive items, LeBlanc has the damage core before Jax starts building a Banshee. And when we saw, again, Quas had a rough time because of this. This is something I want to keep tracking. Is that kind of a counter pick, like a cross-lane counter pick? Will it work well in fight?
Definitely depends on how the early game starts out, too, because top laners are getting denied a lot of farm nowadays.
Yeah, the 2v0s are hurting top laners. Well, we're just getting warmed up here. We've got more to go. After the break, we'll roll right into our next match, Cloud9 versus Complexity. We'll be back here with more League after this.
Both sides dominate. An intervention stops the rest of that damage. Beautiful hit. Xpecial lands the final flash. And Tibbers that he needed to start this one off. The inhibitor turret goes down. Voidboy, Sonic Wave, and the resonating strike connects. But everybody's backing up, trying to kite the fight. A very nice job so far. Curse looking good here. Going for Voidboy. They still kicking back. He gets taken out immediately. Moore's going to be the bait. The one in the middle. The Zanyas gets hit with a Tibbers. North American LCS Summer Split. We're pulling back the curtain on our next match. Cloud9 versus Complexity. You know these two teams. Cloud9 are coming off a big loss to Dignitas in a 28-minute game. Just to give you an example of how tough it was, Sneaky was the only player to register a kill in the game. He had 2.
At least he had 2 of them. But that Cloud9 team, they're going to take losses very seriously, as they do. And they always come into the next game really fired up and ready to go. In fact, they've only lost 8 games since joining the LCS, and they've never lost 2 games in a row. So especially considering this was supposed to be a one-sided matchup anyway with Cloud9, a perennial top team versus Complexity, the new guys, it's going to be tricky because they're going to take the gloves off this time.
And they're facing a team that have seen their LCS dreams, needless to say, get off to a rough start.
Exactly. I mean, Complexity, where do you start with them? They've been playing to get an early lead by making big and aggressive moves, but in the end, they don't pay dividends, and then they find themselves losing lanes and playing from behind. One bright spot we've seen is Robert X. Lee and Bubba. They're able to break even. They actually beat the LMQ lane, getting a kill onto Moore early on in the game. But maybe with more patience, Complexity can look for those moments of opportunity and capitalize on enemy teams' mistakes and start picking up some wins. But it's going to be a tough season if they continue the way they've started.
And Cloud9 may be the favorite in this matchup, but they know you can never take a team for granted, especially a squad like Complexity who have been fighting for so long to play in the LCS.
I really do think Cloud9 is going to be one of the top teams still.
There's a reason why they didn't have any roster changes. They have a winning formula, so why change it?
Complexity is probably going to be the underdog teams coming into this split.
They've all been on the brink of being an LCS or barely an LCS. I think Probably was in for one split. West Rice has been trying, same with Robert X. Lee, for a really long time. They're going to have a lot of drive and motivation.
The thing about Cloud9 is that even if you're winning in solo lanes, they have this way of playing that they'll always go 100% aggressive.
If there's a play happening on a one-sided map, someone else is making a play at the same time. They're not playing TF every game, but they're putting global pressure just because all of them are pressuring at the exact same time.
They might fall behind maybe 1,000, 1,500 gold in the lane phase, but once that first dragon comes out and they beat you in a team fight because they were ready for it, they're just going to snowball leads off that.
If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile for sure.
I feel like a lot of teams are going to underestimate them and get punished for it, and that's a mistake we're not going to do.
Well, if there's any time for Cloud9 to be taken down, they're most vulnerable right now.
Yeah, I mean, they do have that High coming off an injury. They looked very weak yesterday against Dignitas. Dignitas, of course, has looked very strong as well, so we're still not entirely sure where to rank these teams, but we do know Cloud9 is probably going to finish around the top.
And we do know they are coming up right now. So let's check out the starting lineups with the blue side, where we have Cloud9. Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High in the mid lane, Sneaky at 80 carry, and as usual behind him, Lemonation on support.
Yep, and that red side is going to be Complexity. West Rice in the top lane, Broken Shard at the jungle, Prawley in mid lane, Robert X. Lee playing with his hands on 80 carry, and Bubba on support.
Got to warm him up. 80 carry hands.
Absolutely.
You know, Alltech was playing. He knew the thing.
Clicking roll.
Yeah.
Click CS back.
Lots of clicks. Absolutely. I didn't know that. Like how fast you'd wear through a mouse. If it's faster being an 80 carry or a mid laner or a jungler.
I tried looking this up the other day, and I don't remember the results. It was like, mice are rated for like 1 or 2 million clicks, and then they start deteriorating. So pro League of Legends 80 carries can't keep a mouse forever.
You know you can't. That's a lot of clicks, too. We'll see how many more they put on, how many miles they put on their mouse this game as they go for it. We heard that Cloud9 able to take those miles quite easily, and Complexity is going to try to shut that down. Probably, he really gets a lot of respect on that Ziggs. It's well respected.
Yeah. He did get to play it once. Was not victorious on it, and this is a really tough matchup for Complexity. Cloud9 so organized in picks and bans. They hesitated a little bit in their play yesterday, but they never seem to hesitate in picks and bans, especially once the ban phase is done. Expect really quick lock-ins.
Probably and High on your screen, about to go head-to-head. Probably actually a very good mechanical player. I like his very boisterous and jovial play. He always likes to have a good time when he plays, tries to make plays by himself. High is the one to kind of sit back, farm, let the team build up around him. Like they said, Cloud9 may lose the lanes, but they'll go 100% outside of that.
Well, oftentimes, High will burn his Ignite very early in lane just to try and pressure so Meteos can make big plays. And even though it doesn't show in the CS, he commits a lot of pressure onto the enemy team more so than anything else. You don't see him sitting at his turret farming. Hardly ever.
Slow rolling through the bans right now, making sure they get everything they want. You can see at the end of the table, the books Actually, Broken Shard's got paper too, and then Lemon Nation Notebook on the left side. Last ban here for Complexity. This is going to be a big one for them, and that's the Twitch for Sneaky.
Yeah,
So they
Cloud9
actually
would have
focused 80
that.
carries. Yep.
It's another thing though. First pick though is Soraka. High brought Soraka into the North American competitive scene. This might actually be his last chance to play it. Heavy nerfs hitting Soraka mid in the 4.8 patch. We of course are on 4.7 right now. Only picked in 3 games because it's been banned 8 times so far this split. Yet to lose.
Erickson brought that out as well yesterday. A lot of people have been resorting to that one. It just creates such trouble for the other team in late game fights. And to realize how much Star Call actually does. Kind of forget. There's so many things happening in the fight. She's such a good pick. See what Medios and High have for themselves. Cloud9, not usually a team to go ahead and blind pick too many things. But they start off with a mid this time. So they're feeling pretty sure.
They're always sure about that Soraka pick.
Yep.
They just had to do. You can see Siobhan has actually been 100% pick banned so far in the North American LCS and won 8 out of 9 games. Obviously, when you have this low of a sample size,
right?
You got to keep that in mind. But that's a good sign for Complexity, right? They're 0-3, locking down Shyvana and Lucian.
And they get out. They get Robert
very
Exley
high priority champions
on Lucian. 80 carry that has been sought out for a lot of the summer split, and he has himself had quite good games. Him and Bubba Dub have come up with first blood in the bottom lane. It's just rounding out the rest of the game for Complexity and keeping that momentum going is where they're starting to falter. Medios loving that Kha'Zix pick up, and Lemonation's going to take down Morgana as well. Love that towards the end of the spring split.
Surprising they didn't go with the Morgana Elise support jungle pick combination, but with Soraka, they're more looking for team fights. Soraka gets people low. They need the Kha'Zix to be able to clean up at the end of the team fights. Medios should be very capable of doing such a thing.
Probably going for Orianna. Very cool. Going to get some ball movement mechanics going in on this one. It looks like Broken Shard will take Elise. Something he fares on quite well. He's been playing a little bit of Lee Sin and getting himself into trouble in initiations. You can do the same thing with Repels. Got to be careful. Covering all that ground. Got to make sure your team can catch up as well.
Make sure people can follow.
And the Corki pick up. I like
that.
seeing this as well.
I like that especially with Soraka because Corki does a large amount of magic damage and also large amounts of AoE, which will synergize very well with the Star Call and the magic resist shred that Soraka brings.
Just pumping full of mana.
Absolutely, that too.
Looking for the support, Bubba Dub. He plays not offhand supports, but not the ones you're going to see every support in the LCS playing.
That guy.
Yeah, indeed, and it is up. Lulu finds her way through the pick and ban phase. Maybe pick here.
Thresh is available though. Would be the most common support pick. But is it a Bubba Dub support pick?
Definitely gets his Zyra play in there. Wouldn't really need that one though. Thumbs up to the mustache again. Gotta say it. Bubba Dub. Lock it in the Thresh. The plays to hopefully come. The Wife Steal lane going down there for Robert Exley and Bubba Dub. So very nicely done for Complexity to round out a team with protection. They get shields going in. They got a few dive buddies. We're going to have to see what they can do because Cloud9 is looking for you to dive in. That's what they want.
The thing is, I can't find much fault in Complexity's team composition. They have a lot of nice stuff going on there.
Yeah.
Everyone on pretty comfortable champions. But the problem is they gave Cloud9 exactly what they wanted. Sneaky has had great games on Corki, even though that was the Corki karma. But they synergize it with the Soraka to keep people in team fights and the Trundle pillars.
Right.
It fits Cloud9. They should be strong enough in lanes, but they should be devastating in team fights where they excel.
And we'll see as the teams load onto the Rift. Here's how you've been voting over at LOLesports.com. 93% of you think that Cloud9 will be taking the win. You can continue to vote over at Twitter. Send your picks to @LOLesports. Use the hashtag C9win or COLwin.
Yeah, and this is the game that we kind of expect Cloud9 to really turn it around, and if they don't, it would be a sign of bad things to come. Or this would be a tremendous momentum game for Complexity, because even with Cloud9 falling to Dignitas yesterday, they are still the team that everyone always gets up for. They're the defending champs. Everyone wants to take down Cloud9. And there honestly seems to be giant celebrations on social media every time Cloud9 does fall, because a team that wins that much, sometimes people like to see them lose.
You got to get the other end of it, because it makes you want the win then. You have something to want for. But looking at the bans that Complexity did, it looks like they tried to hit out the entire team from top to bottom. They got a Jax, a Kassadin, and a Twitch. There were 2 mid bans coming in from Complexities, or I'm sorry, from C9 side to make sure they hit at least one strong link, and that was Prolly.
Yeah.
To ban out one champion across the board against Cloud9, like you said, I think it leaves them with too much of what they want.
Their champion pools are pretty deep across the board. They took out the tier 1 from a lot of their positions, but honestly, they missed the Morgana. That's what Lemon's going to take every time. And the Trundle as well for Balls is something he relies upon to dominate.
All right, we're going to be hopping into game 2 here. Complexity versus Cloud9. We are on to the Rift. Your third day of Super Week, very much underway. Let's see where they go from here. We do have the ward in the hands of Broken Shard as usual. And a quick sell buy, actually, as a change by Westrice. He decides to go for Doran's shield and a potion.
More defensive strategy against Trundle, or for a lane swap.
Right.
Could be something.
Welcome everyone to Summoner's Rift. You're welcome.
Today we'll be playing Cloud9 versus Complexity. Did you know that 4 teams in the LCS names start with the letter C?
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, very interesting. And I'm going to say no, I didn't.
TSM is last place if you rank the teams by alphabetical order. Yeah.
Are these your, like, right before I fall asleep thoughts?
Thinking about too much League.
League all the time. Let's see what we have. A few wards being cleared out. Safe play coming from both sides as there is a 20% waiver going back and forth on that. And it's still moving. Complexity fans coming out of the woodwork here and giving themselves a little bit more love.
Yeah, we very rarely see the Twitter vote reach the same levels as the pregame vote. Much more hope right before the game for underdog teams.
That tense moment. Lots of things
Maybe they're going to get a level 1 catch, get 3 kills, and turn the game around.
It's such weird movement. They're not really ready to go for anything. Are we going to get a lane matchup? And we will. Balls will be heading to the top lane. They will try to invade on that blue, so we're going to have to get Meteos moving in with the help of probably Bubbed Up in just a few seconds.
Standard lanes, though. Pretty exciting stuff. Balls are going to see this one, but I wonder how much harassment he's actually going to put down. The blue's basically gone. He's going to try and slow down their path to lane.
Very nice job by High. Probably not really being able to turn around because of the minion damage. Look at Balls here. 2v1 situation. Knows what he can deal with.
Think of the time he was limits as well.
Yep.
Getting Westrice so low, he's actually backing to base. He's going to end up burning that teleport real early. Balls burned his teleport as well, though, so he's just equalizing it out. Slowed down Broken Shard and also provided a lot of safe vision for High, who loves to shove up as quickly as possible on Soraka before he goes back to base to buy his wards.
Boom. You mean like that?
Just like that. Go buy 2 wards, put 1 on each side. That's the way he plays Soraka.
And as Broken Shard said, they apply pressure everywhere. If something's happening somewhere, it's happening somewhere else. And for Meteos to do this by himself, they got to apply a good amount of pressure in the bottom lane. And Balls still in the face of Westrice.
Yeah, real nice stuff by them right there. We'll see how much the Corki harassment actually does. Sneaky, really strong Corki player in lane. Wonder if Bubdub's going to be able to land the hooks through the black shields of Lemonation.
Robert Exley and Bubdub, as I said, they were having quite good faring in these fights. And like I said, a very strong lane that they have coming in here. Will they be able to get first blood once again? Knight is down, and it looks like they're down to a 300 combined HP, just under now, that auto attack from Lemon.
Robert Exley did save his heal, so overall Complexity feels like they went out on that trade. They're just very low, and if they got aggressive again, Meteos would be waiting in the wings. Broken Shard, though, is 1 step ahead of the game. Meteos got to be careful not to dive.
Be careful, very low HP. I don't think anything's really going to come of this. Meteos is sticking around. Yeah, they get the lantern out. The flame before the hook. The cocoon misses too, but they get Meteos. The double bust could go over to Robert Exley. That is huge for an 80 carry. A second kill to come in. Absolutely for Robert Exley. A third kill to come in. Lemon Nation's going to pick up a retribution kill there, but the kill is there. And Robert Exley is 3-0 with double bust at 4 minutes.
Wow, Riv. A 4-minute triple kill for the 80 carry. That was basically just a dangerous situation that Meteos opted into, very unlike Cloud9. They got out-harassed in lane, and instead of playing it safe and knowing they'd have better team play, pressed to kind of beat Complexity in lane. That's a bit of disrespect towards them, and it's absolutely cost because they executed that move just right, even giving up a kill, just because it would mean a third for Robert Exley. BF sword at 4 minutes.
Early game coordination, huge coming in. High looking to prove a little bit aggression. He has no mana here. He's not looking at heal or flash. No movement speed. The repel has not been used by Broken Shard. He can get the Q. He can get back in range. This should be another kill coming in. No! Broken Shard, no! No! No, he goes in! He could go down! You did not want to give him the kill! Meteos just came back.
He can't make it.
Holy macaroni. What in the world?
Well then, yet another kill for Complexity. And a sly smile on Broken Shard's face because he knows he messed that one up a little bit. Ended up having to burn his flash unnecessarily and take a whole heap load of damage, but they still get the kill onto High. That's a kill on everybody except for Ball. So they're even maximizing the bounty gold right there. Roberto X Lee stayed aggressive.
Walking away from the explosion a little too early. 4-4 here. Look at this pressure. They are beautifully using those double buffs, not just using it to farm and say, yeah, we have the lane. They're consistently trying to zone out Cloud9.
They need to use it to deny farm, though. They have such a heavy AD advantage here, and they honestly don't want to shove in the lane. They accidentally do it when they use piercing lights like that on Lucian as they're trying to harass. Because Cloud9 can CS just fine if they're under their turret. It's the danger that becomes when they push up in lane. So that's why you can see trying to harass that Tormented Soil, but not putting it out of the minions, because Cloud9 doesn't actually want to shove this one, being down a BF sorted lane.
So far, Complexity really clicking in this game. Not something we've seen him do, at least to this extent at the beginning. We were saying Robert and Bubba able to put a lot of pressure on. High, got to keep himself safe.
And Complexity's strength yesterday, Rip, was Robert X and Bubba. This game, they really used that to their advantage. They knew that they were going to be a little bit ahead early game. Broken Shard going down to the bottom lane and really capitalizing on that. Now it will be about whether they can transition Robert into late game. Bubba, though, finds a friend.
This is some, whoa, very nice dodge out there. Bubba safe. He knows he can throw it back for a little extra damage. They might not have taken the full ride with all three there, but they do have Broken Shard already on the move. This will just be for safety.
Continuing the pressure. 1.2 thousand is the gold lead. Lanes are going fairly well for Complexity. Cloud9 trying to just kind of hold steady right now until their tremendous teamfight composition can take into effect. High as well when he hits level 6 will make it much more difficult for lanes to close. Everyone talks about how great of a team fighter Soraka is. We forget she has a global heal or an ultimate. Really has a large impact on the rest of the game.
Especially with Complexity. A lot of champions that can bring themselves to the enemy. They're not going to be in range for that heal in the first place. So the wish will be very nice. Complexity will have to spread these fights, especially with the Soul Shackle, with a lot of the AoE that High will be doing. So far, the laning phase going very well. And Sneaky and Lemonation, these are two guys that have been together. They weren't, you know, part of the hiatus of Cloud9. That was just the mid lane. So right now, Complexity doing what they need to shut down that duo.
Yeah, you can see the passiveness is really heavily in Cloud9 right now. They're hoping to stay shoved in. They're giving up almost all the CS they can. There's no way they can harass CS out of Robert. And they're just hoping to get as many last hits as they can in a turn without taking harass. Doing a pretty good job.
Forced phosphorus aggression pretty much from Sneaky. Dark Bindings can't be hit as they just play the lane so well. So let's take a look at really the effect Broken Shard having on this game. A counter gank coming in to the bottom the first time. Now going to Dragon to help the team solidify it at 8:30. Complexity has always been known as a team to do it early. Really the call from Loudon Mortis, but they keep it true.
They're a team that actually has had really good, strong early game strategies, especially in the challenger scene, which is why it's surprising that they've fallen behind so quickly in all these LCS games. Their aggressive tactics and well thought out early game strategies just weren't working against the LCS teams. But this time, because they got that early game triple kill onto their bottom lane, Broken Shard uses that advantage to go and pull themselves a dragon. It was just well timed. Probably had High going back to base. There was no realistic way of Cloud9 contesting that one.
Make sure to keep tweeting for your favorites. Hashtag C9 win, hashtag Cole win. Right now, C9 trying to put up some good defense. Not a lot of people thought that would be the first step to this game. Cloud9 really loves to come off of losses, just dominating their opponent, trying to find momentum out the gate.
Yeah, and remember, Cloud9 has never lost 2 games in a row in the LCS. They always bounce back. Actually undefeated in the playoffs as well. They just don't lose very often. If Complexity could pick up their first LCS win against Cloud9, that would be amazing.
Very nice. The slow goes on, and Bubba is there. Great roam coming in.
Where'd he come from? Just putting more support up to Westrice. Maybe trying to just counter that really known Cloud9 top lane gank once Balls is level 7 or 8. That's probably Cloud9 being far too predictable at this point. It happens pretty much every game.
Yeah.
And knowing that they have a Bloodthirster down bottom lane, Robert Exley can kind of fend for himself. Bubba trying to make plays elsewhere and doing well. Saved top lane a little bit, helped him with the shield, and also helps his push mid.
Very nice job. It looks like they're going to be able to open up the map. Now, Robert Exley getting a little too crazy in the bottom lane. He just gets out of the range. Soul Shackle Danger gets stunned, but they're not able to follow up on it. So 10.5 minutes in, a good mid take, and Robert keeps 2 occupied in the bottom lane by himself.
Goes to show you, even with the Bloodthirsty, you can't exactly 2v1. Especially against...
He can with Flash and Heal. He'll be all right.
Yeah, he burned a lot there. Unfortunate, but it did give Complexity the mid lane turret, which should open up the map for Broken Shard. It's on them now to start making the advantage, because Robert lost a little bit of it right there.
Really great play from Prolly, leveling the Q quite a bit to keep the ball movement up and give as much damage as these star calls are if you can keep zoning out high. It's been working, 97 to 73.
It's actually a matchup that's considered a counter by some having Orianna against Soraka, at least for shutting down her ability to shove the lane. You just leave the ball out. Don't let it come back. We got a lot of faithful people on Twitter right now, 47% for Complexity. But honestly, 2,000 gold lead 11 minutes in. This could be a legitimate upset if they continue.
You got to remember when Cloud9 lost their games as well. It's when they lost footing in the early game against any team, XDG, Dignitas, whoever they lost to, it was within the first 4, 5, 10 minutes.
You can't do much worse than giving a triple kill at 4 minutes to a Lucian enemy AD carry who has been the highest performing member of the team as well thus far in the LCS season. Prolly as well. Pretty big lane advantage over High.
Yeah, he does.
High had a really rough game against Shifter as well. Definitely having a few issues coming back after his hiatus.
Been something that the team has to really deal with. You're playing with somebody else as well. You're not going to really attune to that person's skill. They know what High's going to do when they come back. It's just like somebody in the band. You know what they're going to be playing.
Band's back together.
But it's different. It doesn't feel the same. They look the same. It's just not the same result.
It takes a while to get used to it once
it
comes back into the game. Still 2,200 gold lead, never losing 2 games in a row. What a fight in the top lane.
Oh, 300 to 1 home! Yeah, he did. That was awesome.
Come on, Westrice. That can't happen if they want to make an upset in this game. Losing a straight 1v1 in the top lane while burning Flash is disaster for them, but they're trying to make plays in the jungle.
Meteos comes in. Oh, the repel! Broken Shard still has to go down, but he dodges out a good bit of damage.
Oh, no.
That could be Prolly getting himself into a sticky situation. Broken Shard gives himself a scratch on the head, and Prolly, he kind of shrugs. They knew it was not a bad or a good situation.
Just like that, a Morgana roam actually through the jungle shuts down some big pressure. Probably with a few things to say, as we can see in the cam there. About that. Kind of just like that, they're starting to lose control. Your teleport coming in for Balls.
Beautiful job. Here's the inch. They're trying to take a mile. But Robert actually and Bubba they got the express ride.
That's fantastic, actually, because Westrice gets some free farm in the top lane. But let's take another look at this one. High is kind of baiting that one out, honestly. Broken Shard gets jumped on by Meteos, and nothing to repel back onto. Nice roam by Lemon Nation. It's actually really bad that Broken Shard dodged that binding because it ended up getting Prolly killed as well. And a double kill for Kha'Zix is danger.
The ward, that pink ward right behind red, that's what got him killed, and it actually still stands. Complexity is not able to move in and take that out yet. So Cloud9 with the defensive wards are able to make an offensive move. A little scary there for Balls to get hooked by Bubba, but they're not able to get anything else out of it. 50 on Dragon. It's going to be pretty fun for both teams.
This could be the decider for a lot of this, because Complexity's early game advantage has mostly been forfeit. Those nice plays by Cloud9. There's no jump reset on Meteos yet, so he can't really clean up these fights. High doesn't even have his Athene, so he can't stay in a fight for too long.
Great ping.
Complexity could focus down High in a Dragon fight. If it happens, it would be beneficial. Or even if it happens, you can see Complexity's going to try and bully this one a little bit.
Fantastic ward coverage.
Yeah, with all the ward control and controlling the Thresh, they may be able to make an uncontested Dragon. There's a chance Cloud9 sees it as too high risk of a lose. That's why Balls is running back up towards the top lane. Looks like Complexity actually gets this Dragon. Now it's all about if they can stop a turret from falling on the other side. Broken Shard should just start up on his own.
Yeah, they go for blue. They're going to keep it. So Cloud9 knows. Going to have to give a little bit up on this one. And Complexity is going to come up with their second Dragon of the game, taking that first one around 8 minutes. And they have it set to take it exactly as it spawns. Great ward coverage for Complexity means the map coverage is there for them as well. We'll see how fast they can get up here, because Meteos and Balls are kind of playing right now in the mind of Westrice.
Yeah, Westrice got to be careful not to get on tilt here. Meteos up there to see him means they get the turret. They just planned that one. Able to trade the Dragon successfully for a turret, looks like.
Should get a shot down here. Broken Shard, Robert, and Bubba Dub aren't going to leave until they get a little bit of gold for themselves. So it's the trade back and forth. Complexity is, I wouldn't even say answering. They're ahead. It's C9 that's answering.
Well, Complexity going to see how long they can keep this push going. Cloud9 actually trying to deny a lot of minions in the top lane. They're going to be using Balls as the fulcrum of power up here, as they usually do. If he gets far enough ahead, he's going to be that big, immovable object in a team fight. Actually gets all of the gold, the local gold for that turret, not sharing with Meteos. Going to want to power him up.
Nobody too big just yet. Probably finishing the Athene's Unholy Grail at 149. We know how to not have the highest farm or not worry about getting all the farm in the world. But still a pretty good lead there. And Orianna makes an impact in those late game team fights.
Still no Athene's Unholy Grail completed for high.
Right.
Way behind the item curve because of that gank that he got hit early. And he puts a lot of money into vision control as well, which hasn't actually kept him safe this game. Putting him a good chunk behind Brawl. He needs his items. Cloud9 wants to be able to win team fights.
So I wonder how much, Complexity can take into consideration the game of Dig versus Cloud9. How much can they watch? What were the weaknesses? Are they able to take control of that? Oh, I don't know. Right now the weaknesses are finding Cloud9 split. Meteos thinks he's safe in the jungle, but continued ward coverage and pressure from Complexity here, giving him the upper hand.
Yeah. They're a little bit slow in getting the vision control down because you can see the jungle is taken. The red is already gone. So they don't gain much of that outside of a little bit of safety if they want to push in the bottom lane. But the bottom lane isn't necessarily pushing it. They are doing they have the right ideas. Their execution is just a little slow right now. Smite that away though, that was nice.
Trying to keep them at bay, really giving them everything to think about and try to put them on tilt here. Complexity playing very well with about a 2,000 gold lead. 2 more turrets down as well. So they got the map pressure in their favor. It's all about getting the forward wards, which they are not shy about doing. Wards past Golem already down by Sneaky in the bottom lane.
Complexity trying to play their hearts out right here, but they got to be careful not to overcommit. It's not like High can catch someone out of position and burst him down. He needs team fights and setup time. So tense right here for Complexity. 91% of the fan vote before the game was saying Cloud9 was going to win.
But there's that hope. They just saw Cloud9 go down, and they're hoping they can keep them on that pressure. Complexity coming into this. They've felt LCS before. Now being back in, they do not want to be relegated again. So they're playing as hard as they can. This is very different from them as well. They've been down in the bottom jungle trying to make something happen while staying safe, which I give them credit for because usually Cloud9 would have closed this already in that jungle and pushed them out.
Well, how well can they hold off this turret with 2 against 4 because they're not really giving any added help to them. Missiles can only clear so much. Another turret goes down for Complexity. Nice push if they can rotate mid and stop this push by Kazakhstan Soraka.
There's the ping coming in. They definitely have to get out of there right now. Westrice, he's going to try to keep him in as much as possible. No red buff there for him. So it's just going to be the walk and talk between these two. Doing what he can. The shield's going to be there for the Lantern in just a second. But it's the heal coming in. The Wish was weighted at the perfect time. And it's going to be Vision from the Lantern as well with the ward there.
Summoner heal by Robert X. Lee to save Westrice right there. A great bait. Now they're trying to push down mid. All the while, remember, Balls is beasting at that top turret. Westrice trying to TP in.
Unfortunately, you don't make the turret invulnerable. That still goes down. Westrice, he's getting chomped out. That means he's getting reduced as well. The shockwave just missing, but he gets some good gold out of it in the farm. And Balls is going very hard right now.
Can't finish that.
Oh, ring around the turret. Very nicely played by Westrice, and this is going to be crazy.
Oh, what?
Balls is trying to teleport out. Can't do it in time.
What hatch happened with Balls' brain right there. He needed to keep running away. He just let Westrice kill him right there. Westrice gets some revenge for that kill, and it means everyone on Cloud9 is just out of sorts right now.
Yeah.
3,000 gold lead for Complexity.
Definitely not on track right now in the mind game. Cloud9 is trying to recuperate from what's happening. See the fight going on.
I mean,
Blade
this
of the
fight
Rune
went on for a
King's
while.
used. It seems like
Westrice teleported in a very dangerous situation. He could not have saved the turret, and that was honestly a mistake for a flash start. And then he does ring around the rosy pretty well right here. He's played that game before. And at that point, Balls, I don't know why he decides to teleport. He thought, okay, I get it. Westrice was chasing out. He would have killed him anyway. Therefore, Balls tried to teleport. It was the smart move by Balls to try and get away. Westrice just followed because Balls had lost the duel by that point.
just kind of knowing when you're dead. Valiant, if you think about it.
Trying to make the great escape. The turret dive went on for too long, and Westrice would have chased him down because he had the health advantage.
Still a shocker coming in for most. Complexity really turning the table on this one. Only 20 minutes in, though. They've gained a lot more ground than most teams have on Cloud9 in that 20 minutes. They've been able to solidify a few dragons to themselves. Another one is alive, and they are 3 steps ahead of the game, already on it.
Yeah, 3,000 gold lead. Level 12, though, high with the Giant's belt. I wonder if they try and contest this. Dragon's going down real fast. They can't get in position.
Dark Binding, but where's the follow-up? They got a lot of gap closers over the wall, but nobody is there to gap close. Complexity is kind of pushing Cloud9 around right now.
Yeah, one thing about having a Soraka on your team, if you're not strong enough to just walk through people in team fights,
right,
you can't really force them. The initiation from Cloud9 is not the strongest unless they're willing to fully commit. And being down this much, one fully committed lost team fight would most likely be a lost game.
Yeah, speaking of highest build, if we remember just back to what Bjergsen was building the other day, he kind of recipeed armor, magic resistance, everything together before he was even creating items. And was really, like you said, able to walk through the fight. But so choked up, trying to go for Rylai's now to facilitate more team fight. High, struggling with that gold.
It is the standard Soraka build that's just pretty far behind. Once they get the Rylai's and they could get a little bit of an edge in a fight, the Rylai's will keep people interested. It is also really good for self-peel because the silence would slow for 35%. It's just not the case right now because he is so starved, mainly in team gold. His CS is okay, 180 CS at 22 minutes. It's not the level of Prawley, but that's because of the death. It's really just no objectives.
Nice repels coming from Broken Shard, dodging out a little bit of damage. Hasn't been the first this game. Complexity a little low on wards. They do have enough out to keep themselves safe right now.
Probably wants to get a shockwave from the flank. Gets warded out though.
22 minutes, still have that mid turret up and their bottom turret.
Oh man.
Coming in, Westrice is there. Looks like they may be able to start this. The Culling's gonna start hitting very nicely. A 3-person command shockwave. Westrice right in the middle. Bubba out of the fight with a sliver of health. It looks like Meteos and the team are microing this one perfectly and then focusing what they need to. Going for the turret now, they may go for an extra kill, but the Lantern save coming in big, and that's the Cloud9 fight.
Big fight there. It was a not all-in initiation by Complexity. They didn't all go in together, which means Soraka got time to work. She had a lot of star calls. It meant Meteos had time to go in for a reset. That's exactly what the Cloud9 composition was built to do. It's just harder to do when they're down so far. They kind of evened the game out with that fight.
They said, even if Cloud9 is behind, they go 100%. The vision on having that teleport come in too, they kind of prep the entire fight like you were saying.
Yeah, watch this one again. Nice start, it seemed like, but Bubba took so much damage. This fight is basically just starting now. And 2 people on Complexity are almost dead. The fact that Westrice went in at the moment he did with Prawley was nice, but that's how they needed to start the fight, with the first cocoon landing. That doesn't happen, it means the rest of Cloud9 falls down. Meteos gets 1 kill in and out. The sustained damage from Sneaky, all the magic damage on the shredded targets is even more effective. They clean house.
That wish basically negated all the damage that Shockwave did to those 3 members in the middle of the fight. Seeing that damage happen, you don't expect all the health to come back. You're already committed to a fight, so you're 2 steps too far in. Complexity finds themselves on the ground for a few minutes. Now back onto the Rift. 6-6 is this game, 1,000 gold apart, 5-5 in turrets. They were able to pick up quite a few there, an inhibitor being one of them. It's 3 straight down the mid lane.
Complexity's going to have to find a way through Trundle as well. Almost a Randuin's Omen completed on 2 balls. And with the way they need to kind of commit onto the Soraka team, it's very difficult for Robert to help out. He's 2,000 gold ahead of Sneaky, but he's got to shoot through balls before he can do anything. So it's almost like Complexity needs to CC lock balls before the fight, find a way of killing him, and then commit. It's a real tricky puzzle Complexity has to solve if they want to get the upset victory over Cloud9.
Upset victory indeed. It's really been only an uphill battle here for Cloud9 coming in. We see such amplified teams with these rosters that have been built. This would be great momentum for them. Even seeing this game happen, really giving a lot of the Cloud9 fans hope for the season.
Yeah, or Complexity fans hope for the season. Cloud9 fans are sweating a little bit right now because they want to beat Complexity down with ease, but that's just not happening right now. The early triple kill from Robert definitely set Cloud9 back, and now it's a matter of clawing their way back from behind. Complexity, for their confidence, would need to win this game. But even with the start, beating the two-time defending North American champions who have never lost 2 games in a row in the LCS is a rather tall task. Even coming this far is an accomplishment in itself.
And the goal is basically even as they tie it up 25 minutes into the game. Gonna get the red buff over to Sneaky, try and facilitate some more slow on these fights with that damage. Cloud9 doing everything they can, put everything in their favor.
It's actually really interesting. They're trying to get Lemon Nation level 11. That's why Sneaky waited for Lemon Nation to get into experience range at the red buff. Having his second rank in his Soul Shackles is very critical, and they just hit it there. They're prepping that, potentially, for the next Dragon fight.
Something that Bub Dub may be waiting on as well. He's actually quite close to the 90% mark of leveling up. He's saying, come do wraiths with me, do something. I need to get this. Cloud9 formulating in mid. High is going to go ahead and farm up a little bit more gold. He knows he is behind. Usually High would be with the team right now, trying to farm it up, but you can see him reactively playing to what was the case of the early game, him being behind. 30 seconds on Dragon. There's a lot of pings going down as they start to boogie that way.
Gold is dead even as well, Riv. I wonder if Complexity even wants to commit fully on a Dragon fight, because at this point, Cloud9 has a much better team fight composition. Complexity would almost need to get picks, which they're going for now. Trundle not in the fight, teleporting in though.
High in a real bad spot. He's forced to wish right away for only himself. A lot of HP that could have been used. Balls is in, the shockwave hits High. Culling is going back, and it's kind of spread out between 2 members. Complexity's not finding a lot of damage, but neither's Cloud9. Little half health on both sides. Good damage both ways.
3 ultimates burned on Cloud9 size. Meteos, Balls, and High do not have them. Probably burn Shockwave. And honestly, 3 ultimates burned on Complexity side as well. But the stronger teamfight composition who took less damage gets the Dragon as reward. And now they need to rotate mid and maybe even find a fight if they close in behind Complexity.
Good gold on that Dragon. Not at max yet, but it's enough for Cloud9 to keep it in the lead. Nice stop onto High. This should be an inhibitor turret, but Cloud9's moving in very fast. This is the 100% aggression that Broken Shard was talking about. Once Cloud9 knows they can, they will continue to put the pedal to the metal.
Yep, that mid lane turret will regenerate if Complexity doesn't make a quick return. They were thinking about it, but they have an exposed inhibitor they have to get back for, and that is directly where Cloud9 is heading.
Cloud9 going coast to coast. See if they can get just the reaction out of Complexity here. You see most of the team is peeled off. You're gonna get some wards starting to set up. Whoa!
High dead.
Clicking a little too far in here. Definitely a mistake by Cloud9. See how Complexity reacts.
What's gonna happen? Sneaky goes down as well. This could be Baron.
Wow, huge plays coming in. Complexity's gonna move down the mid lane, but this wave and possibly Baron is all they want. The inhibitor turret is live, and it looks like they are gonna try to go straight for it. Gotta be very careful. The zoning potential that a Morgana could have coming in on them. I don't know if Lemon Nation would try to, though.
Too much of the damage is dead for Cloud9 as well. The Soraka Corki synergy is gone. They decide to go for an inhibitor. They might even get the Baron after that one. A complete missed call by Cloud9. Big miscommunication. I think High thought he had backup when he very clearly did not. Yeah.
An interesting form of miscommunication, something I don't think we've really seen before. The team entirely split 29 minutes into the game, and Complexity will move on that error immediately.
Really sloppy play from Cloud9 here. And Complexity is capitalizing quite well. I mean, coming into the season, I think a lot of us underestimated how difficult it was going to be for Cloud9 to switch back and forth with primary shot callers. And even just for High, from a mechanical and game sense perspective,
being away from the game and then coming back to immediately playing on the NALCS level is not easy. It's going to take some time for Cloud9 to ramp back up to 100%. Clearly, they are not there right now.
Compare some of what we're seeing right now. 242 to 260. Probably doing a great job in the mid lane of keeping that 274 to 220, the previous number of the 80 carries. Robert X. Lee has been able to hold a 5-0-1 game on that Lucian. Really able to play it smart. Great save onto Broken Shard. There's not much they could have done to get him down. Complexity is just biding their time right now. They know they have a bit of a lead, but they also know that they can't pressure to lose it. They got to do the right things, and only the right things.
Complexity needs to pressure this Baron with the use of their super minions. At the moment, they're pressuring bot lane, hoping to apply pressure in multiple lanes, but Cloud9 has a strong enough front they can clear these minions. They might actually get a fight because they cleared them anyways. Shockwave on one, this is bad.
Bubba gets hit. Meteo's jumping over the wall, trying to get in. Bubba could go down. There's the wish to come out. A little bit of a summoner heal as well. And it looks turning. Wow. Ball's turning around. Now focused on Robert X. Lee. They're kind of chaotic in this one. Sneaky, Meteos, and Lemon backline very low. Sneaky eating the culling. Westrice staying alive, and the micromanagement of their HP bars on Cloud9 pulling that fight ahead.
Yeah, that was Cloud9 fighting in exactly the right place. With the super minions, having an extended team fight would generally mean Nexus turns, but they fought right in the mid lane, was exactly where they needed to go. Then the Shockwave only landed on one, and Complexity shouldn't have actually wanted the fight at this exact moment. They fought them heads up 5v5 without a clean, hard engage, which is really the only way Cloud9 wins a fight. You can see the power of Soraka Starcall cutting down, the chase potential of balls, a great pillar to trap Westrice right against the wall, and it just locked up a kill for Cloud9. Great team fighting. That's something Cloud9 will always be able to do, whether they're rushing or not.
To 50K.
Again, honestly though, when you have an inhibitor down, the other team needs to commit resources to clearing that wave. If you fight them in the middle lane, you let the enemy team kill two birds with one stone. Complexity need to either fight at the Baron pit or in a lane somewhere else so that there's resources for Cloud9 being traded. The fact that they fought them as they were clearing the mid lane minions meant Cloud9 did not have to move at all and could easily control the wave while fending off Complexity.
Cloud9 having a few options here, as you said, with these fights going in their favor. I'm sure they feel strong about Baron. But with that tension also up, once it's down, they have the bottom turret as well to be messing with that hard-to-guard outside second tier. So from Cloud9, they can kind of take a breath for a moment. High does have the Rylai's, a little more facilitated in the fight with a continuous engage. And we also has Twin Shadows coming out from Lemon Nation as well. So a lot of where is Complexity.
And now there's a teleport discrepancy on the top laners as well. Westrice is down here without teleport, and Balls is just going to push that top lane. Cloud9 can very easily try to go for this one. Complexity having to force the Baron. Cloud9, they're going to end up giving up. That's not the best timing. I thought for sure that they were going to play a poke and prod game at that Baron pit to let Balls have time to work, but the Baron just went over to them.
Whoa, very nicely done, Meteos! Getting locked up there for a second. He's going to try to get himself out of this. He's forced to ult once again. High goes into the middle of the fight. He's down. Baron's grabbed, and C9 stays for the fight.
And now they're pushing up the mid lane. They have to remember they have an exposed inhibitor as well. They're maybe trying to stop the minions from coming through. This is a crazy call by Cloud9. They actually seem out of sorts. Some of them pushing, some of them recalling. Complexity is together as 5.
We got crazy attack speed coming out of Trundle on that, but it is going to be 4 members of the team. He can't even get that his Contaminate down to really get the speed.
Complexity might try to end the game. They don't have minions there, though, so they're trying as best they can to finish off those minions. Watch the other side.
One Nexus turret going down. They're still going to try to push themselves through. This is Sneaky being up. Sneaky does have some damage. He has finished a bit of it, and it's Bubba eating all of it on the back end. 3 members of Complexity quite hurt as they make their way out of the base. Balls does get the inhibitor, but Complexity a Nexus turret up now on Cloud9.
High about to respawn, and Balls actually coming in from the other side with Shockwave down.
Stop
Cloud9 might just continue to chase. There's Trundle!
Trundle, oh my god, Balls from the other side. They pull him right into the fight. Can he get another chomp down? Subjugate has already been used. He is going to stick onto Prolly. The pillar could be coming up soon. The burn is not going to kill down Broken Shard. The double kill there, however, Meteos with no mana throws on the ultimate. There's the shot, and it just misses Broken Shard. Got the spiders behind him. He should stay safe, but C9 is in the base.
And now they use the Spooky Ghost to try and get even more. Did they push too far? They have 2 members of Complexity down, 5 people in the base. Let's see if Cloud9's chance of ending it works out. They're out of resources, though.
Now on the other side, let's flip the tables. Cloud9 inside Complexity's base. 35 minutes into the game, 9-9. The gold is 300 apart, and it's 8-7 in turn. This could be a final fight. Robert X. Lee, he is going to go down immediately. Sneaky with a big kill coming up there. Westrice trying to do what he can to stay alive, even with taking Baron. Cloud9 finds the way to bandage that situation for now, taking down 2 Nexus turrets, but Complexity is trying to get every last bit of fight out of this.
They're pushing him out.
And they have pushed Cloud9 out of the base.
They lose both Nexus turrets. Bubba flies in!
Wow, Bubba getting the shield, no! Thought he was gonna get dissonance movement speed. Broken Shard playing with fire here. Lemon Nation going against Spell Shield, but they can bring it in. Flash is forced, and it is a constant battle of aggression between both teams.
This game, Riv, is nothing if it's not entertaining right now. The teams are clearly playing sloppy, but they are trading blows, shot for shot. 2 Nexus turrets down on Complexity's side. 1 Nexus turret down on Cloud9's side, and because they have pushed them away, and the way they've been getting catches, this is clearly anyone's game. Let's see how this one turned around. Complexity, Westrice is very big in the middle of the fight here, and he was not able to take down. The trail on the ground actually did a lot of damage to keep Cloud9 out, and Broken Shard distracted Sneaky long enough, the primary damage dealer on that Nexus, that it ends up they have to run away, and then it's just the long chase that didn't result in any kills. Only 11 kills to 10, with 17 overall turret kills in this game.
Cloud9 and Complexity both delivering top-notch caliber play here in the summer split. Not something that a lot of people thought could happen. They thought Complexity was still trying to find out where they could round themselves out, what was going to be the main type of strategy that they used. And by God, to find it in the first week here against the 2-time split champions.
Yeah.
So far, amazing. The game is far from over. It could be seconds, but that's going to be a tough fight when it happens.
Complexity actually made it into the LCS on a base race.
Right.
We have to remember, they're pretty experienced with the way this works. If we think way back as well, it's a bit of a reach, but the spring qualifiers, when High first tried to qualify for the LCS, they lost to Marn in a base race. So there's some memories going through. Cloud9 not the best at base races. Complexity has had success. I feel like they're going to be more fearless in going for something, even though they have 1 Nexus turret to take down and have an exposed Nexus of their own. We could very well see that. The teleports from the Soul Laners is going to be huge. Balls can take down a Nexus very quickly with Trundle. That attack speed and being able to use his Q is critical. Team fights straight up 5v5 should be going in Cloud9's way, but as the gold gets bigger and bigger and the shockwave hurts more and more, it's going to equalize. What a game.
Sneaky actually building up a Blade of the Rune King now because of all the pressure he's feeling. Must stay alive situation.
Yeah.
Doesn't even go for the GA. Maybe doesn't think there's enough time for that cash to come in.
Needs the damage.
Yeah.
At this point. And really just the mobility. If Shyvana dives on him, he wants to be able to counter with his own Blade of the Ruined King to try and zip on out. 74% Twitter vote for Complexity.
Oh,
how the tables have turned for a team that is down 2 Nexus turrets.
A lot of love being given right there. Complexity could absolutely find this. The bans, like we said, didn't think they were going to really affect Cloud9 that much, and it doesn't seem like they have. It's still revolving to Cloud9's overall early game play. If they falter there, it's a shaky game.
Yeah, this is Cloud9 really trying to find their footing in the new split. They have made a couple big positional mistakes. High getting caught out multiple times by a very willing Complexity team to capitalize on Cloud9 mistakes. Both inhibitors are back up, so teams have a bit of safety. Baron is going to be a big magnet that draws the teams towards them. Now the question will be, is that magnet going to cost a team their Nexus? They have to be so careful where they commit, where they get seen by wards. Pink wards are a priority. Almost honestly, a scrying orb would be great right now because there's going to be one moment of vision that could potentially decide this game for either team.
This has to be, it is incredibly tense for both teams, especially against a team like Cloud9 who, when you think you have the right idea, they appear in your base, like you're saying. They're the ones to be ending the game. We've already seen it happen this split, where a call completely ended the game. They weren't able to get back in time for a team. So, see both teams right now with their head in it,
Yes, they're having fun.
They are enjoying themselves. A wet noodle fight here in the bottom lane between Balls and Westrice.
And Complexity, at least positioning themselves to have the upper hand, but with how long the death timers are, if they lost a team fight or even were low running out of a team fight, they won't have time to recover before Cloud9 would completely rush up the mid lane, stop them from backing, get the inhibitor down, and then kill the Nexus. They have to be so incredibly cautious, taking any type of poke.
Poke indeed. Sneaky's trying to get out everything he can right now. You see him being very, very aggressive. Baron indeed is up. The rotation, Westrice does get himself across the mid, so he's not split up from the team.
And a huge Cloud9 minion wave in the top lane as well. Complexity would actually have to clear that at some point. They want to find this fight, but without a clean initiation, it's trouble. High does have some nice star calls. This is the fight.
Meteos had to jump out of the fight, but they are going very hard into Westrice. He gets a good bit of heal, I believe, coming in, yes, from Robert X. Lee. The culling, he is going to hit it perpendicular to just about the entire Cloud9 team. They spread very nicely, and it's a rush down mid.
This is what we were talking about, though. Complexity is very low, and Cloud9 has the heals. They have no reason to stop this push. The minions are only far behind, and no Nexus turrets. Complexity has to make it back and fight them off without taking any casualties.
Cloud9 doing what they can in a very strenuous game. That command shockwave is still up. They cannot force it to go past the inhibitor. Baron is still to be toyed with.
And the sustain is so critical right now from Soraka. Complexity, especially without Nexus turrets, any super minions that reach their Nexus would end the game. They want to stop this Baron, but they can't wait long. They have to fight almost immediately. This could be the end of the game if they contest this one wrong.
2 pink wards, 10 hits to be taken out. Great play there. Cloud9 cannot afford to take that time off of Baron. And it looks like Complexity's trying to dictate how this game is being driven now. They said, back down your mid, Cloud9, let's go.
And they have to. They have to stay in the mid lane. If minions even make it past the halfway point, Baron is lost for them because they will immediately need to go and defend it. It's really difficult for Complexity at this point. With every mistake Cloud9 has actually made, they right now have a very high percentage of winning this game because they are stronger in 5v5 team fights and they hold the super minion advantage.
It is going to have to be a basically perfect shockwave to crowd control the entire team.
And even then, they need Robert X. Lee to find a squishy target. It takes him so long to work through Trundle. If he can't get to the backline, they do not win.
A little bit of hit here. You can see the use of that minion wave. They feel quite aggressive. Westrice, a nice block on the Banshee's Veil. Ball's in place, but you can see Cloud9 start to shear off.
As long as Complexity can keep Robert in the mid lane without taking harass, they can keep the minions in the right spot and hopefully stall long enough for their inhibitor to respawn. But if they don't want to give up the Baron, they cannot move from that point. So Cloud9, the deeper they push them in, the better it is for Cloud9.
5 strong in the mid lane. Cloud9 looks to make a power play here. Not everybody is level 18 yet. Quite a bit of 17 still in the game. Meteos is 17. Broken Shard's 15, however. Could come into big effect during the fight. Cloud9 to take down the dragon. Bit of extra gold. May not even have time to spend.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the fact that they pulled for the dragon, it means their pressure is lost. They're giving it up. It is completely reset at this point, and they need to start this whole game over again. The inhibitor is going to be up very shortly for Complexity, and they may have withstood that really dangerous moment in the game. They're not out of the woods yet, but that was a nice hold by Complexity. It's a nice wave Balls is starting as well down there. Complexity would eventually have to send someone to defend that, unless they go for Baron almost right away. So they're going to push out that last wave of super minions and maybe just go for it.
Satisfying farm.
May as well go for it, honestly. See, Westrice has to go and clear that wave. He's the one who teleports, so that's the only person they could send.
This is the blue buff that Cloud9's waiting for. This will make High super effective coming into this next fight with all the star calls. Still watching that ball movement of Prolly. If he can get one into a good position, shredding a bit of health on Lemon Nation there. Gotta be careful. Cloud9 really giving respect to Complexity in these fights as well.
I mean, they know how strong the Orianna Shockwave can be. Broken Shard, he's silenced. Just barely makes it over. And that drew the teleport out. Westrice actually had to cancel it because that would have been probably the bad teleport. It wouldn't have been good.
That one. They happen. Happens. 45 minutes into this, 11-10. There's a bit of gold lead now coming in for Cloud9. It makes everybody rethink the engagement. But now Westrice is to the mid lane. This is intense. One wrong move. We were saying as well, Cloud9 does have the chance to make a mistake in this fight. Possibly still come out on top being stronger.
Westrice goes in!
That's the hit. That's West going in. Meteos is the first one hit up. We see Lemonation on the Zanyas high in the back line, and Robert focuses him. Nobody's even looking at Robert right now. There goes the Wish. They get more heals coming out, and this is beautiful positioning from Complexity. This could easily be game 70 seconds per death timer. Complexity is going to take the game over Cloud9. 45 minutes in as they rush for home and base.
How could Cloud9 stop this one? They have 3 people up, and Robert has red buff as well as a ton of items. The inhibitor's going down, everything for Complexity. They might win this one, Riv.
This is absolutely, it would have to take a miracle for these guys to get up. Home guard no longer puts you at exact 100. You still have to heal up. Yeah, they're coming out strong, but it's 5 members of Complexity. A huge damage on that hook. There's the Nexus turret. Can you believe it? Complexity gonna take down Cloud9 on day 3.
Unbelievable, Riv. Nobody would have thought that the first win Complexity gets in the LCS Summer Split would be to the defending champions, Cloud9. Especially after losing 2 Nexus turrets in that very same game.
Some absolutely amazing moves throughout the game. The rotation, the control, the triple kill to start off the game in the bottom lane. The names of Robert Exley and Bubba again, when you say Complexity, are the ones you think of. Obviously, in these games, they played amazing.
8-1 and 3 on Robert Exley. Even at the very end, Bubba hook onto Sneaky to make that final push work. Look at that crowd. Completely behind Complexity right here. Big smiles. And honestly, a stunned Cloud9. They obviously have a lot to work on after that one. High made a lot of mistakes in that game, and it's a tough situation for him to be in. He's coming off of injury, trying to come back into that primary shot calling role, and Cloud9 is not playing at the level they want to be at.
Second loss in a row. It's the first time that for them happened, so a first win for Complexity, and the first 2 losses in a row for the 2-time split champs Cloud9. Definitely a game to rethink, but it seems with this win will even give other teams in the LCS that pump up to know that they can beat teams like Cloud9.
Especially so. I mean, there was a chance we'd actually have 3 0-4 teams this week. Curse sitting at 0-3, EG sitting at 0-3, and Complexity gets themselves to 1-3. They're on the board as far as wins go in the LCS, and that means a lot for these guys. Their mindset coming into the season was they were going to take a bit of lumps, but as long as they kept their mindset right, the wins would come. That one was a little close, let's be fair.
That was very close.
The closest game we have seen this split, easily.
We hit 50,000
9 turrets
gold
down on each side. The gold lead was still 1,200 in the side of Cloud9 by the end of the game. Absolutely ridiculous game, Riv.
In a time where Cloud9 can't maneuver themselves around the map to win by winning a fight or winning the objectives as they usually do, it's very weird to see. And for Complexity to be the team that did that is even more amazing. Not because you didn't think they could, just not this soon.
Yeah. Well, we saw in Cloud9's, even Cloud9's victory over TSM, they were playing very cautiously and not necessarily making big moves. That cost them heavily against Dignitas. So in this one, you could see Cloud9 was trying to make many more aggressive plays, but that kind of shows you why they weren't doing it in the first 2 games, because they're not ready for it yet. They haven't gelled once again with High in the lineup, and it really cost them. Complexity really good at capitalizing on the Cloud9 errors. High far out of position on many fights. They punished the Soraka. Soraka hadn't lost yet in the NALCS. They are the ones that give them the first loss as well. A lot of milestones for Complexity here.
And I think the first time we saw Cloud9 kind of get in their own head while playing, we saw the situation where Balls teleported to his death, but that happened because he flashed in, kind of thinking he could go for an over-aggressive kill, got ring around the rosy on the turret, and that was kind of cascading down the line.
And that's one of the first times you've actually seen Cloud9 press too hard for a kill. They usually know exactly how much they can take and do it. And that time, Balls was really feeling an emphasis like he had to carry. You can't have that mindset. Doesn't usually work out. You got to let the game come to you.
Worked against him that game. Right now, we're actually going to hand it over to Freak and Kobe to give us the inside track on Complexity's huge win.
Thank you very much, Rivington Biz in the third. Joined now by West Rice and Broken Shard. You guys just won your first game in the LCS against Cloud9 of all teams. How's it feel?
We just broke the 028 dream.
That's all right, yeah.
Yeah. This morning, we were talking about like what we needed to do as a team, and like I remember distinctly what we said. All right, guys, we're either going 040 or 40-0 because we felt that we were playing too passive and too like defensive, kind of letting the plays fall into place instead of actively doing it. So we came into the game with the mindset that we're going to win, not lose. So we went in like guns blazing, pushing hard, and sometimes, you know, it was a bit reckless and we got punished for it, but at least like we went in and we did like what our game plan was.
So what was the communication like with you and the bottom lane after they do a lot of trading down bottom, and then you go down? Were you expecting Meteos there for the counter gank and this triple kill?
Essentially, yeah. I saw Meteos, like, pretty sure, like, if Meteos was anywhere on the map, he would be bot lane right now. Because, I mean, Meteos is a smart jungler. He would know where I would be. Like, I'd expect Meteos to know where I was, so he would know that I wanted to go bot and he would be there. But the runes, specifically that are running for Elise, like, generally her level 3 is really weak, and Kha'Zix is, like, a very strong jungler, level 3, excuse me. The runes I was running just made me know that we're going to win a fight if I land a cocoon on Meteos and we burst him down first. And that's what I told my bot lane. Kill Meteos if he shows himself. No one else is important.
So you're running spell penetration?
Actually, 26 AP.
Okay. So we actually have a replay of this fight.
Okay.
Let's bring this up and you can walk us through the nitty-gritty.
So Bubba Dub told me that he's about to hit level 3, and I think right here he's already level 3. He said he's going to point at me where the lantern was, so I knew where I need to be standing, and then he throws the lantern in. And immediately, as soon as I'm in midair, we see Meteos, and the call is kill Meteos first. So you can see I land a cocoon onto him first. See, I get lanterned in right there, and Meteos comes in. Cocoon misses, actually, but we just focus Meteos down. I E after him. Robert gets that kill. Now, all I want to do is proc red buff onto Sneaky, and Robert cleans it up. And now I'm just like, you know what? I want to kill Lemon. I don't even care if I'm dying. So we killed it, get the kill. I didn't need to die there, but you know what? 1 for 3, triple kill onto Robert. BF sword first back is a pretty big deal.
And the start here for West Rice, you help out with a blue buff steal, and you end up getting to lane a little late. How was that going, Shyvana into Trundle a little bit late to lane?
That was a little unfortunate. Actually, there was a lot of miscommunication. I'm like, hey, Broken, Trundle's going to try to cut me off, so can you just go around with me and to go get to your red? But I don't think Broken here heard me, so he started running to the right. So I was like really cut off. I'm like, Broken, come here, come here. So then I got chunked a little bit, and then it forced me to teleport back and buy some more pots. But I didn't lose too much from it, so I'm not really that upset.
And you actually went and tried to 1v1 balls that you had like a level 7 all in, like it's the mistaken trade where you just like die. Like what happened? I thought Trundle was supposed to do well in the matchup in the first place anyway.
Yeah, Trundle wins obviously. But for some reason I held on to my flash for too long, or my ult. I kind of forgot what, but like I was holding on to my escape for too long because I didn't think he'd do much damage. I thought I got away, and then I thought his pillar killed me. I'm like, wait, what? Oh wait, it was his ult.
Yeah.
I'm like, but I mean, because I haven't played that matchup like very often, but it wasn't too bad after that.
We actually haven't been playing like the Shyvana Trundle matchup at all, and we haven't actually been playing Shyvana in a long time. But you know, that's just like I guess it's just a mistaken matchup because I think Balls is like one of the only like key NA players that really does play that Trundle. It's more popular on EU, so I guess he's not like comfortable with it, and then it just kind of comes out of nowhere.
So I maybe you can't reveal the strategies, but why is it you're like, we haven't played Shyvana in a while, but you know what? We're gonna play Shyvana this game.
Take a look at her stats, man. Like right before this game, it was 7-1. There's something about that champion that like that just means that stats don't lie essentially.
It's magic, and you guys got to win over Cloud9.
No. I mean the stats don't lie in Shyvana. We've been playing it before, and it doesn't. Shyvana's not necessarily a champion that's like, oh, I haven't played her in a week. I'm never gonna learn how to play her again. So we were comfortable playing comps around Shyvana and comfortable with West Rice playing Shyvana. So we decided that we were gonna pull it out and try to use it.
So you end up getting Balls back later, actually. He stops the teleport. I was of the opinion that if he kept running, he had mana still and he could pillar. Would you have kept chasing? Would he have gotten away if he kept running?
When he was diving me at my...
Then he decided to stop.
I was a little confused. I thought he was baiting me for a second. But I'm like, nah, this can't be. He wouldn't waste a teleport like that. So I'm not sure if he was paying attention, but I just walked up to him and killed him. I'm like, all right.
Yeah. Do you think if he did not stop there to teleport, would you have kept chasing him and gone for the kill? Or would you have let him run?
I'm actually not sure. I forgot how the situation was, but I think I would have because like I was like a little bit healthier than he was, and his ult was down, and I knew Shyvana has a bigger burst than Trundle has like in one rotation, so I wasn't too scared. But that free kill just caught me off guard. I'm like, oh, all right.
Yeah, it's a good thing to fall into your lap.
Yeah.
So that game was really, really crazy back and forth where you're like, both your Nexus turrets were dead. You've got to fight back and forth in the mid lane. Like, things are going crazy. Half the engagements work, half of them don't. How do you kind of keep us like a straight head when that's going down? Like, how do you find the right battles? Like, how do you know how to play those kinds of games?
I mean, one thing that I think a lot of people have commended us for is our good mindset and good attitude coming into games. One thing that I really have to point out is that throughout the entire game, Prolly and I think Robert and Prolly are like the main like late game shot callers. They were always like staying positive and like, we need to do this. Like even if we just lost a fight, like we gotta do this, we gotta get timers, we gotta do this, we gotta do that. Honestly, the game isn't over until the Nexus actually gets killed. And you can kill 2 Nexus turrets, and you could see like we were being pushed in, and I was like, you know what, the game's not over. I went and killed Meteos, and they forced them to chase me, and we kind of stopped the push. Yeah. The most important thing, in my opinion, besides even mechanics and strategy, is mindset. You have to come into the game, and you have to play the game until it's over, not until you think it's over.
Yeah, and it really worked out for you guys. Really, really long game. We actually want to pull up one final replay of the last team fight you guys fought in there. It was, of course, an incredible victory. If you can pull that up on the screen.
Okay, I don't exactly remember what was going on here, so you're going to have to forgive me if I mistake anything. But I remember I heard someone say, all right, we should fight this, we should fight this. And so Westrice gets the go signal, and we can see he's already in midair going in there. He's jumping in. And he goes in, and essentially after the initial burst, we get Meteos, we get him low. And after this, we call to kite back. We have to kite back onto this because we can't stay near Soraka. And as the fight unfolds, we get a good Ori ult, and Westrice gets GA'd there. After the GA goes down, we know it's good to chase. I land the Cocoon onto Meteos right here. And as soon as both their front lines are down, we know that it's game, it's over. Because our 2 tanks are still alive, and we can soak damage for our AD carries. So if Sneaky or High is like trying to hit us, then our carries are going to kill them. And that's kind of what happened. As Sneaky was trying to kill me, he died, High died, and we managed to end the game.
Yeah, and that worked incredibly well. So I do want to take a step back then because the game kept going back and forth. It was crazy. You guys said you kept your mindset up. Like a game starts 3-0 for your AD carry. Like Robert's like gigantic in this lane. Bubba's roaming down, getting mid turrets. When C9 starts pulling the game back, like what do you refocus on? What do you say? Okay, here's our next objective.
It's essentially we have like a saying within our team is that the 2 most important words for us are win conditions. So play to the win conditions. Essentially, when we're losing a fight, all right, why didn't we lose the fight? Why did we lose the fight? Because we didn't play to our win conditions. So next fight, we're going to play to our win conditions. And essentially, we kept reiterating what our win conditions were in that game. Control wards in their jungle, mid bot lane pressure, teleport on top lane, dragons.
Yep.
Those are the 4 win conditions of the game. And we kept going for those. And essentially, when they kept pulling back, all right, let's refocus. Let's reiterate what are our win conditions, make sure everyone knows what's going on, and then we just go do that.
Do you tailor those specifically for a team? Do you pick up a team comp and say, we're playing EG, for example, next week? Are you going to have a specific team comp that you're going to run into a team that runs a style like EG?
Not necessarily. It's like the win condition type is very like, it's a dynamic type of concept. It's a dynamic idea. It changes with every team. So it depends on like the team comp that you're running and the team comp that they're running. For example, if EG is going to run like a wombo combo team comp, we're going to play something that's split and pick. Their win conditions are team fighting. Ours is to not team fight. So we're just going to spend a lot of time actually focusing on what EG is going to play, and we're going to figure out what our win conditions of that game is yet.
Okay, so Westrice, one last question for you before we go to break. You guys are facing EG and also Counter Logic Gaming next week. You guys have now picked up a win. You guys seem to be going on an up streak. How's the week going to go for you guys?
We have a good record against EG, or not promos, but like just in scrims in general. But I'm a lot more scared of COG than EG because I know COG are like mechanical masters and they have a good record right now, and we haven't been doing well versus them or in general. But lately we've been like in the right mindset and we've been doing things a lot better. So I'd predict like a 1-1 for the weekend. Yeah.
How do you think you'd do against Inox and Seraph?
Seraph is like a solo queue god, but in tournament plays, he does his job, but I never see him carrying. He just does his top lane job. Like the complete opposite of Zion. Like Zion carries games, Seraph doesn't, but he still does his job. So in a way, I think Inox and Seraph are like on equal levels right now because Seraph hasn't. I feel like Seraph hasn't really meshed with COG yet. I felt like I don't know, but like that's just judging what I saw. But I guess we'll just see.
All right, well, guys, congratulations on your win over Cloud9, 1-3. You guys got 24 games to go. Make them all wins. You have a great record there for yourselves, guys. Thank you very much for your time. But we've got more games to go for. We've got to take a quick break. When we come back, We're going to have a nice game. And a third game, Evil Geniuses versus Team Solo Mid. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun. We'll be right back after this.
I'm ready to go.
That's binding down. I'm going again.
Go.
Medios, back. Nice. IGA. On balls. Balls first. Go mid.
bigger thing that's changed for TSM is just their attitude and how serious they're taking it. Oddworn was a huge community personality and everyone loved him, and it's a huge thing to change and like say no, we need to step down, but they're really set on winning, so they're just their attitude about the game itself is like, we need to win, we'll do whatever it takes to win.
Looks like they're going to have to go in with the same idea because to meet a level of what happened last game, both teams wanted to win, and they went at each other's throats. So if that's the case, we're going to get another good one.
Yeah, I mean, is today the day of the upsets? Because we've definitely had a monster one.
Who knows? Well, welcome back, everyone. To day 3 here, the Summer Split action. It is heating up, and we're getting set for our third match. Evil Geniuses versus Team Solo Mid. After a big loss to Cloud9 on day 1, we've seen TSM playing with more confidence and looking much stronger.
Yeah, we're really starting to see how well the new team is working together. Amazing has been bringing a lot of jungle pressure and really looks to be playing in lockstep with the rest of the team. His 2 games yesterday were fantastic. Glebe has also been making some big plays and is looking more and more comfortable with his partner Wild Turtle, as long as Wild Turtle holds up his end of the bargain.
And now Glebe will face off against his old AD carry Altec.
This is actually kind of cool because before taking it up with EG, Altec was playing with Glebe on the Challenger Team Cloud9 Tempest. And we have to point out as well that the reason Glebe and Altec didn't win their way into the LCS was because they lost their promotion series to Evil Geniuses. So don't expect Altec to be pulling any punches or giving his old support any passes. Evil Geniuses are 0-3, and they really want to pick up wins so they don't spend another split at the bottom of the standings.
It's interesting how we have this scenario in 2 places of the AD carries now fighting their old supports. So let's check out the starting lineups here on the blue side. It's Evil Geniuses. In the top lane, it's Inox, Snoopy in the jungle, stealing those Barons, Pole Belter in mid lane, Altec and ADC, Crepo on support.
And on the red side, it is Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and of course the new guy Glebe on support.
Let's see what they can have for themselves. The chance still always going to be there.
Yeah.
Once they were allies, everyone. Now they're going to face off in battle. Our featured matchup coming into this game is Altec versus Glebe, our first mismatch here.
Yeah, so far these guys are trying to transition into their new teams, and for Glebe, he's actually 3rd in the LCS in assists. We've only had 1 day to see Altec in action, but he's performed well with Evil Geniuses in his debut. He got 8 kills in his first game. Despite their rough start, they very nearly came back to defeat the now #1 Dignitas at 3-0. And even having missed the first day of games, Altec actually started 2nd in total kills when we started the day. So in the end, only one of these guys can win. Will it be the guy on EG or on TSM?
Oh, I'm sure they both want each other to win in camaraderie.
That's how it works. Yeah, you'd be like, yeah, I want the other guy to win. That's what happened with Wild Turtle Special yesterday.
Especially if they're on your fantasy team.
Yeah, that's true.
So with these guys going head-to-head now, obviously TSM does not want the same thing to happen. I'm sure they're not thinking about too much, but now they're like, well, that's a possibility. We won't let that happen. So what Snoopy was saying is that they will do anything to win is probably going to be amped up a little bit more.
Yeah, we saw that TSM was 12-2 against the bottom half of the standings in the spring split of 2014, and they generally take care of business against these teams. EG definitely not starting the season looking good. They've actually probably shown about the same amount of signs of life that Complexity had in the first 3 games. Definitely not performing very well, but anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and they're still allowing Inox to kind of play something that will allow the game to be carried by him. Snoopy also taking out Kha'Zix the other day to put a little bit more damage pressure on the map instead of kind of just trying to snowball the lanes and get everybody going.
Yeah, EG is trying to find their niche as far as what they can be successful with, because it wasn't with the tank top laners. They tried that with Inox last split, and they seem very committed to let him play his own champion pool. It's just finding success with that strategy is difficult.
No Burger King Soraka on this one. Shyvana being taken out as well by Evil Geniuses. Dyrus, one of most favorite, but looks like he might get a Renekton in this game. It's not taken out too soon. Inox really not put too much playtime on that. Overall, TSM is kind of not taking full direction from Glebe, but he definitely has a pretty big voice on the team starting off.
Oh yeah, Glebe really talks a lot, especially in Champ Select. He's 70 to 80% of their communication, it seems. So definitely a welcome addition in that sense. TSM in the past, especially once Reginald was gone, when they start losing, teams are generally silent.
Yep.
Glebe's the guy who can keep talking, try to keep the spirits up.
Silence is chaos. Sounds a little weird, but it's an exact relation within League of Legends.
It's a deafening silence.
Lulu being banned out. LeBlanc seems to be making it through. A lot of things that TSM would love to play in this game may get right to them. The first pick of EG is going to be pretty critical here as the Kassadin gets shunned away. But they do take the LB with the Lulu ban. Kind of figuring that was coming.
Pobelthu's got a real strong LeBlanc game. What's TSM going to be able to pick up on the backside of that? Lucian, of course.
Yep.
Number 2 AD carry. Do they give Amazing as Lee Sin? It went unbanned. There we go. We get to see it. That's
Very
what he
nice.
became known for.
The wheelhouse champion
Yeah.
for Amazing.
On the Copenhagen Wolves, his Lee Sin kind of reinvented the way you initiate a little bit with Lee Sin. Not just ward jumping behind the person he queued to, but ward jumping and kicking back another person.
Yeah.
Effortlessly, it seems like. He doesn't even have to think about it at this point when he's playing Lee Sin.
It's always so hard. I'll miss something. You try to do it. It is very mechanically tough to do, but these guys get it every day. That Lucian being picked up, we just saw Robert X. Lee have an amazing game on that. We'll see what Wild Turtle can do is they ban out Twitch this time, and he's been pretty heavily picking that. Snoopy. Not getting that Morgana. Crepo has played that constantly.
Oh, yeah.
And it really does give Alltech and Crepo a pretty solid lane.
EG was first picking the Morgana many times near the end of the spring split. Surprising they're hovering it for so long without locking. They're probably just deciding which AD carry to go with. Whoop! Or just deciding to go with Kha'Zix. All right, saving the AD carry pick for later.
Snoopy likes that. Yeah, they do. They already saw the jungler, so they just take it. They're not trying to show cards for a top laner, but neither is Team Solo mid. They still have Renekton coming in for Dyrus if necessary. Bam.
Huh. Well, they do not know if they're going against a Kha'Zix in the top lane or not.
That's true.
Thresh is a safe pick for Glebe.
With
and
Inox.
Renekton is a safe pick for the top lane. Really, all of TSM is picking very safe right now. That's probably just the most comfortable champion for all those guys right now.
Yeah. Makes it easy to go down the line, really, within the first 2 picks that they would want in any LCS game. As you said, EG is kind of getting the same thing. Crepo, like you said, on his Morgana. Snoopy with the Kha'Zix yesterday, but we also saw Inox on that. With the Lee Sin being out, Jax being out. I don't know if Inox has too many more choices other than a Trundle. Alltech and Crepo, though, to lock in these last 2. What kind of mid lane, or rather, jungler? No, they have it. 80 carry. There we go.
There we go. Well,
seeing
they got a lot of stuff
everything.
left to go.
Bam.
Yeah. Kha'Zix top lane
So
against
it does
Renekton.
become the jungler.
They better be lane swapping that because Kha'Zix will get eaten alive by Renekton. Once again, running just a very pick-focused team for EG, needing to find the catches where they may, and again, a lot of control out of the TSM lineup. There it is, Syndra for Bjergsen.
Gonna see a little ball play coming in.
Syndra versus LeBlanc matchup is a fascinating one to watch. 2 people that can kind of kill each other at any moment. We've seen when Voyboy played Syndra, he tries to use his E while LeBlanc dashes in to stop the damage for it. Really tricky to execute move. He could do it fairly reliable. Let's see how Bjergsen does it, as he has often drawn Syndra bans. He got a pentakill with it over in the European LCS before he became a member of TSM. It's one of his long-standing dominant champions.
Seeing Syndra kind of flickers into my head of Xiao Xiao's play on LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Bjergsen will go off by himself and try to solo people this game. He is going to be looking to assassinate as well. Let's play a little bit of trickery with the team as usual. TSM always having a very strong early game because they don't flex themselves into too many bad positions. They say we can do it early because you will more than not make mistakes.
Yeah, and watching TSM's game yesterday against Complexity, they played more controlled than I've seen them in quite some time. It really looked kind of like Season 2 TSM, where they were just solidly winning their lanes, reacting to the other team, and just slowly just crushing them.
All right, we'll see what happens before the game gets underway. We want to see who you are voting to win on this one. According to LOLesports.com, that's a 90% vote, but we just saw one of those votes.
Yeah, but remember, keep voting, because that can change throughout the game. Send your picks to @LOLesports and use the hashtag EGWin or TSMWin, depending on how you think the game's going to go.
Inox played quite strong for Evil Geniuses yesterday, and we have seen pretty good numbers for Alltech. It seems like most of the AD carry switches and the support duos have been working to an extent, but it's not coming together with the team when they necessarily need it.
It's a long learning process because you find this a lot actually when you play new champions. Oftentimes, if you're playing a lot of them, you will learn your laning mechanics first, because that's what you're doing every single game, and it's something that you can repeat over and over again. But as soon as the team fight phase starts, that's when you start seeing some of the issues, because that is so dynamic and has so many different scenarios. It takes a long time to know exactly what to do in team fights with new champions as well as with new lane partners.
I remember back to the first split, it was so prevalent that teams would get to the late game, and in the LCS kind of match, they wouldn't have that kind of stressful late game, and nobody would end. And we were saying, when are people going to practice this late game? And it took a few splits, but it seems like everybody knows how to continually organizing themselves now throughout the game instead of just stalling things out until somebody makes that big mistake.
Yeah, every time you play League, you learn something else. It's crazy to think, especially with TSM, a team that has completely different team members than they did in the Season 1 World Championship. Crazy to think that they've been along this long, but the game was so different back in Season 1. And every time someone does something good, nice flash burn, it just adds to the League knowledge of everyone else, because it's much easier to mimic and just grow the things people take for granted nowadays that used to blow people's minds back in the day. So these guys like Amazing, new on the scene, continually trying to innovate.
Safe play from EG to get vision on the map. Same thing's going to happen on both sides as per usual. We'll see what happens. Last game, we had a very quick triple kill in the bottom lane. I don't think anybody's going to be privy to that on this one. That was a little out of the ordinary. Seen a lot of Corky play, however, though. Starting to pick him up.
He's like the third AD carry.
Yeah.
Altec has already had one Corky game. It was his much weaker game. He got a little bit crushed. He's down at least 50 CS.
And we got to remember, EG's last game didn't exactly end in a defense of their base. It was a wrong call made, and a push by the other team was able to end that one out. So really hoping they structure their calls more soundly today.
Flash down on Amazing, takes a lot of his early game pressure out. Should be good for the EG lanes.
A little bit of aggression there. Pobelter quickly distorts in. Yeah, standard lanes going very nicely throughout these games. When you go for that 2 push and you don't get much, it's kind of slow. Want to see some action in Super Week, and it looks like it's going to be Inox versus Dyrus as they make their way to this top lane. Dyrus will do as Renekton does best and start going right at him.
Yeah, I mean, Dyrus really wants that matchup, and especially with Lucian Thresh as well. TSM really wants this matchup. Syndra really wants a 1v1 in the mid lane as well. TSM gets what they want with these lanes. EG thinking they can outplay, though.
Nice piercing light harasses from Wild Turtle. Also putting a push on the lane is going to stick Crepo right against that turret. Harder to hit the Dark Binding. So TSM already kind of structuring the way they want that bottom lane to work. And Blue gets picked up from Snoopy as the junglers just about on the same route here.
Yeah, not only did we see standard lanes, we saw standard jungle starts. There wasn't actually a stolen blue or red buff. This game, as conventional as they come.
Is this League?
I know. Is this League of Legends? Honestly, it doesn't even look like an LCS game at the start because there's usually something that happens. There we had kind of the deep wards, and they decided not to. So a very standard or old school game coming up from TSM and EG.
Wow, Pobelter's LeBlanc right now really making Bjergsen rethink the situation. Not going to go down to it.
One more auto attack.
He was holding his breath.
Would have taken him down. But the flash is burned by Pobelter. And the Ignite goes down as well, so Bjergsen could potentially aggress if he gets something when he comes back to the lane. Still a nice move by Pobelter early.
Really great. It's going to pull Amazing in, so without flash pressure now, with knowledge of the jungler, things can get a little hairy for EG, and it looks like they're going to put some pressure on the top lane.
Dyrus still flash and slice and dice up. Inox going to try and make him into a trade, though. Slices, dices,
and flashes. 3 simple steps to stay alive.
Still, he burned a lot there.
Yeah.
And the wave might be frozen in a bad spot for him. He actually needs Amazing to come up there so he can get that lane moving again. That's exactly what we see Amazing doing.
They can do that once again. Teleports down, so Dyrus is going to have a long walk back to the lane. But like you said, Amazing is going to try to put the same thing in order here. Snoopy coming in. He actually uses the repels to
really
close.
Aggressive.
So they are going to have to be stuck in this fight. The flash from Snoopy because repel was already used. Inox forced to jump out now. Dyrus and Amazing definitely having the upper hand here, but there's no more slow to be applied as Snoopy tucks himself in the minions.
It was a nice move there by Amazing to make it up to the top lane. Obviously, he needed to be up there so Dyrus could get the minion wave into the lane and still maintain experience, because with the threat of Snoopy there was no way Dyrus could do that. But Snoopy absolutely overcommitted for that gank. Using his repel in with no actual sight of Lee Sin is just a disaster waiting to happen. Amazing ahead of him there, and Snoopy, honestly, made a mistake.
And Pobelter timing his back with Bjergsen's nicely so doesn't lose any CS. Also keeps up with the rings and vision for himself, so he'll have a bit better time going aggressive on Bjergsen, especially now that Amazing may be called to stay in the back pocket there in mid lane.
Yeah, well, surprising Amazing is actually level 5. right now. So he's gotten a lot of lane experience. Remember when Bjergsen went back to base, he got to sit in the mid lane. And then he also helped shove when Dyrus was up there. So we could be seeing level 6 Lee Sin kick gank coming in pretty quick.
Good little bit of pressure. Pobelter almost in range for a distortion chain.
Bjergsen may have died if that cocoon hit him. Pobelter had his full burst combo ready to go, and it would have been lined up. So a very timely dodge by Bjergsen.
Still going aggressive. A lot of teams are kind of seeing that the aggression, even though it is the thing that's going to get you killed sometimes, is actually the thing that gives you the lead in this Super Week. A lot of teams that have been pushing buttons and really getting the upper hand here. And right now they're pushing TSM's buttons. Gank on Bjergsen in the mid lane is almost a kill, so they're wary.
Yeah, still no first blood in this game. Inox staying pretty aggressive. Really trading pretty fortuitously.
Trying to get that amplified damage in.
Yeah, Arnectin's let that too tall to enter top lane. Well, he must be this tall to enter top lane.
Yep.
And Kazakh's is pretty short by height standards.
Standing on his toes right now.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. I'd say Inox is outplaying Dyrus in that matchup just to stay even at this point.
Gotta watch Pobelter. Amazing on the other side. Gets himself very nicely away. That is gonna be a dead Pobelter.
Wow. Even with the 2 Dorans, Bjergsen knew exactly how much damage. He hit level 6 so in tune with the Ignite and Ultimate, he leveled that skill up immediately. And Pobelter didn't have time to even flash away. The instant he saw he was level 6, he flashed, but the Ignite and Ult had already been started. Too many balls on the ground, dead Pobelter.
He had just enough mana, too, to reel all that damage out. Like you said, knew what was going down. Bjergsen really not feeling any pressure, even after Pobelter pushes him out early in the game. Takes out kill for himself. 700 gold on that lead.
I would love to see how quickly Bjergsen leveled up that ultimate before using it, because it was seemingly instant. That's what so many Syndra games are going to get you. Check this out. He actually is level 5 for quite some time, and I wonder where he gets that last hit. It just happened instantly. How quickly can you level up and use your ultimate on the enemy? Perfect stuff from Bjergsen.
Pulls out that Syndra. Plays it in solo queue for a reason. Play it at the top level and win with it. Teleport deck to the top lane. Inox is 6 now, but now with Dyrus, he's actually going to back. I was going to say that may be jungle or dragon pressure if they're allowed to get to it. Blue buff going over to Bjergsen as that pressure on dragon is starting to be set up. Shouldn't see too much though as Snoopy dodges out that sonic wave.
Yeah, amazing with his ultimate as well. More powerful level 6 than Elise. Elise just gets that extra spiderling. Just nice, but not the same as a Lee Sin kick. And also, the low cooldown on Syndra's ultimate really makes her so much more threatening. He just killed Pobelter with it, and it's back up again. So Pobelter has to be wary. He's down a full chalice in items.
Back and forth. Pobelter still trying to get in the hair of Bjergsen here, but TSM starting to make their moves. They want to start putting kink in this gameplay for Evil Geniuses. Pressure all over the map.
Oh,
Grappo puts it onto Altec. He really wasn't in range for much. A little bit of a mistake there is going to cost him his life. Can Altec turn it around? Yes, he will get the kill here. Turning it on to Glebe. No mana. This is all about the auto attacks. And with Glebe having a shield, he should be able to put himself in a great situation. Glebe with the plays. A few more auto attacks. He's stuck in the minions, and he can't get out. How unfortunate.
The old friends become enemies right there, and Glebe walks away with a double kill, getting the post-flash death sentence. You want your AD carry to get those double kills, but it feels good as a support if you have your AD carry fall and get those back. Glebe pumped after that kill.
Good retribution kill there for his teammate. Snoopy seeing what he can do about pushing Amazing off here. He gets the started damage. Good block by the spiders, and Amazing is forced out of this one. It looks like he'll give a little bit of pressure, though, with Bjergsen.
Take another look at this one. It all starts with the 1 death sentence onto Grappo. Grappo black shield to the wrong target, but then Wild Turtle dash right into a bunch of pain, so Altec is able to go through. And we have a dive coming, so there's no time for replays.
Oh, Inox gets kicked immediately. They're just trying to deal out the damage. A Ring Around the Rosie is a popular game today.
Yeah, he had his ultimate when the majority of the damage hit there, so he was able to survive the Lee Sin kick and then burn his flash to get away. Maybe a repeat gank for TSM if they come back up there.
Pings down towards the bottom lane. Oh, it's just a ward clear coming in, making sure Glebe has safety for Wild Turtle in the bottom lane. Definitely a bit more of an aggressive bottom lane, even when they don't know where the jungler is.
Yeah, they're surprising with that move there, landing the hook and going all in instead of just playing passive. Even with the Targons as well being built up, really showing in the CS advantage. So 17 up is Wild Turtle over Altec, despite dying in that duel.
So you can finish the Bloodthirster first. Get that pressure on with more damage. It's going to help Altec definitely, as Wild Turtle has been able to keep him under the turret. So once Altec can get that big damage out with some missiles, he'll be able to keep Wild Turtle and Glebe at bay for those plays. Like you said, 20 CS in that lane, so it's not going to be easy. Back to the top side, not too much going on between these two.
Yeah, they know the flash and ult is down, so if he gets Inox, Inox is playing so aggressive right now with no backup. It might even be catching TSM a little bit off guard. They got to go soon, though, otherwise his ultimate's going to be back up.
Mind games here from Dyrus. You can see him charging up, trying to get more and more. So patient.
Yep.
That's all he has to do is keep minions between him and the opponent.
TSM should have pulled the trigger about 15 seconds prior when Inox was in the minion wave, but they wanted him to go a little bit farther, and it ended up being too big of a waste of time for Amazing. Does not successfully help out Dyrus.
See Pobelter's build here. He felt like he was actually doing quite well in the lane with that push out, and he builds no magic resistance, even being burst out just a few seconds ago. Goes for boots right away.
Yeah, he's got to play super cautious against Bjergsen. It's his confidence in himself to dodge the skill shots.
Oh, there you go.
Ooh, double sweep, unfortunate.
Right in the back pocket of Bjergsen. Knows they're going to try to give him trouble, especially with the blue buff. Good read by Amazing there, as Pobelter trying to get on some free damage before he gets out safely. Here's some more plays from Glebe and Wild Turtle. The dodge is out. They're still going to have to eat that culling, and that's the lane pressure that TSM continues to win.
Yep, and no sustain for them. They're going to try and Vamp Scepter heal a little bit up, but that could very well cost them a bunch of turret damage. So, I mean, even though Altec had 8 kills in his first game, he's actually had the lowest CS of 10 of all 80 carries in North America. Some of that has to do with EG actually 2v2ing, where everyone else has just been getting free farm. But Teleport comes in. Turtle, you're in trouble.
Oh, wow. Turtle trying to get over to the Lantern. Does not know he just delivered himself gift wrap to Inox and the rest of the team. That's a good kill coming in for Altec. Puts him 2-1-0 as the AD carry for EG. And a possible dragon here. A little bit of pressure. It looks like Bjergsen will stay mid.
Really nice call there by EG, and good play by Inox to teleport in and then be stealth as Wild Turtle is rotating through. Once again, Glebe in the right position. Wild Turtle just a little bit too far from home.
Looks like they'll get Bjergsen his blue buff nice and easy. He can start to control the mid lane once again. It's actually quite close between those two, 106 to 113. And just that kill from Bjergsen that got a little bit of, actually wasn't even really that much help.
Stop the recall. Glebe playing a really good game on Thresh so far. Difficult with that death sentence against Morgana. You have to play that guessing game with the Black Shield and Morgana. So far, Glebe's been doing it just right.
A lot of when we saw Morgana coming out, people would bring out the Leona because the Zenith blade will still bring in, and then you go ahead and you stun the AD carry. But I haven't seen too much of her. Got some good ones, but not as of recent. 3-2 as we are coming up onto 14 minutes. Dyrus is going to go ahead and walk it all the way back to lane. This gives him teleport advantage as well. The lane was being held in by Inox. Doesn't know how much pressure he can put on this one. And Amazing again is going to let him know just how much pressure.
And this game is actually pretty close. We got to remember, TSM has 2 roster changes here, and there is some adjustment periods to see how long until they meshed. Yesterday, Amazing looked very good, and today he's on his bread and butter champion, Lee Sin. You would expect him to attempt to dominate this one, but he spent a lot of time top lane, and not many of those trips have led to actual kills. Again, he shows it does burn the ultimate of Inox, but not much else.
Good dive out there. Now, it would not have been a good fight, especially with Amazing being able to reveal. See him go and get into position. Snoopy's going to try to recover and figure out what's going on in the jungle, and this may be a little bit of damage control here from EG. Won't be able to do much, but they do get TSM out with any harm done, really. There's the blue buff they may be looking for, though. Just spawning up. This is going to be big for Pobelter to get. AB carries are kind of effective in this game with the amount of damage they're doing on Syndra and LeBlanc.
And Bjergsen really the one coming together with his items. Athene's Unholy Grail completed, whereas Pobelter is probably just slowly building up towards a Deathfire Grasp. That would be his first item. go back and get that needlessly large rod.
Oh, maybe?
Oh.
So close.
Almost.
No cigar.
Wonder if they're going to use that knowledge to see if Snoopy can set up a gank.
Could be walking through a ward. They're trying to get something in the mid right now. If he goes up, he's gonna be seen. There it is, Bjergsen. He looks like he's going to walk down. And Special's not hovering up. Nobody's going to be there in time. Bjergsen hitting the wall. Looks like he will be safe, however. Flash for a flash.
Decent force there by Snoopy. It'll make Bjergsen much more vulnerable when Pobelter comes back with a needlessly large rod, which he should be doing fairly shortly. I think that's definitely worth it, considering the relative strength of Bjergsen versus Snoopy right now, to trade flashes like that.
So Snoopy, amazing, both on the hunt. Great wards by both teams. They're kind of just same spot in it because they know where they need to go, but who's going to have the better fight coverage once they get there? Fighting in the jungle is going to be pretty damn good for a team with the AoE. Well, you can put down a box, but then you have Krepo putting down the Soul Shackle, so once it gets to that fight, it's going to be quite scary for both teams. 17 minutes in, TSM has that gold lead, so the fight could go their way.
And I still think it's so funny here. Second game in a row for TSM, where they really just look like they're in a time machine and they're playing in Season 2. The lanes are completely standard. There weren't fancy jungle invades. They have small advantages in their lane. They're not making mistakes, and there's a chance they're going to have the 3 turret to 0 lead because they controlled all the lanes enough to take down the turrets. They did this all the time in Season 2 when they were so dominant.
Great damage. A nice stun as Pobelter tries to come in. Dyrus goes right for the turret. He knows exactly what they want and actually trying to initiate a stun as well. Amazing. Very, very close to getting locked up here for more damage. Safety from the volatile Spiderling. And they may be setting up for Dragon. 1 minute and 30 seconds here, but EG finally formulating a bit of power in the mid lane.
Yeah, so much map control. Now for TSM being up 3 turrets, you almost never see this anymore. With how many teams will just fast push turrets down. To actually be up 3 turrets to 0 means every single lane had a superior amount of control. Crazy to think that it's the TSM from Season 2 with like 1 member from that team. Because Dyrus is the only remaining member from when they used to play like this. It's still going to work for them though, because it was a tried and tested strategy, and if EG is willing to let TSM go that way, they'll take it.
Going back to the wheelhouse strategies never hurts. It was always TSM kind of adapting. Play the same game and then just figure out how you're
just react to their enemies.
Right. Never put yourself in a bad situation. It works out the majority of the time. Everything getting cleared out in the jungle as EG really has nothing to pressure right now without that Dragon being up, but a good chance to steal from both sides. A lot of gap closers can come over the wall from EG to put them in a perfect position or a disengage if they want to be in and out for this Dragon.
And because of the 3 turrets, it's really unsafe for EG to find their spots against a Syndra, who will basically, since there's no magic resist built up, be able to kill anyone if he gets the right setup. Even just a death sentence coming out of the Fog of War. EG kind of has their backs against the wall.
15 seconds prior to Dragon, the ping goes down. Dyrus staying in the face of Inox right now, making sure the teleport isn't there, but Inox chugging down the potion. It looks like these guys are going to go hard as the ultimate gets put down by Inox. You can see when he disappears, gone. Dyrus has no idea. This is Dyrus's vision. He still wants to fight. Flashes and slices into that one. Will the dice follow? It forces the flash on Inox, and the Dragon has been prepped now by Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, but EG is in position. There's not complete vision starvation there. Inox will need to heal up if he wants to match teleports, because Dyrus definitely has enough health and could be a contributor in this team fight. EG even able to get in range to clean out the pink ward. Surprising the TSM would give it up so readily, but Bjergsen wants to go back and buy.
They're going to hold it. Dyrus, like you said, with that teleport up, something TSM has had to work on in the past, but really something they've locked down as they play back and forth. 12 to 11.
Definition of back and forth.
The definition of 165 to 149. Not a huge lead in that lane. Damage to defense in the Hydra build for Inox to Dyrus' Sunfire Cape right now. And it looks like he's going to give Inox as much pressure as possible. Both of these guys will contribute greatly to the Dragon fight, so they'll probably just go for the 1v1.
Yeah, TSM now strongly moving. Pobelter actually went back to base after Bjergsen did to finish his Deathfire Grasp. Means a nice Dragon pickup for TSM.
There's the 1v1. right in each other's face. Inox actually just hit 12. Not going to give him
With
too
the
much
Hydra, he has
more
more
damage.
sustained than Dyrus.
Absolutely. Dyrus
Plus his
looks,
ultimate's back
slice
up.
over the wall. He hits White. That's going to be a little extra. Gets the heal down from Cole, the Meek. But he also gets taken down because he's just too weak for that fight. 20 minutes in, Dyrus takes a hit.
Dyrus felt much safer than he should have there because he'd won the previous trade, and he underestimated the sustain advantage of having that early Ravenous Hydra. So Inox, with all of his practice on the top lane squishy assassins, outplays the conventional Renekton Dyrus. Just watching this one more time. This was just how long they've been fighting for as the Dragon went down, and being in the minions doesn't actually help Dyrus here because the Hydra is hitting all of them anyway, helping Inox lifesteal.
Sliced and dice out the last bit of that Fury too instead of stunning up, but Inox still would have been able to chase. You can see these guys using their champions to that max ability to get the kills. Good sidestep here. Snoopy gets caught up, but that could be Glebe going down. Deathfire Grasp goes out with the full combo. It does not connect right away.
Even with the DFG, wasn't enough to take down Glebe. He's got that Chalice of Harmony working towards him at Kales, so pretty difficult to take down. There's a big old Thresh right there. Still, almost 4 turrets for TSM. Even if they took a small hit here and there, the overall war is still being won by TSM.
Quite a slow game from really what we've been seeing in the action of Super Week. Now 3-3 coming in. The junglers have had 0 participation around the board. They've been all over. They've been near the fights, but 0 participation for them just yet. Amazing. Really actually playing well for TSM coming into games 2 and 3. And we know them coming off the loss of Cloud9 is something they don't want to continue. They want to start that W column rising again.
Oh, Dyrus actually backing off of Inox. Not
Yeah.
even thinking about trading this time. Inox going to be able to get very farmed with this continuing. Still though, got a 3,500 gold disadvantage. And EG would have to find a way of sieging turrets, which is the fault they've been falling into. With these squishy top laners, yes, Inox can do well in lane, but transitioning the game without a tank is not something League of Legends teams have been able to do. Kind of in the history of the game, unless they're a very strong poke comp.
They have the idea of clearing wards. They still need a few more wards, at least Wraith, something below them as they have displaced. But to go to mid would be quite scary right now. It's almost dark completely around Evil Geniuses. So as they set themselves up, they do look to create a little bit of pressure. Crepo baiting out a hook there from Glebe. They're not really coordinating their power right now. They're just allowing TSM to hold them off. 2 members easy. The wave coming up behind. We'll see what they can do as TSM congregates in middle to stop this.
Well, they're hoping to get a catch with the Elise or the Morgana, and then that would line up a Pobelt or DFG combo. They're keeping Inox in the top lane because honestly he has an advantage, and they want to use that to try and create a split push opportunity because team fighting as 5 is not the way you play it without a tank.
Turtle says he has the back, uses the culling to wipe out the wave immediately. And EG was ready for that wave. So now, not really wasted time, but they're not getting anything out of Xiao just being in mid. Inox, no help to Dyrus in the top lane. Looks like they're just back and forth on the island.
Dead even CS as well. It's the other roles of TSM that are giving them this gold advantage, as well as the 3 turrets TSM has been able to take down. Bjergsen might decide to just go death cap there. When he gets that, he'll be a very powerful Syndra. Easy farming for Inox. But once again, it'll be about his transition. He's doing great in lane right now, but how much can they really use that to their edge? Because if Dyrus is playing passively, he's not even able to get turret damage.
Playing that Fog of War game coming out from Evil Geniuses. TSM likes their chances pushing down mid. Dyrus with the teleport ready to come into the fight if necessary. Looks like they may try to back off here. They want to get coverage on what's going on towards the top side of the jungle. And the ping towards mid from Evil Geniuses. They're going to try to dictate the game here as they have TSM spread.
Yeah, they're thinking the TSM is moving towards Inox in that top lane, so therefore they're pushing mid lane to make sure they can't fully collapse onto Inox. It's kind of the team saving him from being a little bit extended there.
Just for their wards would help quite a bit. Every ward, 1 that seems to be placed down, there's 2 on the side of TSM, keeping it even safer. Crepo off by himself, doing what he can. He's got up to the Moby boots right away after the Sightstone. We have the Mikhail's Crucible finished over on Glebe, so you can just see the influx of money he has in 2 kills, really assisting the team to facilitate more and more fights. Slow game. Definitely compared to last game.
The last game was a little bit crazy.
As much love for fighting here between these two teams.
Can't expect that every time. TSM playing much more controlled here. EG wanting to latch onto a TSM mistake, but TSM just isn't leaving any doors open. I think TSM next Dragon fight, knowing they have the death cap, Triforce completed, McHale's, all the big items they actually want are pretty much there. Snoopy is trying to tank up as much as possible, knowing they don't really have a front line and he's going to have to be the one to go in. But without a huge amount of farm dedicated to him or a bunch of kills, he's not going to be able to be that tanky. He's trying to stack resistances for now, but he could go down pretty fast if we see a team fight.
The hooks coming out from Glebe, only so far off each time. Now we actually have a switch up between Dyrus and Inox.
They're going to kill it real fast, so EG has to make up their mind very quickly.
No teleport from Dyrus. Inox able to actually join the fight if he wanted to. Dyrus now starting to teleport in. He's going to be right in the middle. Kobolds are forced the distortion away. 2 out of the 3 dragons in the game now have gone to Team Solo Mid and a 5,000 gold lead.
Yep, it's a slow and steady game from TSM. They played the same way against Complexity and were able to get some solid wins. They don't really have to take risks against these teams in their mind because they're going to be better than them playing safe, and that has been true so far against EG.
Looking to focus as much as EG does around Inox as a carry. They don't have a situational team to formulate their composition around that. If he gets fed, they don't really have anything to protect him. Everybody else is trying to get fed as well.
Yeah, a fed Kha'Zix is often a reflection on the rest of the team because he's so good at cleanup.
Oh, Invisible once again stays with the fight. Actually gets some good damage if he can get some. No, he cannot get some lifesteal. I was going to say one last attack and maybe the Hydra to add it in there, but not enough to keep him alive. Dyrus now has the upper hand in the bottom lane. TSM finally have a big move to play now, and it's going. No, Dyrus has actually come to mid here. They're going to go straight for it.
Yeah, they want to finish off this turret. They got a lot of harass out of Snoopy. The Dyrus win on one side gives them the confidence required to take the mid lane turret. 4 turrets to 0.
Nicely done. A very back and forth game between the top laners there. Dyrus able to win out that one after he got a little bit more armor.
I mean, this was Inox starting the fight
very low.
Exactly. He needed to try and play the sustained battle if he wanted to win this one, and Dyrus knew that. Dyrus has a lot of experience. He underestimated Inox once. This time, he finishes him off while Inox continues to fight, flashing after, and just using his rage.
It's a lot of damage. Dominus ticking quite fast. Like 60 damage level 2 that's hitting you.
Especially once he hits level 16. It's actually one of the few skills in the game that has multiplicative scaling. Instead of going 200 health to 400 health to 600, it goes 2 to 4 to 8. Same with the damage. It goes 30, 60, 120. So that level 16 is going to make it even more difficult for Inox to duel him, even though he gets his 3rd evolution.
Right. 240 to 240 in that lane in CS, Jat. I don't know how much more head-to-head it can get. The assist to Inox is really only the participation. He has more over Dyrus in their fights. Slow game still for the junglers. They're fending for themselves at 106 and 118 CS, but still having an impact on the pressure of the game. 5,000 gold lead. Hasn't really creeped away anymore for TSM right now, but it's going to be Baron pressure quite soon. You can see Glebe and Turtle setting up defense on that. It's not going to be long before EG has to pressure.
Yeah. They're hoping that something comes to them in order to make a play, but it seems like all the cards are actually held by TSM.
29-minute first turret for EG.
At least they got one. No teleport up for Dyrus, so he has to go deal with that. And I think the 4v4 will continue for TSM. They're pretty darn content doing this one because they're the ones with the standard team composition. So they feel like the later it goes, the higher their chance of winning become. But not if Turtle continues to get caught out of position. This has been a problem for TSM. So far this Super Week, 3 deaths on him.
Yep.
Getting caught once again.
Yesterday, his catches on Twitch, even Invisible, thinking he could get
Thinking he was invisible. He was in pink ward.
Right, he walked right into the pink ward range. Not so good.
Nice move by EG. Yep. They found a pick they needed. That's what their whole team is predicated upon. Split pushing and getting picks with their other squad.
Gotta say, the last 10 minutes, definitely patient from EG, if anything. I thought they were really feeling on the back foot, but they were just waiting. They knew what needed to happen. Now start to pressure the turrets. They had nothing at 29 minutes. Now they have 2 and a possible 3rd turret right away. The influx of gold is going to be perfect for them.
Yeah, Dyrus, though, finds the stun on Altec. Does pop his ultimate just for the turret defense, though. That's to stall for Wild Turtle to get back there. Good work.
Strong play from Team Solo Mid. They are not afraid to keep going and going. So Turtle back into the game now, 0-3-2 to Altec's 3-1.
Yeah, it's just a nice dark finding. Wild Turtle sticking around a bit too long trying to kill a ward, and then dashes backwards as the binding follows. Still finds its mark.
EG finally getting those deep wards in, doing a very great job of using them effectively. Turtle almost going down again. That is going to be the ultimate from Bjergsen, one of the highest damage ultimates in the game, but I don't think he had enough spheres on the ground.
No, he just tried to use it. Yep. Basically dry right there. Almost got him down because there's no MR on Pobelter.
It's been a scary situation. That's when your teammates kind of cock their head and look at you. And
Yeah.
No, he's probably going to die in 1 second.
Dangerous, man. Mr. Turtle. It's funny how the Cloud9 Tempest bot lane are the ones that have all the kills in this game. 2 kills for Glebe, 3 kills for Altec. Their new partners are the ones that are potentially
Hey, that's the matchup. They know it. They're trying to play
Yeah.
it harder against each other. Our first mismatched matchup of a lane different to support, so it's going quite well right now for Altec. 272 to 292 in that lane. Wild Turtle making sure he's farming, but doing that has got him killed, so I think he might slow down a little bit. The team's going to let him get all these waves as they pour in.
This is kind of the time of the game where TSM is going to want to get some Baron control, and you can see that with all the wards they have in the blue buff area of EG right now. Even though the Dragon is up, they feel strong enough that they can just take that, and they're more worried about vision denial around Baron. They're going to be now looking for picks onto EG, even though EG is the pick team, and the more they can force EG into one place, the better it is for TSM to maybe land some big AoE Syndra stunts and actually take control of this game.
Amazing. Looking to give a little bit of extra gold over. I like the play of TSM here. They're not giving the idea that something's going on. But Crepo's saying, I don't see enough people.
Yeah,
and
not
amazing
sneaky
feeling
enough.
the pressure.
They don't even have a pink ward down, so
Right.
that's as soon as you see a hint of movement, Amazing has to be out of there. And EG actually might control this Dragon. They've had some issues going for objectives, though. They lost a game to CLG just trying to take objectives yesterday, and their mid lane is in danger.
8 seconds to back. Glebe's going to try and get vision to stop this. He won't be there for the hook. They're going to head up. They back for base. TSM looks at Baron.
And TSM has very good vision control around this area already. What's going to happen here? The gold is getting extremely close, actually. So TSM having to make their move. Altec is 3-0 right now, but not part of this fight. And there's no vision. They're going to have to go and check this.
The teleport's coming in from the top side. The hook! They threw that out! Beautiful job! Coming down. Where is he going to be? Snoopy finally comes down. He goes out. That is the smite and the perfect one they could have taken down immediately.
But how long until they finish Baron? They don't have the most damage here. It's going down very slowly. They want to continue to peel for more kills. EG trying to poke down as much as possible, but do not have an absurd amount of poke. Altec has a lot of pressure on him right here, and Crepo gets hooked.
Oh, no Soul Shackle. The main source of crowd control in the game is now done. And Dyrus was using his dominance. I thought that might have been a bad idea, but they seem to be safe. Turtle! He is going to be hit up. The Ignite as Pobelter does get a save for himself in this fight. Altec is going to live to that Ignite on the outside.
And Inox is still in there.
No, he goes down to the full Ignite from Bjergsen. Wrong call there, and it looks like they will start to clean up on the side of Team Solo Mid. 4 down for EG.
But 3 down for TSM. In no way was that a clean force. Yes, they got Snoopy and Crepo down, but then the tankiness, honestly, of Inox caught TSM completely by surprise. He was in there for a while and did a bunch of damage. Turtle fell again because Pobelter was able to get around the flank, and it was a pretty successful engagement there for EG if you consider. They got the Dragon and then traded the 3-for-4 despite Snoopy getting caught out. So watching this one more time, it's really just TSM. Yeah, they burned a little bit onto Snoopy, but it's just about how much poke EG can get down. Turtle, he can't really keep himself safe from a LeBlanc unless the rest of the team is able to peel for him. And they're continuing to damage Baron here. They try to peel off a little bit. Crepo gets hooked, and EG is really just trying to keep their distance. How much poking they really get down? At that moment, Pobelter gets Turtle, and then Turtle isolated himself instead of staying with the team. That's how Inox was able to get the kill. And then the long-distance shots from Altec kept a lot in because Bjergsen does so much damage, he managed to finish him off. If Bjergsen doesn't land the spells on Altec the way that is, TSM actually gets aced.
They actually had, again, the last tick to take down somebody in the game there on Alltech. Did the same thing to Pole Belter earlier by himself. And we have pretty full inventories here. A lot of wards coming in for both teams. They know that fight meant quite a bit in ground, and I believe it would make both teams weary as well. EG sitting just under 1,000 gold behind, or over, I should say. And they are really putting up good fights here against Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, we could be seeing upset number 2 if this continues. The only thing is, Inox is supposed to be that carry top laner. No, he's actually turning himself into a tank a little bit, which is giving them a better chance of playing a normal team fight, taking advantage of that damage reduction with his ultimate. Shouldn't have done that.
That's the cool thing. You ran to wins ward.
Yeah. Trinket mishap right there. Trying to take on Darius as well. He's feeling real strong. And Darius isolating himself. Inox.
I like this.
Yeah.
EG says, come over, fold into the jungle. Maybe we
If
can
they get
catch
spotted by
somebody.
a ward, the Baron is dead.
But this doesn't look like they're formulating on the right side of the map here, and TSM takes control of that. Playing in the mind of EG right now as they sit pretty much parallel to each other here between mid and the left side of the river. In and out the kick just to spread out a bit of damage, and he does do good 1,500 damage across the board to 3 members. Amazing going for the max range kick in. He gets himself out with the sigil on. Does not get the full silence there. A culling coming in from Wild Turtle as well. And they are just punishing down EG's health bars. This could be an impossible Baron contest.
Tremendous harass done by TSM there. Just a kick basically to get them a little bit low. Also burning the ultimate of Inox. He was the main guy that gave him extended trouble in that last Baron fight. TSM continuing to try and use this Baron as a bait to win the game.
Only 2 members of EG can sustain themselves back up here, being Inox and Alltech, at least with low HP. So.
He needs more time though. It's the ultimate that Alltech really, or that Inox really needs to make it into that fight. But when they push mid, they might actually be ahead on this base race. They got to be a little squeamish after yesterday though.
This is going to be Inox actually tanking up the turret. He's going to have to get out of there, so they're going to be low even if the back happens. You have to be very careful.
Yeah, but the minion wave was not there for EG, so it actually means TSM pushes faster because they don't have to deal with the backdoor bonus. Another missed turret trade by EG.
Evil Geniuses feeling the pressure once again. It's not all the way to the Nexus this time, but I'm sure they were sweating that play.
Yeah, so another bit of their defense falls.
Breadcrumb wards all the way through the jungle, and they have pure vision onto Baron. Here's the setup. Doesn't look like they're going to start any damage to it, but they're going to huddle themselves in and prepare for the fight.
They got to check. Parting together right there.
Yep.
Much better than last time. And
Really?
they might try this posture up the mid lane again. They got to remember they have an exposed inhibitor. They can't actually pull off this turret successfully unless they think they can. How long can that turret last before TSM goes? Maybe because of the minions and the positioning, they can drop that turret quickly. But oh man.
Nope.
What are they doing?
It's
They're not playing this very well.
They're not foreseeing the plays as they're happening. They're saying, can we do this? And then they realize they can't. Inhibitor goes down now. 2 calls to pressure on TSM's base and cost them theirs.
They get nothing in return this time. Alltech, the only one to stay. That does not seem like people are on the same page right now.
There we go.
They get a turret for an inhibitor. Bad trade. And now TSM has even more control over the Baron Pit because there's super minions coming on one side, a monstrous wave that Inox has to go clear on the other. And catch potential all over the place.
Whoa, Dyrone getting a little too hypey there. Throws out a ward. He thought he was safe. Look how much vision TSM has. Wouldn't you feel safe? Inox going in. Looks like he's going to be right in the middle of the fight. A huge kill onto Wild Turtle. EG coming out of nowhere with this one. And TSM knows they need to run for the hills. This will be the inhibitor in the mid lane, but Bjergsen's still up. That ult is down. He can still put out damage.
Inox didn't have time to finish off the wave in the bottom lane either, so EG has to be very fleeting with this push. They got to get the inhibitor and then get back to save their base from minions.
They got the ping on it. They already know it's going to go down. This is a huge wave in the bottom lane. It's going to be met, but these caster minions will be taking down that turret eventually. EG with a great push. They've got the mid inhibitor now.
I mean, getting the catch on a Dyrus was absolutely crucial. They're not going back. They're going to be in pink wards here. They still have 25 seconds on Turtle, 18 seconds on Dyrus. They want to be able to go for that one, but their base could not stand for that long.
They get one, but they also lose one, and that Nexus turret.
Almost, yeah.
Quite
they
a
didn't
bit
go
of
back.
damage.
That Nexus turret would have went down.
Got the
and
regen.
there would be no guarantee on the Baron either.
They are moving out of the base. They got their own super minions.
Alltech needs to be the one clearing these minions, but he is staying in the mid lane farming, and this means Baron most likely for TSM. Inox does not have a teleport. And it's a tricky situation. There are so many map advantages for TSM right now that EG has to overcome in this really close game.
Hard fought across the board. The mid laners having a great impact at 3-1-3 for Pobelter and 3-1-2 for Bjergsen. Third day of Super Week, definitely turning some games on top of their own heads.
Yeah,
And
two
right now
90% votes in a row. Complexity was a 9% chance to win. This one, EG was under 10% as well, and they're putting up one hell of a fight. They withstood being down 3 turrets to 0 early on in the game. You almost never see teams come back from that because it just means there's so much control they have to overcome. But maybe it's the fact that TSM still has these 2 new team members, Amazing and Glebe. They've played well individually, but the team overall hasn't been able to make those plays, especially late game. Remember, with new team members, just like new champions, playing games, the laning phase is going to work pretty early on. But as soon as you come in and the game becomes more dynamic, it's different every time, you can't practice that type of repetition with late game decision making.
Right now, the safety and late game decision making by EG has definitely been a plus. Some of the calls really going against them, but to stay in it in this way and then find an inhibitor and inhibitor turret themselves, especially against Team Solo Mid, who, like they said, take an inch to get a mile, and they're trying to do that right now. Clearing down the mid lane. Bjergsen going to be throwing around some super minions. Is TSM still posturing for this Baron until they have the right time?
Yeah, but their Baron damage isn't that high. Wild Turtle will do a lot of it, and this Baron can go down pretty fast at this point because Turtle's so fed, but they're in real danger getting collapsed on. Great scrying orb right there by EG. See exactly what they need to do.
Keeping them very safe on the entrance. This is just free damage from Baron going out to Dyrus right now. Good pokes from Alltech coming in. Easily saved with the Banshee's Veil, even if the hook decides to click. And they stay safe on this one. Inox was ready to jump into that fight to the back line. Great positioning by him the entire game so far to get to Turtle whenever he can.
Gotta hand it to EG. The scrying orb is exactly what they need when the other team has such ward control over Baron. The one way to not have to face check a Thresh hook when they have vision control. Scry it from 2,500 units away and get them off of it. Great job by EG.
It's exactly the one way they killed Snoopy previously. Banshee's Veil is going to be very helpful for whoever Bjergsen can really get his hands onto. He's kind of nullifying that entrance effect into the fight with his front-end damage. Everybody's getting big right now. We're about to see those full items. 43 minutes in. Everybody loving the hype of Super Week all across the board. 9-9, 66.7 to 67.8. And like you said, Jat, somehow EG leveled out that turret game instantly.
Yeah, and also Alltech went defensive 4th item, which is probably pretty good, considering Bjergsen can instantly kill someone. Wild Turtle did not. He's already died 5 times. So if Pobelter finds a catch on a Turtle, he could swing the game again. Turtle is not positioned well so far in the Super Week, and any type of catch could actually mean the end of TSM's game.
Inhibitor respawn coming up. Such an intense game right now. The next move could be the wrong one. Could mean the end of the game, as Azania's has been finished up on Bjergsen for a while. We have not seen that in a playmaking instance. And I'm sure he'll get himself into a sticky situation that really turns it for TSM. And Mikhail's Crucible also there to assist in that play. or rather EG, like we saw building
they kept
defensive
amazing
items. That's exactly what they needed. Nobody's able to continuously follow that one to get the Hex Drinker off. Give the help out there as well with the Mikhails.
Everything got used on.
Yep.
Even the Face the Mountain Shield, which means EG's pick game continues. A binding would have ended Glebe's life there, but he dodges it. So tense around. EG actually taking a lot of this control back for themselves. Oh, Dyrus, how much damage can they actually follow with, though?
Small bite, a little nibble. Not much they could do there, but EG getting these chances. TSM, it cannot let that happen.
And I wonder if everyone just continues going back to Baron or if they try and find new ways of winning this game, because there is an exposed inhibitor, remember, for TSM. However, it's on the wrong side of the map. Dyrus gets caught around Baron.
Once again, they're using Glebe. Maybe they're trying to really get a big ultimate out. Right now, EG is being very safe in their engages.
If we're speaking about picks, EG has much more potential for that. Elise, Morgana, even a LeBlanc finding the right thing, whereas TSM pretty much just has Thresh or a nice super stun. This is EG's game if they actually get to play the pick war around Baron. TSM has to change it. Either go all in as 5 or stop playing this one. The Baron is started on EG. They're doing a lot of damage.
Krepo playing the defense, ready to throw down the Soul Shackle. He's got to go all the way down, though. They stop on Dragon to teleport in. A very good move as Dyrus slices out. You can see Altec trying to keep the damage onto Baron. Everybody's looking for a good fight. Inox, he gets hit up, throws down the invisibility, but the Tempest cripples on, and they can still see him. Wild Turtle's very low with that Face of the Mountain shield on, and he will go down. No, he lives in the end. That was at least going down. Snoopy hits the ground hard. Pobelter tries to get the Ethereal Chain on as Krepo's out of the fight. TSM has won the Baron possession.
Man, Wild Turtle survived because Glebe saved him with all the shields. Look at those actives. He used Lock of the Iron Solari and Face of the Mountain. He's been able to build that just to save Turtle and let him build offensively. But they're all so low. At the end of the day, Snoopy's the only one that goes down and TSM goes back to base. Wow, that fight was so disadvantaged for TSM from the very beginning. And once again, Wild Turtle gets completely jumped on by Pobelter, and unless Glebe builds that item build, which very few people actually do on Thresh, double shield plus a heal from Mikhail's, he's got 3 shields now he can use because of Thresh in his Lantern. He's doing all he can to keep Wild Turtle alive.
It's a tough,
it's desperate.
tough situation.
TSM might get this Baron though.
He got hired for the job, and so far, he's doing all right.
It's a 5v4. This would be almost impossible for EG to defend because of the long death timer on a Snoopy.
19 seconds on Dragon. It's not even going to be something that would really put EG's gold back where they need it to be.
Oh,
that's a big catch right there. Inox once again, the front catch. Good damage back onto Wild Turtle, but there's no connect there with the rest of the team. Glebe takes himself for a ride. Amazing comes along as well in the carpool, and it looks like they're going to head down the mid lane with 60 seconds on the Death Chambers for EG.
Wild Turtle finally played that fight right. He gets away, he baits Pobelter to go in, and it was a 4v5. That was a really tall task for EG. TSM now, after such a long and dangerous siege, has the edge, going in with 5 people with Baron.
Still waiting for minion waves to come in, but is it anything that they need? Dyrus is quite big right now. The Randuins as well. Onto Amazing, and Glebe himself can be taking up these Nexus turrets if necessary. They're going for a little bit more before they go forward.
Still 30 seconds on Inox and Krepo. So slow and steady. Winning the race right now for TSM.
Oh, Bjergsen. They're looking to stall time here. That damage on Bjergsen makes them a little less likely to go all the way in for what they need. They say Dragon's up. Let's get a bit of extra gold. A huge power play there for TSM.
Yeah, taking another look at this fight, you can really see the hook by Glebe on the stealth target is really what started it all. Pobelter tried to go in for Wild Turtle, but again, the Mikhail's just used on him to make sure he stayed safe. Wild Turtle doesn't have to be a part of that because it is a 4v5. And then a Lantern saved him from the last one as well. Glebe doing everything to keep Wild Turtle alive.
Nope. Very, very close. This game's going for the long haul. We got 3 champions, 3 players over 400 CS on this one, getting very close to 6 items across the board for multiple members in the game. An Infinity Edge to now be built out here for Altec on Corki. Looks pretty stacked on the side of Wild Turtle.
Yeah, gets that GA. Yep. That's going to make a world of difference. Also consider Bjergsen is at 5 offensive items at this point he can blow up. Even an Inox or a Snoopy if he gets the right type of ultimate off on him.
Right.
Even with Banshee's Veils being built up on Altec and Krepo, he could still probably take one of them down. And the Baron buff with 2 inhibitors down. They're doing the classic thing everybody does. 2 inhibitors down, push the 3rd inhibitor. The minions alone will be enough to pressure somebody off, and they can hopefully take an edge as long as they don't get picked in this short time it takes for the super minions to reach the base.
Well, they only have a little time on mid. River's still past half, so they have some time here to toy with EG in the bottom lane, the map being objective free of Baron and Dragon. They're going to breathe right down the throats of evil geniuses for the next 5-10 minutes. Blue buff onto Bjergsen. They're going to be able to keep spitting out Scatter the Weak. Looks like right there onto Snoopy. They try to add some extra damage. Not too much. The backline distortion. Huge damage going across 3 members of TSM, but it's only to deter them from continuing to push. It doesn't look like it worked too well.
Yeah, that double distortion doing a number on him. Pobelter going back to heal. If anyone from TSM could have landed something as he jumped in, it would have been the end of the game, but Pobelter doing that harass just to keep them alive. They need that window of time to clear the super minions in their base.
Top wave is about to come crashing in, Jad. Just a few seconds, goes gone. Hobelter goes down, the focus of Team Solo Mid. They tunnel right in onto him. Bjergsen is just baiting everybody along like a carrot on a string. They think they can get the kill on him, but it will not happen. Snoopy goes down. Crepo will be the next one if they can finalize it. The piercing lights hit. Here comes the sonic waves, a resonating strike. There's amazing within range. It's going to be the inhibitors. 60 seconds across the clock for Evil Geniuses. TSM is going to be taking the game.
And it took them a while, but they avoid the upset at the hands of Evil Geniuses and finish 3-1 for Superweek. Not all that bad.
TSM, another team, as Cloud9 is to come out and want to win a very heavily motivated and powerful game. Not so much this time, but like you said, they do find the win over Evil Geniuses.
You can see Glebe kind of shaking his head after that one. He had to do a lot in that game to guide them to victory. 2-2-12 on his Thresh. A lot of clutch shields. And honestly, amazing 4-0-7. It wasn't the new guys that were actually faltering in this game. It was the old guard a little bit for TSM. The wild turtle position. Dyrus getting caught out a few times and having some issues dealing with Inox over in that top lane. But at the end of the day, EG falls, TSM is victorious.
EG definitely looking better though from day to day now. That was much more solid play, much more solid calls. They still somewhat fell back into it for a second, but were able to adapt quickly and get that back. Something where they would have sat back and kind of just been sorry about the situation.
Yeah, this was the day that the bottom tier team started bringing the pain to the rest of the LCS. Complexity took down Cloud9, and EG nearly took down TSM, but it was not to be 2 upsets. Had to just be 1.
Glebe versus Altac. A very well-fought featured matchup between those two.
Yeah.
Glebe making sure that he got a few kills on his former AD carry.
Hyper late game as well, the game making it to 50 minutes. Corki definitely starts falling off in comparison to Lucian.
Right.
When a lot of just general resistance get built up into the other team, Corki has a very hard time getting both magic and armor penetration, so he falls off. That definitely happened for EG. They had a pick-focused team.
Yeah.
As soon as they got pushed into the same spot and weren't able to get the picks right when they had that moment, it was TSM who could take it home.
And a game that tested the junglers as well. For so long, we saw both Snoopy and Amazing being 0-0 and 0 across the board, kind of just helping with the presence of where they were. At the end of the game, Amazing now 4-0 and 7. So even the patience of TSM to say, everybody needs to get a little bit fed here is what they were waiting for. And 4-0-7 at the end of the game from 0-0-0 is huge.
Yeah, and the slowness of the game almost benefited EG, right? Because within the laning phase, they actually weren't doing that well. It was more the macro game where they really struggled yesterday against CLG, where they showed a pretty big stride of improvement. I think especially as Altec gets more used to playing with Crepo and they get more experience, their laning should improve. You know, EG did show some bright spots there against TSM.
Right. They know when to take the advantage. They went from 0 turrets to almost 5 to 6 turrets immediately. That's a huge influx of gold. If they can do that on their own terms, you got another team that's going to be in the top. That's all you got to do.
But
a lot easier said than done.
At the same time, you know, how many strong teams do we have in NA right now? It's really hard to power rank at this point because everyone has played very different schedules. You know, LMQ came out 4-0. Dignitas has a chance to go 4-0. But Cloud9, they play CLG later. One of those teams is going to be, well, Cloud9, the best they can hope for is 2-2.
Right.
Who would have thought of that? What if Cloud9 ends up Superweek 1-3? They had a really tough schedule. They kind of ran the gauntlet here. But, I mean, what are there, 5 teams, 6 teams that are all competing for those top spots?
And a lot of the teams came in saying that the benefits would really go towards Cloud9 for not having a roster change.
Yeah.
And really, it affects everybody, even a small timeout and not even a new member on the roster. So you really see what these guys have to go through just from day to day, and then seeing a team like Complexity come out as they did.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's Complexity and LMQ that have the most stable rosters because they had the exact same roster from the Challengers Series 1 and Series 2 the entire spring, and they took those into the LCS. We never know.
You never know, indeed, especially today showing that true. For some post-game perspective now, we're going to throw it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. Want to welcome the dynamic European duo here on TSM, Bjergsen and Amazing. Guys, welcome to the desk. So that was a rather hectic game, 51 minutes almost. What happened?
I don't really know. I just feel like every time we actually had set up the Baron properly, someone kind of just got caught. And then we just like had to reset the entire process of like 3 minutes or 4 minutes of setting up the Baron properly with vision and waves and all that stuff. And then someone just kind of got caught. I think that happened 3 times. It's delayed the game by a lot and gave them a lot of control. And we could definitely have lost that game.
Someone
So
bottom lanes. I've had a kind of theme of the day is shot calling for all the different teams. Now you guys with 2 new players. How is the in-game shot calling working with your new team? But also, who's coming up with strategies before you get to the games?
Well, like during the game, it's mostly like me, Gleep, and Bjergsen doing the calls. Like Darius gives info, like Turtle gives info about his positioning. But usually, like we try to make the calls for the team and really try to set up stuff. Whereas like the pre-game strategy is really shifted towards Bjergsen, Gleep, who's doing a lot for the team, like as a new guy. Like those 2 guys really come up with a lot of stuff, and I don't know, like it works really well right now.
So talking about sort of making calls for the team, I want to draw a comparison between you and Meteos. So you're obviously an amazing jungler. That wasn't intentional, but you're phenomenally skilled. I didn't mean it. You're a phenomenally skilled jungler.
When he tries to do it, they'll be better, right?
Yeah, it'll
That
be
was
worse.
bad.
It'll be worse when I actually try. So Meteos, for example, is a style of jungler where he just asks his team to give him information, and he'll just make a decision and be like, oh, I'm going top now. How do you sort of determine your play style and how you help the team?
Like right now, it's like usually in my old team, CW was like I decided the calls early game. Like I decided what to do in the lanes, feed me info. Right now, it's kind of different because I'm coming to a new team, so you have to adapt. You have to bring your own plays into. So I'm just trying to do my best to cover my lanes at certain times when they want me to be there. Like I don't really have the decision making right now in the early game, which may shift later on in the season. But as it goes now, like I'm just trying to help our lanes when they call up.
Okay, so then actually let's fast forward a little bit into the game to the first of many, or I guess one of many Baron fights. This is one where you get, I believe it's 2 catches early on. If we can pull the replay up on the screen. I want you guys to walk me through either one. Set up for Baron.
I can. I think this is, I don't really remember this. Oh yeah, we set up for the Baron and we actually get a catch on Snoopy. But it's really hard to just like pin him down. So we wait up until he comes down from his rappel. We go back on the Baron here. I'm not sure if that was really the right choice because they have really good assassination with the LeBlanc and Kha'Zix. And we just keep getting poked by Corki and Kha'Zix. So luckily we get a catch on Crepo. And we just go back up Baron again.
Yeah, 3v5 should be easy, right?
Not really. It's just they keep poking us. I'm already half HP here. Pole Belter does like crazy damage on Turtle, and Turtle just like pretty much instantly dies. And I go for the pick on Altec. I kill myself to kill him, but it was the last Ignite tick, so I'm not sure if that was worth it either. But I think after killing Crepo, we could have we had plenty of time to like recall and just set up all the vision again, and we could do the exact same thing again, but possibly get a pick on either Inox or Pole Belter, which were really the main players who stop us from getting the Baron.
It's going to be hard to make the decision, like, do we take the 2 for 0 and leave, or do we go for the 5v3 with a jungler dead?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
99% of people would be like, oh, just kill Baron, jungler's dead.
Of course, that's what we did.
Sure.
And it probably wasn't the best decision in that specific play.
Okay. So Amazing, I want to actually ask you about something because you're a big Kha'Zix player as a jungler. Kha'Zix a great jungler. Top lane Kha'Zix gave you guys a little bit of trouble for a while. Is there a big difference in what Kha'Zix will do when he's top lane? Did you guys even expect to play against this?
We really expected actually. Like we tried to pick at his Lee Sin away because Inox has been showing like really great performance on Lee Sin. So we wanted to force him onto Kha'Zix actually. The problem with top lane Kha'Zix is that if he's able to 1v1 the top laner, there's no chance that you can actually like split push at all. He's just gonna kill you over and over and over again. A jungle Kha'Zix like will farm more, takes more time to scale up in my opinion. Like will have his AD jungle item afterwards, tries to gank lanes. It's just like a mix up. I don't know. Like it was really giving us problems because we were not really able to get plays onto him. I tried a lot. Snoopy was able to get some counter ganks in. So we had like the 2v2 potential on top, but we never really focused anyone down. So there was no scaling for Nectin. Which we should have had during mid-game, where he could have like trashed Kha'Zix basically, but that never happened. So we just wasted our potential early game, and Kha'Zix was able to do something mid-game.
Okay, so then walk me through actually a second replay we have. This is the Baron fight that actually wins you guys the game, I believe. We can pull that replay up. And this is basically, I guess, just amazing. Walk me through this one.
So let me remember the situation. We start off the Nash again.
Yeah, Snoopy just respawned, so we're on Baron.
Like we took a long time to set it up already, but we wanted to really finish this. So we're just trying to get a catch onto someone. We catch Inox, who's getting bursted down pretty easily by our Syndra. Wildtile almost gets killed by Pobota again. Whereas we just keep poking people. Gleep really good catches that game, and we just try to end the game from there.
And you do end the game. You guys end the week going 3-1. You're only lost to Cloud9. The Cloud9 that looks to be actually struggling right now. After seeing especially the last game with the mix-ups with shot calling, what are your takes on Cloud9 coming back from All-Stars?
I just think they took a break after All-Stars, and so they only had, I think their practice is not that much, at least not as much as other teams. And I feel like they should have maybe used more time going or practicing for the Super Week, and that's why they're not looking as strong. But C9 is always a team that if they lose one game, they just step it up. They focus only on League. They just become back to being the powerhouse, and I think that's what we're going to see next week.
So speaking of powerhouses, TSM, you guys have always been top 2 North America. Since C9 joined the scene, you guys haven't quite taken #1 just yet. But two-part question here. One, if your team stays at the power it is right now, where you guys have kind of just come together, where would you finish? And two, given the whole season to grow as a team, where are you going to finish?
Like right now, we're still struggling to adapt to one another. It's obvious, like just coming into LCS again, like getting used to the schedule again. We would finish like, in my opinion, 4th or 5th. As the season progresses, however, we'll get together even better and really try to focus on getting better as individuals, and then focus to get better as a team. And if that happens, I think we should finish top 2 and really get our world's placement.
Bjergsen, how about you?
I would also say 3rd or 4th place. We have Dignitas coming up looking really strong. LMQ also looking really strong going 4-0. So I think if we were going to be at the strength we are now, we would probably be 4th place, I would say. But we're really aiming to get that top 2. And with the new team, we have a lot more planning going into games. And I think we're going to look stronger overall as we progress through the season.
Well, cool. Hope to watch that growth from you guys. Guys, congratulations on a 3-1 start to Super Week, which is a pretty damn good record. Now, guys, we've got a couple more games to go, though. We're going to take a quick break, but stay tuned to see if your Twitter response was selected by our crack team of Twitter readers. Then we'll jump into our next game, Team Curse versus Dignitas. 2014 Summer Split continues in 3.5 minutes.
Good job. We can walk up here.
Like, we can still wait because we have lots of time.
I'm ulting him.
Oh, nice.
Good. I'm on
Inox.
MW, close target. Closest target. Closest target. Good. Keep sliding.
Stupid.
Crepo on Crepo.
Stupid.
Good.
I'm on Crepo.
You can extend the game. You can go mid and end the game.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. I'm Ravink Bislin III, and next to me is Joshua Jet Leesman, aka Knuckles. Earlier today, we wanted to know who's going to win the 2014 Summer Split and why. You got to show your work. Here's what you guys wrote in. At Novaheim says, Dignitas, coming in big with the new roster. This split, they're going to be the new powerhouse, and they can take it all.
Yeah, I mean, Dignitas looked incredibly strong yesterday. It's just going to be going to show if it's the long win streak followed by the long lose streak or a whole new Dignitas.
Our next tweet comes from a gamer named Zen. Easy enough. Cloud9 will win the Summer Split. If it isn't broke, don't fix it. Cloud9 always show up and will happen again.
Yeah, they're going to have a tough test coming out ahead of them, though. COD final game of the day. A Cloud9 1-3 Super Week would be unthinkable, especially with their expectations coming into the year.
I've had a few unthinkable things already. Even Han says, our next tweet, when Glebe gets going, TSM is going to have a huge lineup with Amazing already doing work. TSM wins this split for sure.
For sure. That's a pretty bold statement. They had a 90% vote to win last game, and they definitely won that one. It's going to be such an interesting split for TSM. More change than they've ever had. They had a pretty easy schedule this week aside from the Cloud9 pick, but if they come together, they have a lot of potential.
Our next tweet from @Ryzak. LMQ, they've beaten CLG. C9 is in a slump. TSM is new and unpolished. Their path is practically paved. I like that.
Oh, man. Lomo Nation as well. That's the Vasily love right there.
Yep.
It's tough to argue if they're undefeated. The only undefeated 4-0 team so far. Dignitas trying to make it in this next game.
All right, and if you are on social media still, one more bit of that social media business to take care of, but this time it's from a player. After that Complexity upset over Cloud9 and the Nexus smashed heard around the world, TSM's Dyrus took to Twitter to share his thought. @Dyrus writes, I'm retiring. I'm done. Oh my VOD, ETF. Holy noly. Oh my God. What happened?
Well, that was most people's reactions about the Complexity upset. And then TSM almost got upset themselves in a much less crazy fashion, to be fair. That game we had between Cloud9 and Complexity.
Well, we still got more games, and I can't wait. So thank you to everyone who wrote in, but it's not too late to join the conversation. Send your thoughts to @LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS. You have 140 characters to be awesome. We're going to send it over to Freak and Kobe to get us into the game now, but first, Crumb says with their new team, everything is coming up Dignitas.
At this point, with Team Dignitas, I'm the happiest I could have been with the position that the team is at. Happy with every player in every row, the staff, how we're preparing our practice. Literally, this is the split for Dignitas to shine, and I think we're going to prove that.
Dignitas certainly looking very bright right now. What's up, guys? Welcome to the desk. It's time for our next match, Curse versus Team Dignitas. Now, Kobe, historically, it's been a very close matchup, with a slight edge actually going to Curse overall, them taking 7 of the 11 games these two have played in competitive play. But the shoe might be on the other foot this time around.
Yeah, especially if you're going to believe the tough talk from Crumbs there, who yesterday, he said as long as they don't make any dumb mistakes, Dignitas will easily beat Curse. They're 3-0 so far, and in their game yesterday, they systematically took down Cloud9. They are now sharing first place, so he may be right. A lot of their success does come from their incredibly strong lanes, their early laning phase, and the advantages that they can get in that early game. But they have had problems with shot calling still, even in their wins. Those problems, though, they believe are fixed very easily. So it's possible that they'll be finishing this Super Week 4-0 and hold on to that tie for first.
Yeah, he would have thought it's LMQ and Dignitas, the two teams going 4-0, but that's the reality we're looking at, though. However, it's a tale of two very different teams, as Curse is coming in 0-3 for the week, and they can make that 0-4.
In their loss, they have shown a lot of good defensive play, though, stalling out games and trying to mount comebacks off of their opponents' mistakes, but they have not been able to complete any of those comebacks thus far. We mentioned earlier, but Curse has had an incredibly tough schedule, making a tour of the top teams in the league. And now, starting Super Week 0-3, that can be incredibly demoralizing for a team, especially a team that had such success in scrims and were coming in with such high hopes. So we'll have to see if they actually are playing on tilt or if they can actually regain their focus.
Yeah, and you got to figure if Curse could win this game right here, it puts them in a pretty good standing going into the next couple of weeks where they take out one of the 3-0 teams. However, we're going to check out the starting lineups now. On the blue side is Curse. Quas in the top lane. I Will Dominate in the jungle. Voyboy in mid. Cop on AD carry. And Xpecial on support.
And on the red side, it's Dignitas. Up top, Zion Spartan. In the jungle, Crumbs. Mid Shifter, AD carry Cutie Pie. And supporting Kiwi Kid.
So going to be a fun game overall, though, I got to say. And I do like actually how this all matches up. I think the Curse bottom lane gets bolstered by the fact that you've got Xpecial in there. And honestly, Dig's dual lane's been looking pretty good recently.
Pretty good. Cutie Pie especially has been looking beastly. He's been looking very good, especially on that Draven.
Yeah, and it goes to show you that braids clearly improve your skill because
Clearly.
the new
And
haircut
bowl
for the
cuts for Kiwi Kid.
If you get a haircut in general, it seems to improve your skill level. Bjergsen got one back in the spring split and upped his game for a little bit there, so I think that's the deal for these guys. But in a champs like we go, first ban going to come out, Lee Sin, removed from both Crumbs and Zion. Other question is, will he get Jax?
Now, Crumbs has a really deep champion pool as far as junglers go, so the target ban there probably won't hurt him too bad. It is his favorite champion, though, to play on, so it looks like they're just going to scatter their bans across the map here and take out just all-around strong champions currently, because we've been saying it over and over, Shyvana's win rate in the North American LCS is ludicrous.
Yeah, just doing a really good job, just being able to engage into fights. I think right now Curse is trying to pinch a pick right here. I think Jax right now is a big focus. LeBlanc, though, also opens Soraka available as well, Twitch on for this one. So with the ban right here for Lulu, I think Curse is looking to try to grab 3 of the 5 top picks and let Dick only get 2. Depends what this ban is here. So Jax does get removed.
As you said, there's a lot of mid lane picks still up. A lot of people have actually been focusing Quas with bans, so banning out both Jax and Renekton. With 2 of the main top laners banned out, Shyvana and Jax, though, it does leave Renekton kind of standing tall up there.
The thing is, Quas is happy to play Mundo here, whereas Zion lost all his carry top laners here. He's really got none left that I've seen him traditionally play, unless he brings out the Kha'Zix top there. So Curse, I want to say it's interesting. It's LeBlanc here, and if Shooter doesn't play Soraka, then Curse really cornered the market on mid laners.
Yeah, definitely very happy with that pickup. Voyboy pioneering the move speed mobility boot LeBlanc too.
Yeah.
I doubt that he will return to it, though. He got a lot of flack for the build, and he didn't actually see that much success with it. So we'll probably see a more standard LeBlanc this time around.
That just might be the case. So I'll have to see what he goes for with this build. He's going to burst people out. Dignitas going to take their time. Actually, Mundo for Zion. He's going to take that away from Quas. Crumbs gets his Elise.
Yeah, I mean, Zion has played Mundo as well to pretty good effect. Trundle as well is still up. He can steal percentage health, but it's not as good of a counter to Mundo as it is to something like Shyvana. So they'll probably be saving that top pick for Quas. They don't need to pick it early here, unless they really want to get some counter picks for the bottom.
And I guess I'm trying to think about the pick game here as well. The fact that I guess Lucian and Twitch are both up. Neither team is rushing that one, because we've seen first pick AD carries come through before, and it's not the case for these guys. The hover on Soraka.
Top line.
I wonder how real that is, but that actually might be. Lucian hover, that's going to be grabbed here for Kopp. Orianna the hover. I'm curious, like we've seen top LeBlanc actually over in Europe. Soraka's going back to that one. TF, like, how much you trolling me, Void Boy? What are you going for? All right, so a top lane mage for Quas is coming through, unless it supports Soraka.
It could be a support Soraka. If it is one of the solo lanes, though, then I really do like it. We saw modified Soraka builds incorporating Morella Nomicon, and since you're spamming Starcall the entire time in a team fight, it's very strong against Mundo, because you can always apply that debuff and cut his regeneration. So that may be an in-draft phase adaptation here from Curse, trying to bring in somebody who will constantly be applying the debuff.
Well, we'll see what that ends up being. We've even seen, to a certain extent, even supports getting enough money. I've seen Kiwi Kid go for Morella Nomicon early on Zyra, for example, if that ends up being something they care about. And again, either way, you're facing against a Soraka, so that item is still useful regardless. On either side of this team, both have really large amount of healing. Twitch actually might go completely unpicked and ban, not Cutie Pie. No, he's going to lock that one into Zyra as well for Kiwi Kid, so we might just see just that.
Interesting. So they got some counter initiate here. The anti-dive queen Zyra to pair with Twitch. They don't have any shields for Twitch right now, though. They pass up the Morgana and decide to go with just Zyra here.
Interesting. So last couple of picks here for Curse. They can really move their lineup any way they want. I've seen LeBlanc and Soraka mid, top, and support in competitive play, actually. So theoretically, that comp can go any way they want with it. 25 seconds to go till they make the rest of their distinctions here. We only really know their AD carry is Lucian, butting up against Twitch Zyra. They're going to go for the jungle Evelyn, going to be locked in. And yeah, that Quas Renekton got banned away so many times. He's going to get it. Support Soraka.
So they do leave it till last. There's a reason that's banned out too. He's extremely confident on that Renekton. He even will run Teleport Renekton. A lot of other people sticking with Ignite for the lane pressure. But going up against Mundo, he may finally switch off of his Teleport.
Yeah. Get the kill pressure in if you can. But there we go with no real hard engage in the lineup aside from Evelyn flanks. They're going to toss last pick middly here. So Shifter will be able to play long range and generally fairly safe unless you get a good LeBlanc engage.
Yeah, neither of the teams have really good hard engage. And Dignitas with the last pickup there get a big poke advantage. Curse would really like to keep the team fights in small areas so they can make use of that Soraka and make use of some brush for LeBlanc assassinations. But really there, I'm liking the last turn of events there for Dignitas with the last pickup.
Well, keep in mind, if you're fighting in small areas, you're fighting on top of Dr. Mundo, on top of Zyra Stranglethorns, and the Twitch ulti. Like, I think Dig's lineup works really well against almost everything Curse wants to do.
As long as they don't get picked off here.
Yeah.
I mean, LeBlanc, we've seen LeBlanc single-handedly take over games. So if they can control Void Boy and keep him down, then things are looking pretty good.
I will see if they can keep Void down. The champs are locked in. Let's count the votes over LOLesports.com, where 76% of you are giving this game to Dignitas, and well, with a 3-0 record, that's not too big a surprise.
All right, you can also update your vote by tweeting us at LO Esports if you decide you need to switch your vote and you want to be on the winning side. Use that hashtag CRSWin or DIGWin. We will be periodically updating the votes.
And I got to say, the mid-game votes have turned out to be surprisingly accurate. I remember that 70... well, think about it. The 70-30 swing. I can't talk today. For Complexity in the middle of that one.
The end of Superweek, Freak. This is where we start to get a little loopy.
Yeah, slurs all over the place. I can't even speak anymore. It's crazy. But, you know, I'm just high on League of Legends action. It's awesome to be here. It's wonderful games. Dignitas versus Curse. Now, both these guys, see if they can keep their streaks going in this one. They're headed in opposite directions right now.
Yeah, this could be a 4-0 team and an 0-4 team.
Yeah.
If it turns out the wrong way for Curse here. They definitely don't want it to end that way.
No.
And LMQ would be happy to be sitting alone at the top of the standings, I'm sure, as well.
Seriously, and you look at the LCS overall. Of course, we just had the European Super Week finish a couple days ago. No one was 0-4 or 4-0. It was a bunch of 3-1s, 2-2s, and 1-3s. And I mean, that's kind of the normal thing for Europe, as they're all kind of clustered together, and you know, you've got like 6 games separating first from 8th. In North America, you see a little bit of separation, but it's traditionally been like 1 or 2 teams at the top, and then kind of like a very even scaling down the middle. But you look at, again, we just had the interview with the TSM members where they're like, yeah, we're kind of only like top 4 right now. Like, we've got to keep going up. Cloud9 again looking a little bit shaky here. This is a very surprising 2 teams to start out 4-0, right? TSM gets 2 new members, Dignitas gets 2 new members, but Dig hit the ground running. They're up 3-0.
So many changes we had coming into every single team for the North American LCS. Cloud9 had an injury. That counts as a change. Sure. You know, they had to switch out, use Link for a long time. And switching back to him, they have had a rough start here. All the other teams bringing in new players. Probably the most successful of the changes, though, has been this team right here, Dignitas.
Absolutely.
Bringing in the Coast solo laners and forming the Digna Coast squad.
Dignitoast was what I saw it as. That was the post, was Dignitoast. That was a great name, personally, because it's nicely warmed bread. It's crispy on the outside, and these guys are all soft in the middle as well. But that went weird. But okay, so we have a quick pause in the game, by the way, which is why you're still seeing us and not the actual champions, which are generally more attractive than we are, but that's okay. Basically, so here you go. You've got Dignitas, who I think have done a really good job in Champ Select. We had their players talk about their coaching, Scar for Micro, Drunk Scar for Macro, and here's another game where it seems like they've set themselves up very well for success.
Yeah, that's an interesting point for me. Since I said at the beginning of the day, shot calling really has shifted so much towards planning in League of Legends. One of my favorite quotes from All-Star was Reckless. He was like, playing against SKT, I can't even farm a single wave without them taking something.
Yeah.
And the reason that you can't farm a single wave versus SKT without them taking something is because they prepare that two-pronged attack ahead of time. Several minutes in advance, they'll go down, cut off half of a wave, and as it's building up, they send everyone else to a different spot of the map, attack you right when that wave crashes onto your turret, so you don't have any time to farm the wave, and they get something out of it. They put you in these lose-lose situations where all these teams that have been doing reactive shot calling have just felt like they have no choices, and they don't have time to catch up because SKT are doing planning. All the teams like this are planning much better than they are.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. And you can bring this down to a small scale, for example, when teams go for Baron attempts, for example. I mean, we've got a Dignitas team in front of us. You got to talk about Baron attempts. Because the ones where they'd set them up so well in advance, right? Like when they had one of their very, very commanding wins early on, I think it was the very first game they played, actually. And like Shifter was going to go 15-0 in that one. It was like they had ward control. Shifter was hiding in a brush like a screen away from Baron. They're like, we're ready for these guys to face check. And then he one-shots the AD carry, and the team backs out and they get Baron because they had planned every step in advance. Swept all the wards away, put their own wards down, ensure that they knew everything was going to happen.
Yeah, and talking about vision games and how important the vision game has come, the other thing you have to plan in advance are your trinket swaps.
Yeah.
That's definitely something a lot of North American teams have been lacking in too. The cooldown, you need to work around the cooldown of your swapping out your trinkets, whether it is for a Scrying Arb or for a Sweeping Lens. A lot of teams, they'll be in the position like, oh my god, I need a Scrying Orb right now. Too late. You had to already plan for that. You can't just buy it and be able to start using it.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. I've been thinking about the vision game a lot recently. And when you're talking about forward shot calling, or what's the word you use instead of reactive, but like the planning of shot calling? I forgot the word you used. Now I feel dumb. But when you're planning all your moves 2 minutes in advance, like a lot of those you can make don't even require wards, is the funny thing. Because it's like, if we dive bot and they're forced to recall, we have a guaranteed dragon. You could have 7 wards on Dragon Pit, but we know it's a 4v2. And you'd guarantee that it's yours, right? 100% of the time it's yours no matter what. And those same kind of things happen when you're like, we're going to push when the giant wave is there. If you fight us, we have 70 minions. You'll lose the fight no matter what. They can do that regardless of their opponent's moves, right? Like the really good teams set things up where there is no good reaction or there's no good defense. You got to do something else elsewhere on the map. When you see really good teams, they'll take like, one team will get Dragon and the other team will get mid out of turret because the team knows, yeah, you set up Dragon perfectly. You're right. We don't get that.
Yeah.
So a good team will do something else instead.
Those are the lose-lose situations they're trying to set up.
Yeah.
But something that good vision does help you do is do something that I've seen LMQ play a lot. They play extremely aggressively when they don't have the actual power to play aggressively. Like, there's no jungler behind me, yet Ackerman is still in your face in what should be a losing trade. Since he's so obviously doing this and it's a losing trade, his opponent backs off and says, oh, he must have someone here, and he ends up winning something that he should be losing, allowing you to bluff. It's a lot like poker. They just continue to bluff because they have good vision. They control that, so they keep their enemies guessing.
Oh, speaking of pokers, here we go into the game. Nidalee on the Dignitas lineup. Curse here in blue, and we are into the game for ourselves. The crowd is ready for game 4 of 5 at the tail end of Super Week here. Can Curse salvage their record? Can Dig continue theirs untarnished and tie LMQ for first place? That's what's on the line for these two teams here.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
So we have a Twitch and a Mundo up top. Maybe doing some lane swapping here. We have one sweeper as well. Now, you can start with a sweeper and use it for the invade and then sell it as you recall before minions even spawn if you want to. Or he can just hold on to that to make sure that his first gank coming around, he'll be able to make sure that he's not spotted out in whatever bush he's trying to stand in.
Yeah, something that Crumbs actually does on Elise specifically. He has Spiderlings to check brushes for him. And this is the second time I've seen him do this, I think. You're talking about trinket swaps, actually, just as a random note. Most junglers I see will switch trinkets on their first recall, regardless of what they have in their inventory, except for Lee Sins to make ward hop plays.
Yeah, did you know if you place your trinket ward, then you go back and you swap it out, you don't lose that ward. It still stays up there. So that's definitely, if you're going to plan on swapping your trinket, always place your ward before you go back first. it's free. One of the only free things.
True.
In League of Legends.
It's a 2-minute cooldown anyway. There's not even a real opportunity cost. It's great. All right, well, Dominate will be taking his blue buff right on top of a trinket, although, yeah, it'll just barely see him start, I believe. So Curse, they're going to know they were spotted starting their blue buff up. Dignitas know about that as well. And the interesting thing is, actually, Dignitas have their 2-man team on the top side of the map. So if they go for their own blue, there's a chance that Curse can invade and stop this.
Yeah, interesting situation here, because usually when you go with a lane swap and you put your AD carry and support up top, you invade that blue because you have more members of your team on the top side of the map. You need the top 2 buffs. That's where you have control. However, Dignitas have swapped their 2 players up top, and they're deciding to do the buffs on the weaker side of the map for them, where Curse can actually contest.
And they're trying that right here. Elise coming in as well. Zion Spartan forced to run away special. By himself, zones him away, and there we go. Quas and Dominate. They grab the blue for it.
Yeah, they get burned for that decision. And it's a pretty big pickup for Curse, honestly. Double blue buff start there. This is going to be a triple buff start for the duo, I guess. Even Quas shared experience on both of those.
Yeah, and I want to, like, I'm thinking about how Curse saw that. I don't think they got deep wards down themselves. I think his special just went up from his lane and said, hey, which buff did Crumb start at? Saw blue was there and said, hey, Dominate, run across the map. We got this.
Also, if they're starting at their own blue and then they magically see this AD carry and support in the top lane, they're questioning, why did they not invade our blue buff? And they'll take it. Advantage Curse.
Very nicely done. We're watching the mid lane matchup now. Voyboy, who's been having actually a very good week right now. It's a player we questioned a little bit coming in. Had one of the weaker performances in the spring split, but right now he's been, I think, the most consistent member of Curse almost. Thinking back to his kill scores of what he's done in his Yasuo games. Pulled the ban this game. Right now he's sitting on a 10 minion lead against Shifter.
Yeah, he has had a very strong showing here in Superweek. Silencing a lot of the critics. And Shifter. Heyo! Sorry, told you it was the end of Superweek.
Hey, no, that was a great one. That's worthy of like day 1 A block.
Oh, look at this. We're going to have what is that? Is it Freeze up there top? It's pretty deep in Dignitas territory. Yeah, QtPie is keeping that one very close to his turret.
It will slowly push out, though.
And Quas is actually heading up there right now. So I would actually expect Quas to do, a little more double jungling right now. It's dangerous for him to extend up there. He did get to that level 3 before Zion did, since they got the triple buff start, though. So maybe that's enough. Now that he does have his slice and dice, he's got all 3 of his skills.
Ooh, Smite Steal by Dominate. He's going to take away one of those big wraiths, and he's going to feel pretty good about that one. Crumb's barely level 3 and out of resources, forced to recall back. Dominate's already gone back for Spirit Stone and has full health and mana.
I mean, this is the chain of events that is going to occur when you get a single buff start for one of the junglers, especially if you're fighting Evelynn. If Evelynn can get any sort of lead on you, she can constantly counter jungle you, because this early in the game, people are not purchasing peak wards in their own territory. She can get by everything and find you at a camp. Doesn't really matter what jungler you're using. If you get found at a camp, you're going to lose the 1v1.
Yeah, and you got to think about the fact that Curse is actually winning a large majority of their important lanes, like Void was pushing up here, so that if Dominate does spot a pink ward, he can kill it without actually being counterattacked by Dignitas, because they can't leave their lanes without losing a bunch of minions. And actually, here's Dominate.
This is actually pretty dangerous.
Yeah, well, it's a 3-on-2. Level 4 now for the dual lane of Dignitas. Dominate still waiting around. All the cooldowns are available. There comes the engage. Bot's going to set up Kiwi Kid. Huge damage on Zyra. First blood goes to Quas. Dominate still on the chase. QtPie burns his heal, not his flash. Should get away from this.
So the support Soraka with Renekton here. Best dual lane combo. They've left the Lucian down to solo bottom. Actually extremely strong since he got such an early lead in CS. We talk about how AD carries in the current meta are kind of returning to their old level of power.
Yeah.
Because so much of the early creeps are being fed to them. He can actually solo lane versus many top laners, not just the weak Mundo.
Silence.
QtPie, though.
QtPie special has turret aggro. He's got 1 shot left in him, but the stealth comes in time. Curse not going to pick up that kill, but QtPie's got to still be careful.
Yeah, he probably has to back off.
Fury used by Shifter Ignite as well. Voidboy takes a lot of turret damage for that one, though, and Crumbs
comes on the side, pushing back Dominate.
Dominate pretty much has control of this top side jungle too, dropping deep wards to keep track of Crumb's movements. Really, they only have to worry about that bottom side of the map. So as long as Cop can handle himself, not get too close to Zion, they should be fine.
He's doing great though. He's got 58 minions compared to the I'm a Cutie Pie 44, which is kind of his like lane opposition in a certain sense in this one. Also, I mean, Quas has a minion lead over Zion Spartan, Dominant now. Of course, they realize that Dig had started red buff. They're already ready for this one.
Let's see if they can get a 4 buff second round.
Oh man.
Though, because they are one step ahead of Crumbs right now. They know where he started. They've taken one already. It's actually a very quick chain of events to get that second one too.
Well, looks like right now Dominate's on his way back to his own blue buff. The opponent blue buff will be pretty soon. See who hits level 6 first. Quas also waiting in the wings there. Cutie Pie gonna take some damage, does not take enough though. Doesn't get stunned or anything. Quas forced back.
Now, if we do see another blue buff invade here from Curse, enemy blue buff, there's already a pink ward, defensive pink ward placed, so that would cause problems. They aren't going to overextend for it though. Happy with just taking away the red this time, so Shifter will be able to get second blue here. It's a pretty big win for Dig. They definitely need that on him because right now he's getting destroyed by Voyboy.
That's pretty rough right now. 30 minions the difference right now. Gigantic, massive lead here for Curse. Dignitas have not found anything to do so far in this game. An 1100 gold lead just from the laning phase. First blood plus minions doing that. And so
also,
far, plus a buff.
Also a LeBlanc versus Nidalee, where the Nidalee's jungler gets behind early, is going to be really brutal for her. Nidalee extremely weak early on. And Voyboy's just done a good job of harassing him.
Yeah, you saw actually the barrier being used by Shifter instead of the heal. He's got enough heal on his own kit, so barrier for the anti-burst there. Did keep him alive for one of the all-ins. And you can see the Shifter is able to one-shot minions at the very least with Javelin, so he's guaranteed about half the minions, but Voyboy still scaring him away for everything else.
Yeah, he always has to be worried about Evelynn as well. That's why with the blue buff, he's just going to stay as far back as possible and CS with the Javelin.
We're going to tank a couple of those just to deny some CS, although cost him a potion. It's actually a gold negative proposition. Quas level 6 now. Kiwi Kid forced to hide away on this one. Looks like these Solar Renekton's working just fine. Soraka is recalled back to special. He's going to have to make his way down towards Cop's lane to help him out.
The plan for Curse here is definitely going to be vision control with this team that they have too. They want to be able to pick people off and take objectives after killing someone. So they want to be able to make use of this Evelynn. See if he sweeps by that pink ward first try.
Well, I think they're going to start the Dragon attempt pretty soon.
Ooh, he does find it.
Yeah, Curse almost always try for Dragon in the first 10 minutes. Dominate will get this safely. And again, another dual lane is bot. The movement over to that's going to be pretty quick. Crumbs, though, will answer back on this ward. Another trinket comes down, though.
Both teleports are available for the top laners, but Zion has put all of his money into tank stats here. Every last drop of gold into tank stats, so he can get to be the focus for his team, the tank, as quickly as possible if that dragon does come down. Whereas Quas is going with the damage, the Tiamat, to be able to shove and to be able to farm between those turrets.
Looks like he's going to make his way down through the map right now. Maybe tries to spot out on Shifter or somebody else. Sees that he took the Wraith camp away, but won't get anything else off of this one. 40 minion difference in the mid lane. Shifter still hiding away a fair bit. Quas, though, wants to make a play for this mid lane, and there's Dominate as well.
They can get some damage on the turret, but having the double melee here, I don't know if 3 ranged minions is going to be enough.
Get it down to about a quarter, though, and it's going to be just barely waved away by Shifter and Crumbs, but that move down actually did sacrifice a full minion wave in the top lane that Zion pushed in. So if this turret doesn't get picked up, that wasn't worth it.
See if Zion tries to actually head him off here too. Alright, just places his defensive pink ward. Everybody trying to pay for the Evelynn tax, however bottom lane did not pay. So they have no idea dominates in the area. See if he can actually make something happen though, because this bottom lane should be playing defensively. They're already behind. And Curse are the ones with the sustain advantage.
Oh yeah, it's
counter gank options would be available.
Those are so hard to read, though, because we haven't really seen Dominate on the map much. Like, he's really been part of so few kills. If you wait around to counter-gank someone who's barely ever showing up, I feel like you just lose a lot of your jungle doing that. Quas, Zion, Spartan, 1 level lead actually for Zion here, because he was solo lane for more of the laning phase, so higher share of XP for him.
The thing that you want to do against Evelynn is get the early jump, however, starting with 3 buffs. It really transitioned them into not getting any green wards inside the camps of Curse, so they had no idea where Dominate was moving. And then it also delayed those defensive pinks, which were taken out at pretty early as well.
Look how safe Voyboy's playing. He's like kind of afraid to attack the turret, finally goes in for it now. Crum shows his face. Dominate, again, is always in the wings when Voyboy goes for the mid lane turret, especially even shows up as well. Curse are keeping everyone safe. There's no option for Dig to make plays.
Another ward, 2 wards placed inside the red side jungle here from Dominate as well during his time spent. So the vision control that they want is definitely still there, and they're looking for a 3-peat on that red buff steal.
Now the root's going to go in towards Shift, getting him away from the turret. The turret itself does go down. Voyboy does take it one out with some help earlier from Quas and Dominate. Speaking of Dominate, he is going to go for this 3rd red buff steal. Looks like nobody even going to try to stop that one. So it's every single time something in the jungle gets stolen away from Dignitas.
Curse has done such a good job of working with that early advantage. The jungle advantage translates into mid lane advantage in the 1v1, which consequently gives them more jungle advantage because they take down the mid turret and they can continue invades from that point.
Curse going for their first double buff steal on this one. It's inside the brushstroke special, gonna get rooted. Did he go a little bit too far? Puffs the heal on himself. Looks like he'll be safe, but the blue buff does get secured. Engage from Voyboy. Not too much.
See if they take this opportunity though, because they just forced a couple of recalls, and they will.
The team's in total darkness right now. Dignitas can maybe guess and assume this is happening. But it looks like they are not trying very hard to stop this one away. Looks like Dragon will now also go to Curse on top of their kill and 2 turrets. 3,000 gold.
Now Cutie Pie has been able to rush his Blade of the Ruin King, but it's a very dangerous proposition to try and ambush Cop. So he would have to find there's actually no good option. You can't show up next to LeBlanc unless there's someone else there where Voyboy is already burning his spells. And you can't find Evelynn because he will be invisible most of the time herself.
Ooh! From Smite steals.
The walk by Smite, able to get it.
There you go. For the first time, Dignitas finally equalize on buffs in the jungle. Cocoon reveals that Voyboy's there. A little bit of damage from the Spiderlings, and Voy's low on mana.
At that point, there was no choice for Curse. Wow, Dominate actually takes the spear. Dominate's Smite was down for that, so it wasn't like he was,
Oh, man. That is not what you want, but Kid also not in the right place. Gets taken down. 1 from it. Zion comes with the TP. Quas overextended. 2 kills Dignitas.
That's the full damage build right there. Yeah, he can get the kill, but he can't survive any of the retaliation there from Dignitas. And that little chain of events gives them control over mid. Cop also getting cocooned under the turret, though.
And Voyboy getting some damage down. Cop, though, doesn't have HP, and this turret will fall. The sheer fact that Shifter landed 2 javelins won them that mid turret.
Both right in Dominate's face. And he got the double buffs off of it as well. Very, very fortunate. He only got a single buff. He already had the blue one. But man, Dominate is got to keep his eyes open. Quas comes in for the 100%, but in comes the super tanky Mundo. Another spear landing in the back of Quas there. Shifter, even though he got shut down in lane phase, the spears are counting right now.
Yeah.
More than making up for it.
Yeah, we actually haven't seen a ton, to be honest, happen from Voyboy. He did get the minion, he got the turret first, but nothing else yet had happened, so Dignitas, good job to not be too afraid and make some plays.
And all it takes is that one small window for Dignitas. Look at the wards that they were able to get down with that little window of control that they had over the map. Now they got vision on both sides, mid turrets down. They've got some room to work with. This is a very important step for Dignitas comeback. Hard for them to make plays without any of that vision. Now they should be aware of the move from Curse. Everybody's swinging up to top.
Well, they weren't aware in time, though. Curse do take their 3rd outer turret now. But as Dignitas losing their entire outer shell, there's jungle now. A little bit more open for these guys. They can get wards down. Quas does have a ward in inventory. 2 sweepers also, or sorry, warding totems available right now from Curse. Dominic's going to put one down as he walks around in the jungle. Looks like these guys are trading vision. Shifter has a pink ward in the jungle as well, but he's still standing on top of one. So Curse even has some deep wards. They're shoving top lane.
Curse are still pretty squishy. I mean, we talked about Quas building all offensive. So is Dominate. Everybody's building damage right now. So if Dignitas can get picks, if they can get a cocoon to land, if they can get someone snared up with grasping roots, then they can kill somebody pretty quickly. The only problem is they don't have Twitch with them, so a straight up 5v5 would be too much. Which Spear, Scar, there were 3 of them in a row that all hit and got killed.
I'm sure when he timed it, you knew which one, but yeah, it's late tweet this time around. Halfway down in this turret, though, across the front lines. Javelin will get dodged away. Crumb's going to get not quite rooted, but does lose a quarter of his health. Dignitas holding on for now, but that turret's down to 1/3.
So, Cutie Pie has been able to get a lot of work done by himself as well. And they've also been able to focus some minion farm onto him with that delay up top as well. So Dig playing this very calmly, and they just jump right back.
There we go. It's a tier 2 turret taken up for Dignitas. That makes that 3-3 on the map now because no one stopped Cutie Pie, who's coming back to equalize in minions, 160 to 170 in minions. The fan vote going a bit more Curse's way than it was initially, but still saying Dignitas going to win this game, and with it back to 700 gold.
So,
maybe.
Talking about planning, everybody needs to be focusing on blue buffs now. Shifter is really the key here for this Dignitas resurgence. And Curse, I mean, they have the timers for when both blue buffs went down. So they should be formulating their plans around controlling those. Dignitas blue buff just came up. Let's see if they can make anything happen here, because the gold lead's pretty much, you know, inconsequential at the moment. Only a few hundred.
Pink ward order there for Crumbs, though he knows this is not revealed and there's no Evelyn nearby. Yeah, Spiderlings, yep, betrayed him a little bit. There we go, Shift's gonna go for this blue buff. Quas is nearby. There's the chance this goes for a smite steal. They've got to be careful.
Gets 1 ward down. It's not gonna be a tie. They forced it off Nidalee at least, so decent win there for Curse, and they didn't have to expend too much to get that. Everybody is on the bottom side of the map though, so it means that Zion will have free time up in the top lane.
Teleport's coming up in about 20 seconds for each of these top laners. Dragons in 15 seconds.
Wow, and Dignitas are actually the ones controlling both blue buffs here. Curse pretty much losing control of the game because of that last little fiasco in mid.
Yeah.
And Shifter ends up not getting his blue? What? Who's took it? Oh, Cutie Pie. Poison, maybe.
Scumbag Cutie Pie grabs a blue buff
there.
there.
They control both blues, but they don't get either of them onto Shifter.
That's a small blessing here for Curse. Also the fact that they just went for Dragon anyway.
Look at a trade.
Yeah.
So far, it's a pretty fortunate trade.
This is good.
If they can actually equalize the tower push, because not only did they get Dragon, they also shoved mid. So Curse actually pretty happy with the way this one is going.
They're still going. Both teams aren't even backing down. Curse looking for an inhibitor turret right now. Dignitas doing the same.
Let's play chicken.
All right, well, no one's backing up right now. Here we go. Bottom inhibitor turret. This is actually a race that Curse is winning right now. They're up to the inhibitor. Voyboy takes turret. I gotta be careful on that one. First inhib gonna go down. Still
Recalls
minions.
and teleport go down.
Yeah, well, minions are coming in right now for Curse. They're right in front of that Nexus. Here they go. Turret number 1 under fire. Dignitas not all the way back just yet. Turret number 1 about to fall. The inhib just now died. Curse got the better of that trade, and now they run away. Steven does not land.
Will they pay for it, though? They took a lot of damage in answer. Nothing up on the map, but Cutie Pie still in the base, trying to do it himself.
He pops his spray and pray. Good damage coming down. It's going to be the ulti forced away by Quas, though. He's got to get away from this one. He would win that fight.
Can't chase him down, though. Ambush is up for Cutie Pie. He does have that blue buff as well. Very nice.
Yeah.
Using the cooldown.
It's true. Rat-a-tat Tat's going to be 10 seconds off as well, so might be up for the next fight because of that blue buff. Watch it like be up right then, and they like have a big battle, and blue buff saves the game.
So
unlikely.
Well, they traded a dragon for that blue buff, basically, in the exchange.
Yeah, I think the overall exchange ended up being like blue buff and outer turret for dragon, and the rest of the turrets were all traded equally. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, as you go later on in the game, dragon's worth more than the outer. We'll see if it's worth it for the Torch blue buff. And we've got ourselves a 1,500 gold game right now. Curse are still in the lead. I don't think they've actually dropped the lead yet this game. But Dig certainly have made a bit of a comeback here to keep it close.
All right, so still, I feel like Dignitas just have more options with how they want to finish this out than Curse do. Not only can they go for ambushes like that, but they also have that poke advantage. And really, Curse have to use vision to their advantage to get some picks here, get some kills away from turrets. And you can see that they know this, and they're building to actually try and go for those, because the Talisman of Ascension, very early on Xpecial, they want to be able to use that move speed to catch someone out of position.
I looks for the engaged. Roots come in on a Void Boy Cocoon as well. Big damage. Kiwi Kid stays alive. Javelin misses. Both teams disengage. Dominate very low. Flash comes in. Not quite the damage he needed. Flash trade there, but Xpecial once again caught. Blows up to a Shifter Javelin. Crumbs tanks the cooling. Doesn't care about that one. He's got to be careful of the Flash engage. Cross gets the damage down. The Flash away now as well. Cutie Pie got to be a little bit careful this one. His ulti is down. Crumbs will explode. 1 for 1 so far. How good's the re-engage now? Javelin hits. Cutie Pie claims the kill. Void Boy forced to run. Will they guess correctly? Cop also gets out, but 2 for 1 Dignitas' favor.
And Curse were fighting that with 4 members because Dominate was forced out of the fight by Cutie Pie, opening up on him and flashing forward. So pretty big win there for Dignitas. See if they can actually siege up right now.
Wow, this turret nearly going down. It's going to be close, and it does fall. It equalizes the Nexus turrets, and no Dig goes for the mid lane tier 2. However, there's a big wave coming down the right side lane Dig has to react to.
They've got plenty of time, though.
Yeah.
It's going to have to work its way through a whole nother minion wave. Void Boy goes for the pick. He goes for the harass on the Kiwi Kid and definitely paid for it. Xpecial also pays for his early Talisman of Ascension. Oh, man, he almost juked that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he has no combat stats on that item, so he's very easy to burst down. Curse try and salvage something from the situation. But as we know, Shifter is throwing spears the entire time from the outside. Even though he missed that one, does hit the one that counts. And Cutie Pie cleans up another kill.
All right, and looks like the guy that's been sent to clean up the bottom lane is going to be Zion Spartan of Dignitas, the Dr. Moondao. Both teams will be able to reset their lanes very soon, and Hibs are coming back right about now. Shifter misses the hop. It's okay.
As long as he hits spears.
That one he hit.
Now, Dignitas are pretty happy with the way that it's playing out here. They do have a very strong late game going up against Curse. Curse are kind of running out of options. They had that early game push that they could work with. Slow advantage, but they weren't able to make anything happen. Now it's really Dignitas. They just keep on getting to throw shots out here. And Curse have to constantly dodge grasping roots. Baron doesn't even notice. That doesn't
Plant
hurt.
versus Barons. Mini game from Riot Games. Plant loses. You can actually never win.
I like that the Baron is always referred to as bait, but nobody references the fact that it's a giant worm, which is the most classic of baits used.
It's true.
Now, what type of giant fish are they looking to catch with it?
Might just be Crumbs. They're going to go in. Kiwi gets exploded for free on this one. Xpecial running away. Nearly gets a Javelin. Zyra passive already popped. Now Dominate very low because the ulti on a Cutie Pie, though. Quas will not chase in. Cocoon lands on the Void, though. Big damage comes in. And here comes Zion Spartan. Dig willingly fighting a 4v5. The Void clone comes in. Goes down.
Zion flashes for the slow.
All right, Quas going to take a little bit of health down. On this one, he's below 1k.
Xpecial is going to be sacrificed.
Crumbs looks for Xpecial. Quas in the front lines does a lot of damage, and a Shifter's going to fall. Zion can't do enough now. He's going to get caught out. They trade Cutie Pie down to Xpecial, but it's a 3-1 for Curse.
They split. Xpecial draws everyone away from the rest of the team, and they just collapse on Shifter and Zion. The Coast members are left out to dry by the rest of Dignitas. And it's Curse that actually get control of Baron for it.
And Quas's teleport, they could go for this with their jungler still available, but they choose to bait the engages instead. They aren't even going to check this. I think I saw that.
All right, so anyways, Curse were able to use the few wards that they had. They got one of those picks. This is exactly what they're looking for, these fights away from the structures. That was a pretty fortuitous set of events for them. Taking down Kiwi Kid initially. Cop does a good job damaging from range, and Xpecial barely able to get away from that spear. Here's the re-engage you're talking about, the willing 4 vs 5. Sounds good because they hit the Cocoon. They've got a blue buff on Shifter, a red buff on Cutie Pie, and an ult for Zion Spartan. So everything's going according to plan here for Dig. They've got him on the run. Now is when they split though. So Shifter and I believe Cutie Pie goes off to the side here too. Crumbs is going off to the side. Cutie Pie runs through the entire fight. Cutie Pie just watches Coast members dropping to the floor, goes after Xpecial with Crumbs. So I don't know if that was some split shot calling or if he just felt like that was not going to be a winnable fight there in the mid.
Well, we talked to Zion actually after their game yesterday, and he said, yeah, they kind of all talk. They all make calls, and if they're all getting conflicting calls and they're saying go for different people and no one really speaks up, that's a risk.
Yeah, that was a big point I was making at the beginning of the day, where if you are a team that has multiple shot callers, it's very hard for you to plan. And we talked about how important planning is. It's so much easier for a single person to lay these plans if people on his team are just feeding him information. Everyone planning at once does not work out.
So far, it's been a mixed bag for Dignitas. They have pulled it back to a 1,000 gold lead for themselves, but some of their in-fight movements have been bad. Voyboy loses half his health bar thanks to a javelin there. They said, no, that wasn't a ward. You really just got hit by that. So Sweeper doesn't find anything. They're forced to back away one more time.
Shifter's pretty good on Italy.
Yeah.
A lot of people banned against them.
He actually went second item Void Staff, by the way. I don't see that super often on mid, but it will let him deal very significant damage to guys like Quas.
Yeah, and
Dominic, who are building MR.
Xpecial's got the aura, Magic Resist aura, already up for the team. So early magic penetration sounds like a good idea. We haven't seen the Morellonomicon come out, though, quite yet. He'll definitely want to finish his locket first.
Same for Kiwi Kid, though.
So the Zyra burst damage there. And it will actually help because Xpecial's trying to heal multiple members. So Kiwi Kid AoE damage applying the debuff is strong as well. Both teams benefit from that item.
Locket's there from Crumbs. Dominic gets found out. The Cocoon lands well. Flash over the wall. He gets away. The Wish comes out. He stays alive. Crumbs has to be careful. Quas flashes in and down goes Cutie Pie. Great individual plays by Curse. They get a 1 for 0.
Ooh, let's see what Curse can actually do with this map control, though.
Well, Cop's going to take some damage. Half HP for him. Xpecial going to have to help him out with this one. Dig don't want to give up on this, but they have no AD carry.
It's still dangerous. Thankfully for Curse, Shifter doesn't have a blue buff. However, it's still very difficult for them to do anything inside of Baron. Yeah, one spear is all it takes to remind them of the fact.
Xpecial backs that with half HP. Going to clear the wards. Crumbs also going to clear wards on the other side of this one. Quas gets stunned up. Javelin, this one's going to miss. The Cleaver does land, though. Curse are still playing around this area, but I don't know why you'd play a poke war against a poke team.
They do have Soraka regeneration. Twitch is already back up, though. They would have to burn through this Baron very quickly if they wanted to come out with this being a win.
Oh,
whoa!
Kiwi Kid gets blown up by Voyboy, though. A Javelin does land onto Dominate. Quas still taking this one up. Zion trying to get vision for the team. It's going to be these attempted steal. Blue team picks up Baron Nashor. Quas takes the aggro. He's going to be all right. Zion Spartan low. Crumbs also in a bad spot. Javelin hits Dominate. Nothing going to be found, though.
Oh, they're all
2-0 for Curse.
The heals from Xpecial are almost as effective as a mid lane Soraka at this point. He gets every heal off when a member of Curse is under 100 HP, so their increased effectiveness of those heals. This is classic. LeBlanc killing Zyra. We see that all the time in League of Legends, especially the support Zyras. It's come back once again. Crumbs goes a little late with the repel to get into Baron, and then he's stuck inside with Zion, just trying to get out of this Baron pit. No options, though. And Cutie Pie, even though he's spraying or rat-a-tat-tatting over the side of the wall,
yeah,
not enough to add any kills, though. Spear's not landing onto the same targets consecutively, so everybody ends up getting low, nobody ends up dying.
And that was weird by Crumbs, though, actually. He spent the entire time trying to walk up to the wall as though he'd claw over it with his big feet, but
trying to crawl up the water spout there. No flash available. He can't get out.
He got washed out of the Baron pit, so Dominate and Quas going to make their way down to the bottom lane. Of course, there's no turret defending that inhibitor, so pushing could be easy for Curse Cop, loses half his HP. They're going to make their way down towards that open bottom lane. Cop Life steals back up to full HP, no big worries. Dominate scouts the opposition.
Invisibility versus invisibility.
He doesn't know he's seen.
Twitch does have the advantage in that matchup.
He's more invisible.
Yeah, okay, you can put it that way.
Oh, Boy looks for the engage. Kiwi Kid loses part of his health, but doesn't land all the skill
gets
shots.
blocked up
Boy,
again.
very low on health. There's the battle. Shifter, Kiwi, all forced back. Cutie Pie goes down. Looks like Curse are winning this fight. Zion forced to run away. He stays alive, but has no health. 2 kills Curse to get the inhibitor as well.
That Zyra is a tricky one.
There's only 1 turret, though. It's a 5 versus 3. Can they close out the game right here? Cursor looking to Zion. So in the front line, Boy very low, but this Mundo will fall over. 1-3-0. Dominate has Zaka, but the turret falls. Now it's a 5 versus 2. Curse looks to find the win on this one. The next is at half HP. They find another kill, and that's the game. In 32 minutes, Curse snaps the losing streak.
Strong showing from Curse there.
Yeah.
Playing the dangerous game around Baron and coming out ahead. Several picks in a row. Also working around the spears from Shifter.
Yeah.
Very, very close game here, but there will only be one 4-0 team after Super Week. And that team is LMQ.
That team is LMQ, the untarnished record on only one team here. Curse, though, interestingly enough, actually won that game starting with the laning phase. Down the line, they were in the advantage. Every single lane got their outer turret down.
Starting even before the laning phase, I'd say, in the jungle.
True.
A weird choice, a weird start from Dig, I think.
Yeah, that was suspect. It's a very awkward level 1 start for them. Curse did punish that. Very, very smartly by the individual players to be like, hey, let me check this buff. Yet you're right, we can't go a 3-for-1 start. Then made the plays in their individual lanes. That will Dominate, takes a couple of javelins, but still had a very good game afterwards.
This is going to do a lot for Curse's confidence, too. They knew they had it in them. They've been getting so close in every single one of their games.
Yes.
Going up against these higher-rated teams from last season, and just every time just falling a little bit short. Something goes wrong early. They almost can come back, but they never get the W. Picking up this win is going to do a lot for them going into next week.
It really will. It's going to be a fun race to watch now with Curse picking up wins over a team that had beaten so many other teams as well. So I know in the spring split after Super Week, we had technical parity among every team where a team had beat a team that would have beaten you, and you could never really determine who was best here. With only one team going untarnished, you've got a very similar situation here in NA where kind of anyone can beat kind of anyone else. With Curse kind of doing this here, I got to say Voyboy, the guy on your screen right there, played awesome this week. Even in his losses,
the entire week,
yeah, every single game, I thought Voyboy did exceptionally well. He beat up Shifter 1v1 by a lot.
That guy right there, too. Cop, 7-0-4 this time around. Very strong showing from him.
You're really consistent by that, man. And that's kind of always been the hallmark of Cop, that he's consistent. If his team's winning, he'll be there to rack up the kills. If his team's losing, he'll be there and not die. But, you know, just has to kite away for this one. But yeah, when the team's ahead, when the lanes are winning, when the jungler's winning, Cop is there putting in the damage output. I got to say, that's been strong for him.
And he put all of his money into damage, too. He ended the game with level 1 boots still. He was still buying offensive items. He didn't even get Berserker Greaves.
It's a strange choice on Lucian since you do scale up attack speed so well. But you know what? Okay. Hey, it worked, that's all I'm going to say. Obviously, a good performance down the line. The 0-2 and 11, 0-2 and 10, the support Soraka there for a special. We don't see support Soraka much. A highly contested mid laner pick there for him, but the new pickup for Curse finally got his win with the lineup.
Also, he went with a dangerous build, going for the team-oriented build. Early Talisman. That item, it's kind of fallen off because it doesn't give people these combat stats, but we just seen how strong it is for the team, for the mid-game when you're moving so often between objectives. You need that split second, just that little burst of speed. Curse were always able to make this jump. As soon as Cutie Pie showed himself, they end the game by actually jumping right back onto him, re-engaging.
Yeah, it's true.
And the speed boost is what allows them to do that.
Exactly. They didn't really have a lot of engage, but you know, Quas would flash onto a guy and the rat would blow up. So exceptionally well played. Congrats to Curse. But now It's a good time to share what you guys think were the biggest plays by tweeting at LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS Big Plays. A couple of good ones there. The javelins, I gotta say, were fun, but the team fights from Curse also awesome. For now, we're gonna send it across the studio though to Riv and Jat, who are joined by 2 members of the victorious Curse.
Thank you very much, Freak. It is also a good time to see what these guys have to say. We're happy to be joined by Xpecial and Dominate. Congratulations on the win of a very hot Dignitas streaking to look to go 4-0. Dominate, I'll start with you at this. What was, besides the win, the goal approaching this game with such a motivated Dignitas?
We just definitely needed a win to just regain some confidence. We came into the week thinking that we were really strong. We had a lot of good scrim results, which is what has been talked a lot about in the cast, and we just kind of felt like we were underperforming. So we just really wanted to at least get a win here in Super Week to prove that we are a contenders. We still can get to Worlds, and we're just a strong team, just like everyone else.
Yeah, and it seemed like you guys had a very difficult schedule coming into Super Week as well. Every single one of your games was very close. How did that kind of weigh on your mindset coming into this game, knowing you had a chance of going 0-4 despite playing pretty well?
It's a really tough feeling. I mean, it's my first time on Curse, and I thought that I could, really make a difference for the team. And I feel that we've been playing really well, but it's always that last inch that we weren't able to push through. And it's always really depressing losing these really close games. And it was 3 in a row, and this could have been the 4th one. And we were definitely feeling not so well. But after this, we're feeling a bit better for sure.
And it seemed like you guys kind of changed your strategy a little bit. The Renekton and Soraka top lane, you guys had a very unconventional opening. Do you want to talk to me about the advantages that granted you?
Well, we figured, okay, so, Lucian can just 1v1 against the Mundo, do well, and then Soraka has heals, so might as well just put him with the Renekton, just do a sort of just 2v2, just have Renekton be able to farm up. Mundo gets denied a little bit more, so we just went a little bit, and we just kind of wanted to push our advantages as much as possible. And since we couldn't have the Renekton against Mundo, that was the alternative.
Right on. Dominate, going into shot calling a little bit. You are a really prominent voice on the team. With Xpecial coming in with a few of the changes, are there a few more voices giving help to those calls in the mid game and the late game?
Yeah, I definitely think that this season it's more kind of like a democracy. Everyone will just kind of say things, and we'll just, as a team, decide on what the best option is. So I think it takes a lot of pressure off me and Void to just make decisive calls, since naturally we're not super decisive people. So kind of in the last split, we would have times where we would make a call just because we felt like a call needed to be made. But now it feels like we're finding the better calls because we have more voices on the team, and our calls are generally speaking more intelligent.
Right on. Xpecial, you yourself have quite a few plays on different champions this week. We saw the Annie and now the Soraka. What's the deal? Spreading out the champion pool, or are you helping Curse to bring out something new?
Honestly, for me, I just try to play whatever strong and whatever the team needs. We've been finding a lot of success with Thresh and Annie, but hasn't really been showing in the Super Week. And we figured, hey, we got the first pick LeBlanc. They're likely going to pick Soraka if we don't. Let's deny them the pick. And, I can play Soraka fairly well, and it's just, we felt that it was a good chance to deny picks, and we practiced a little bit with Soraka, so we figured, let's just do it. Let's just get a win in Super Week.
And it's been such a crazy Super Week as well, because coming into this, you guys 0-3, Dignitas 3-0, and looking fantastic after that Cloud9 win. How did you look to attack them just overall in this game? Because it was a fairly decisive victory for you guys, 14 kills to 5. Dominate.
I think we wanted just more aggressive picks. For example, in the LMQ game, we had a strategy that was really late game focused, so we couldn't really go for many early game plays. They always had a Lee Sin against our Eve early, which just provides more early pressure. So we weren't really able to make the plays that we normally make to win games, and the plays that we've kind of been making in scrims. So we wanted to have a more aggressive team comp, more playmaking potential, so that if we did get leads, we could act on it and make decisive plays.
Well, decisive plays indeed. Let's bring up the 30-minute Baron, as that's a perfect time to do it. Walk us through this one, Xpecial. What was the idea going into this? Obviously, you had to be pressuring.
I think we killed Twitch quite recently, and he just respawned. We figured, okay, we need to do something. Their team comp is actually really strong for late game, and we needed to make something happen. This was actually kind of risky on our part, and we decided to just go for it. Twitch was not going to be there, and we go for the fight. Void gets a really nice pick on Zyra, and we're in the pit. We're trying as best as we can to maybe get the Baron and not get it stolen. Hopefully, Nilly Spirit doesn't take it, and we just get it. We get a really good call from Dominate to just burst it down, and we did really well. And then we just finish off targets, and from there on, none of us died. And I used the Reverie to just run away. But the big thing was we got the Baron, we got some kills, and we felt like for the first time that we were actually significantly ahead.
And as you said, X-Special, that's actually a pretty risky call. And Dominant, I want you to walk me through the smite war there, because it's something that everyone always talks about. I think your smites have been fairly reliable, but you're against an Elise who could potentially execute it with that. How do you set your mind and tell your team to help you secure that Baron?
It's really just like a burst call. Like you call like a number, it's like roughly like, all right, when it gets to 2,000 health, we want to burst. And it doesn't really matter if the smite's the finisher there. It just matters that all your damage is like synchronized. And in that situation, our damage was synchronized, and Voy ended up getting the Baron. But it's mainly just a game where you try to get a burst advantage over the other team because they're not expecting that much damage to come out in such a short amount of time.
And looking back at the losses, something that happened this week for Curus, what do you guys kind of attribute to those? Was it shot calling? Was it just a few plays that you guys were thought going to go a different way? Special?
It's frustrating when you look back at our games. Each game, there was a little bit something that went wrong. In the first game, for example, our level 1 went completely wrong. We used so many flashes. We got first blooded, and that was just due to just a single ward that was placed a little bit too early. And then, second game, we just against CSM, we just gave away our lead after trying to fight after a dragon, and it's just little things each game we're just trying to fix, and a lot of it is just down to land jitters. And these guys, we've been playing for a long time, but it's the first time we're actually playing together, and we're just not quite synced completely as a team, and it's really showing. And hopefully, by the time this split ends, we can just show that how strong we are.
All right, hopefully taking down Dig does a little bit of that for you.
Yeah, and X-Special, final question also, being the new member on TSM, how are you finding your synergy with Cop? It's been on TSM for too long. I keep looking at your face and see TSM, but your Curse, how's it been with Cop so far?
It's the whole move into Curse has been really nice. All the guys on Curse, they're always just really talkative. They always just try to help each other improve. I think it's a really nice atmosphere, and I'm liking it here. Cop is a really solid AD, and I'm trying to help him push him to be a little bit more aggressive. People always call him out for being, not so passive, and then there's the whole passive aggressive thing. I was trying to avoid that, but yeah, I'm helping Cop be a bit more aggressive, and hopefully, as the split goes on, you just do better and better.
All right.
Well, that's the goal. You guys have already started it here. Hopefully that road continues. Congratulations on the win over Dig. All right, everyone, we got to take another break, but don't go anywhere. The North American LCS continues with a showdown between Counter Logic Gaming and the boys in blue, Cloud9. We'll be right back.
That dude is a beast on Thresh yesterday. All my troubles seem so far away.
Dominate's smite was down for that, so it wasn't like he was.
Man! Attempted steal. Blue team picks up Baron Nashor. Quas takes the aggro. He's going to be all right. Zion Spartan low. Crumbs also in a bad spot. Javelin hits Dominate. Nothing going to be found, though. They're all 2-0 alive. for Curse. Zion still in the front line. Boy very low, but this Mundo will fall over. 1-0. Dominate has Zach with the turret falls. Now it's a 5 versus 2. Curse looks to find the win on this one. The next at a half HP.
Welcome back to the North American LCS and our final game of Super Week, Counter Logic Gaming versus Cloud9. This is the first time that CLG's Link actually faces off against C9 since he played on their team at All-Stars Paris.
Yeah, CLG said that Link was able to bring back some knowledge to share with the team from his time on Cloud9. And all of the teams in the league, CLG have the most respect for Cloud9. So they will definitely prepare a lot before this game, and they'll use this game as a true test of their strength as a team with their new top laner, Seraph. No doubt they will have also seen how successful Crumbs was in taking down Cloud9, and they'll probably look to put a lot of pressure on Dexter to have a similar effect to Crumbs, making some early plays.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that can happen, because right now Cloud9 is looking pretty vulnerable after that loss to Complexity. The only time they've actually ever lost 2 consecutive games.
Yeah, we have yet to see the Cloud9 that dominated North America for the last 2 splits. They're still adjusting to getting their mid lane shot caller high back, and it hasn't been smooth. We've seen them playing cautiously and showing some uncoordinated late game plays.
So yeah, Link was handed a huge challenge when he was approached by C9 to replace their mid lane shot caller at All-Stars Paris, but the opportunity proved to be a valuable experience for both sides as they played on the world stage.
For All-Stars, our team did a lot better than I thought. We weren't going into it with high expectations.
I was definitely sad that Hai wasn't there for All-Stars because he really wanted to go. We worked all season for it. We got to play against SKT, who's debatably the best team ever. Hai was really excited to play against them. And then last second, his lung collapsed and he couldn't go.
As far as being a spectator, I think that was the worst thing I've ever done. I don't ever really want to watch my team play without me again.
We chose Link since he is a very strong laner, and he does a lot of the shot calling for CLG as well.
It was definitely an honor for Cloud9 to choose me as their sub. It was a really fortunate experience because I was able to play basically versus all the top tier mids.
I think Link was a little uncomfortable coming into our team because he's just not used to it.
The way him and CLG play is very different than the way we play, and initially that was causing a lot of issues. We kind of just said, don't do your way, just do our way.
No matter how much you can try to make someone fit in, it just doesn't work unless you just start playing games with them. It was rough and uncomfortable, and it was hard because they were like, all right, Link, you're the shot caller. And I was like, where's Aframu? I need his help.
He had a lot of pressure on him to do well, and he actually performed really well.
Meanwhile, Link is having to go. Atmodis flashes in, get out win! He's gonna get the kill! Brilliant from Link!
He actually did really well in lane, even against Faker and everything like that. In our first scrim versus them, he actually first blooded just Faker, straight up.
I learned a lot for myself, and I'm sure that Cloud9 themselves all learned a lot too.
Link does have a different perspective from Hai, so we were able to learn some stuff playing with him. He also had a different champion pool, so we sort of got a taste of playing with champions that Hai doesn't necessarily play.
They're always aggressive, and they always look to get the most out of what you can whenever possible. For example, if somebody's going to do Dragon, then you might want to take top tower and the red buff. What Cloud9 does best is they always end with the upper hand.
We go in, we go 3-1 in group stage, and we did pretty well.
We didn't expect much coming to All-Stars with how our practice was going, but with Link, everything went even better than we thought.
Yeah, honestly, they did pretty well. Again, 3-1 group stage, a better score than many teams are giving them credit for, but it worked out. So going to see now how many lessons got brought over. Turning to the starting lineups, we've got CLG on the blue side, fully complete now. Seraph in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid, Doublelift and AD carry, and Aframu on support.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls in the jungle, Meteos. Mid-high, AD carry Sneaky, and support, Lemon Nation.
So the team's getting ready to go for this one. Link's got the spying, the secret strat. This is my machinations.
Hey, they both took away stuff. Meteos said Cloud9 also learned some things from Link.
Yeah, if you learn all of Link's shot calling.
Both ways.
It's true. If they can shut Link up, right? I mean, right? Yeah, silence them and they lose half their shot calling. But right, he said that he relies on Aframu for half the help, right? And so if you know the kind of calls that Link makes, the kind of champion that Link plays, right, and how he's going to do on those, you can, pin him down and make sure he plays something he's not necessarily as good at. Something that C9 does very well. I think when they played TSM, they banned 3 junglers, forced Amazing on something.
And it turned out to be a really good strategy for them.
Yeah, and only game TSM lost.
Exactly.
Well, first few bans coming out. Seraph not going to get Jax.
Huh. Seraph, a lot of people have been talking about his limited champ pool and attacking it, starting with Shyvana, actually. So maybe they will actually prioritize an early Shyvana pick for him. It looks like just blanket bans here from Cloud9. Current extremely strong champions just at the state of the game right now.
Here we go. 4 champs removed right now. Top support, top AD carry pick removed. LeBlanc also dropped away. The purple band theme still going strong. Kassadin also removed, so Shyvana is available. That's the first pick for CLG. But they're going to go Dexter's Elise with no jungle bans.
Well, Meteos definitely has shown a propensity to go back to that champion over and over again. Really starting that cooldown reduction tank build for her.
Yeah.
And pairing it with Morgana. Morgana already being banned out and then Elise being taken away. CLG really hit 2 of the main spots that Cloud9 have been using.
Yeah, but the thing is earlier today, granted it was a loss to complexity, they went for Kha'Zix with Elise on the table. They haven't even gone for that all the time. And Cloud9 just got, they banned the tier 1 AD carry and picked the other one. They got Shyvana away from Seraph as well.
Well, look at the results from that early game. They haven't exactly had the best games with Kha'Zix so far. So
okay.
Maybe it's all planned there from CLG. But I really like Cloud9 striking back here, taking away the Shyvana from Seraph. And we'll put him back onto that Aurelia.
Give him Aurelia for this one. Aurelia is one of the 2 champions he's won with, the other being Shyvana. So see if we make this 2-0 on Aurelia here. Thresh also being grabbed up with Morgana banned means that's a very good pick for Aphromoo. His Thresh is incredibly scary. Lee Sin will be the Meteos jungle pick, though.
I'm expecting something, maybe another Sivir from Double Lift. Cloud9 have been able to take away the 2 top AD carry picks as far as North American LCS has been concerned. But Double Lift has gone straight back to that champion over and over. CLG love using the movement speed bonus to get wins like their win against EG, where they just simply push way faster than EG expect them to push. They go straight down the bottom lane and get all the way to the Nexus without even having to kill people.
Yeah, he would not even envision enemy champions just to get across the map. And CLG do pride themselves on strategic play, so that would be a good pick if that's the one grabbed here. You can spell shield Lucian Q's, it's hard, but I've seen Double Lift do it. No, hovers and insta-locks onto Vayne for the last game of the weekend.
You can double to the side of them.
Yeah, that's actually even harder, but you can, but seriously, it's really hard to do. And Orianna here for Link, so they are ready to protect Double Lift. Meanwhile, last pick, Zyra comes in for Elimination, so that is a support he played all throughout Season 3. Brought it back here.
Zyra very, very popular nowadays, especially against the likes of Thresh. As I always say, using those minions to your advantage, because she can do so much damage even through the minion waves, whereas Thresh really has to land that hook. And everybody's gotten very adept at dodging the hook, and even if you don't dodge it, when Thresh is winding up for his hook to be thrown out, he stands in place so Zyra can land a full combo, and you can just burst down the Thresh in many cases.
It's going to be interesting to watch then how well do they fight, because it's not like early game Vayne does a whole bunch of damage to defend Thresh, so it's going to be really on how well can C9 get the trades out without getting shot back too much. Gotta say, that is a scary duel in if you're CLG. Like, as strong as those 2 players are.
Makes you think about how the level 1's going to go with guessing where lane swaps are going to end up.
Yeah.
And it's going to put a lot of importance on those early trinket wards.
We'll see what they can do with this one. It's time to calculate your guys' votes over at home on LOLesports.com, where Cloud9 is leading CLG 58% to 42, the meaning of life. But be sure to continue voting over at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag CLGWin or C9Win to let us know who you think is going to win as the game progresses. I think the fan vote's close to it. It's a very close game. Both these teams incredibly skilled. Maybe not having exactly the starts they were expecting. I don't think CLG necessarily expected to lose to LMQ. They were favored to be a top 3 team coming into the split. Right now, they're hoping that it goes 3-1 to start.
Yeah, and it's funny because both these teams really pride themselves on very similar aspects of the game, even though they said they have very different styles of going about it. They really like to control the objectives and switch between objectives very quickly and gain advantages that way. Cloud9, like I said, they just look for trades and objectives, where they can get one up on you.
Yeah.
They'll get an outer turret for a dragon plus a red buff or plus some extra vision wards down. Whereas CLG look to outposition you. They switch back and forth. Feint going mid and actually send the real force down bottom or something like that.
It'll be fun to watch these two teams play around each other then. We'll see what happens. Cloud9, I mean, they're definitely looking at the possibility of going 1-3 to end the week, which no one expected, but could just be their reality. Mind you, the 1-3 with their only win being TSM, also very strange, but North American LCS full of all kinds of fun battles. Dexter will dodge away from Meteos. I like how he switched to human form so that a Spiderling wouldn't take the Q and give away even less vision. But the Trinket ward is down, so CLG will know some of the early machinations of Meteos, but the Trinket himself, and that will help defend his red buff.
Ping's already going down on balls here too, so slight early advantage as far as information gained by CLG. See if they can actually make something happen with it. They've got a Thresh who could possibly start with Death Sentence.
It's interesting. CLG had this weird mixed call. They all grouped up as though they wanted to go for that late invade down Tri-Brush, but they all came back afterwards.
Yeah, not going to go for it. Just start their own red here. As they've seen balls up top, they're fairly confident that it is going to be regular lanes from Cloud9. Cloud9 not seeming like they're going to seek that 2 versus 2 matchup so hard that they want to switch Sneaky and Lemon up top. They'll take the slight advantage of having them bottom around the dragon area.
Looks like Doubleth will make his way to the top end with this one. It's going to be CLG's read on this, and they'll walk right by a ward and be spotted out to know that is how it's going to happen. Seraph and Dexter are going to share experience. Blue buff does go to Dexter on the smite, and they go for the white camp.
Ball's actually heading to lane there, so maybe he'll be able to soak up a little bit of experience, but he's not going to get that double jungle experience. And it is kind of dangerous for him, but right now, Thresh not being there, he got a couple minions worth of it.
This is exactly the right matchup for Doublelift here. 1v1ing a Shyvana. Shyvana does not 1v1 AD carries well early game. She has no way of getting to them.
And especially Vayne. Vayne is actually used as a solo top in some situations, especially against those melee champions like Renekton and Shyvana that are hard to deal with other bruisers. So, as you said, Doublelift extremely happy that he doesn't have to go into that 2 versus 2 situation. Meteos with the late invade on red. Second buff
Seraph is low, the Glitter Lance hits one more attack, and Meteos takes it on the invade.
So this is the second game where we've seen some very different and very, very impactful early game strategies. This time, Cloud9 wasting 0 time going straight at the second buff. If you become a little bit too predictable in the early game, then it becomes very easy for teams like this, who put so much emphasis on planning, to take advantage of you. Very good start there by Cloud9, using this early game advantage, taking out Seraph, who's already going to have a hard time.
And this makes it a 3-buff start for Cloud9 here. They've gotten their own red buff, they've stolen away CLG's, and now Meteos got his own blue. So First Blood and a 3-buff start. A great start for C9. Ball's got to be careful, though. He got ignited. He's in the 1v2. Gets done on the wall. Big damage comes out. After has to back up, though.
He dodged a death sentence, but he did get condemned on the wall. He's trying to soak up the experience. He has been killed under turret 2 versus 1 by Doublelift and Afromoo already, though. It's happened before. He's got to be very cautious here, because Afromoo is chugging health potions, and they might try for the same thing again. He's got to watch his positioning next to not only the wall, but also next to the turret. Can condemn him right into that as well.
Look at all the damage going in. CLG not really playing as much the denial game, but pushing this turret down rather rapidly. Doublelift had taken 2 turret shots already while trying to harass balls, though, so his health bar is not amazing. Doesn't want to check the potion, though, just regenning off the Doran's Blade.
Balls is soaking up quite a bit of experience, though. He's already got the level lead on Seraph, in addition to that kill that Meteos got on him.
Hook. Ooh, he jukes into it. Great play. Condemn. Big damage on balls. He's got to be careful. Doesn't need to flash, but loses a lot of health.
Yeah, huge harass from CLG duo lane there. Seraph, meanwhile, taking the easy route, going back to double golems to farm those, while Sneaky and Lemon are freezing the lane just out of reach of him. Same thing could happen. Lucian and Zyra can put out just as much harass if he can land a Grasping Roots.
Oh, we're going to see what else can happen now. Counter Logic Gaming.
Is this pushing against CLG right now?
Yeah,
very,
there's more
close.
caster minions.
Very close, but because of the last CSing there by Double Lift, it will eventually shove towards balls.
Yeah, there's a good chance there. Those melee minions putting some pretty good damage down, so it will push back in. But Balls still has to play very, very safe. He's out of potions. He's got no teleport down either. He did ward to watch for a dive from Dexter. He warded just below that tree line under his turret. Hai's actually holding completely equal with Link despite getting the assist on First Blood. He hasn't recalled yet, and he's just holding completely the same minion score. Sneaky and Elimination with his 2v0 actually getting some good damage in this turret. CLG and C9 are actually attacking the turrets pretty heavily. They're killing these turrets faster than most teams do.
So they could just soften it up and take it later. It looks like they actually wanted to finish it there, though. Probably after this cannon minion wave. Lemon even took a shot looking to try and finish it. Meanwhile, both junglers heading up top. So a 3v2 defense here. They could still go for a dive, but it's definitely very risky. Ball still has his flash up. 4 versus 2, actually. A lot less risky there.
The hook on Immediate's the Cocoon, the burst damage. Aphromoo secures the kill, and this turret's going down.
Seraph makes his way up top as well. Sneaky movement from CLG. Great job by them, actually. Not only will they get this turret, they're going to give all of the local gold to Double Lift and get that Vayne as strong as possible early.
Well, 51 minions and an assist plus some turret gold. Definitely a good way to start as an AD carry. Delo still taking his time, denying as many of these minions as possible. He'll be ready to leave when it's time. But this caster minion and his basic attack will clear this one out. So this wave will now reset to neutral. Sneak going to do about the same thing as well. There we go, turret falls over, but this minion wave is actually more injured. This would push out of C9's base towards CLG.
So there's 2 options. He can just quickly clear that wave, or he can take out another couple of the minions and leave it as a sort of time bomb in the bottom lane. Let it push down there slowly and time their dragon aggression with it if they want. Looks like he is going to leave it a little bit slowly there. Red buff already taken away, though, by CLG.
He just gets hit up a little bit, but Dexter just repels on back. Looks like the buff will be secured very easily, and the timer as well. Ball's got to be careful. Will Aphromoo catch him? Hook goes out, just misses.
The mind games with jukes are pretty intense. Sometimes if you just run straight, it's the best option. And Balls has already gotten caught by trying to juke backwards from Afro's death sentence. So this time he just runs straight, and it does pay off for him.
C9 is smart. You talked about the fact that they're going to trade advantages. CLG went for the top side with a bunch of people. They saw that. Support included, so C9 does something at the bottom side of the map. They should be pretty easily grabbed. Elimination, Meteor, Sneaky, all of them helping them take this out. Dragon's getting confused. It's going to be all right. Goes down.
It's the best way to fight the dragon. Is confuse it. Walking in and out of aggro range, it will spend extra time changing targets, less time dealing damage. Now CLG, they have spent a lot of resources up top. They haven't left, though. Yes, they got the red buff in exchange for Dragon, which is a little bit in Cloud9's favor, but they aren't done.
Stun nearly on top of Hai. Seraph at half HP, only level 4 on Aurelia. Keep in mind, he is very, very low. Balls goes in, flashes away from the Cocoon, forcing a flash away from Aphromoo just the same. It's going to force CLG away as Elimination tries to hold the mid lane. Mita's going to kick Link back into the team. Exhausted as well.
Oh,
Shockwave! He goes in, but he's not going to get Elimination.
Into the exhaust. Can they stop these backs here? It's very dangerous for them to do so.
It's a 2v4 though. Seraph goes in for Hai. The knockup and Balls finds one. How will this fight keep going? Because Shyvana is not going to get stopped. A second kill picked up. The 2v4 doublet runs away.
Difference in top laner experience. Level 4 Aurelia, Seraph to 6. Dragon Lady. Balls actually comes out with a kill there. Hai and Balls did so much work in the top.
He's got to be careful. Balls is in range, flash force, but Balls isn't done. He's got Whimsy on. Double will miss all this golden experience. And the fact that Balls sat there in the 1v2 and gained XP, whereas Seraph was jungling the whole time. You saw it pay off right there.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, that level 4 to level 6. All right, so Link flashes in with the exhaust already on him, so a lot less damage coming out of that shockwave. This is the dangerous check, but because Seraph only level 4, that Glitter Lance took off so much HP, it's easy for Balls to collapse here. And everybody on CLG kind of has to scramble at this point. Even though they have 4 members, so much more concentrated experience been fed to those two members of Cloud9, that they can actually come out ahead.
I like the fact that they juked the Cocoon and the Death Sentence hooks from the Fog of War. One hit minions, one got dodged away from. So that was impressive to even start it out. That would have probably been free kills with the CC. Their elimination not getting caught out. He's going to be okay.
Also note how each team leaves the area that they were just pressuring. CLG was pressuring top. They don't have any top wards left behind in Cloud9 territory. When Cloud9 are pressuring bottom, they leave behind 4 wards in CLG territory. Yeah, so not only do they trade objectives, but they always leave behind vision so that they can make consecutive plays with the answers from CLG.
Well, they will know all about Dexter because he's entering jungle right now. Same as Seraph, actually. So C9 know that there's 2 guys down in the bot jungle. Double lift. Steps on a plant. And off you go.
I believe that was a seed.
True. Baby plant. Do seeds count as plants? They don't, do they? No. No, says the audience. Good call. You're right. I don't know why I asked.
We're gonna have Balls freezing the top lane though. Well, up there by himself. It's a good call because he has teleport. Dragon's not up either, so there's not a whole lot that CLG can drop out.
Sneaky goes for the ward, gets caught out with a Cocoon.
Half his life in one combo from the Lees.
Yeah, that's a scary, scary spider.
Spell penetration boots right there kicking in.
Well, Medius is going to go try to defend him, though. They know it's going to be maybe a 2v2, but Double Lift shows up in the bottom lane. So CLG making a power play down here with the numbers. Elimination gets recruited to the cause to defend Link. And High fight a 1v1. Link's almost out of mana, but Aftermove shows up. This is not good for High. Pops the ulti, the hook. He's not going to run into it. Nice juke right there. Gets away, but loses the ward.
Link, once again, calling for Aftermove. Where is he?
Yeah.
Right behind you. They do scare off High, and they actually defend their pink ward, so it was a pretty big win for them.
Yeah. What's up with Afro having synergy with everyone, by the way? It's like it's always him.
He's a universal donor. I don't know.
Oh, negative?
Yeah.
All right. Blood type confirmed. You heard it here on the stream. Double Lift takes some more poke there from Elimination. First time we're actually seeing these guys fight, I think, at all on the Rift. And it's to the 2-on-2 lanes. 12.5 minutes in.
Oh, they want this cannon minion. What you want? Can they line up some harass with it? Nah, Double Lift just gets it.
They have no wards. They don't know if Dexter's there.
Yeah, the reason is Lemon is actually going to try and get vision for them. They don't want to go for those in-lane trades very aggressively at the moment. Oh! See, Afro is actually taking the mind games to the next level, too. Everyone keeps running straight now and not dodging his skill shots. Yeah. So he's aiming them straight, just out of range, though, Sneaky.
All right, so it's interesting, actually, to note what the teams are up to as well. So yeah, Sneaky playing well individually, but CLG took that last red buff, the one up at the very top of the map that just respawned now at about 13 minutes, and Medius got that without context. After that last fight, CLG has stopped trying to take control of the map, almost entirely.
Well, by not leaving behind enough wards, they didn't carry enough wards with them when they went in there the first time. So now look at the map for from CLG's perspective. It's all dark up there, so it's so hard for them to gain information to create any of these plays. They have to play more defensively now. And especially since Balls was freezing that top lane and now he's slowly pushing it, he has such a big advantage over Seraph. They almost have no presence in the top lane either. So Cloud9 just have pretty much complete control. Medios gets, flashes out of it.
Good flash to Smite, goes to Dexter though, and now CLG on the retreat. Everyone does get away. The box keeps him safe as well. Uses the little Lizard Baby to shoot a glitter lance, but doesn't get anything for it. Link on the retreat, he's safe.
Well, they gained the teleport cooldown for it. Link has no more shockwave though, gotta be careful.
He does have to be a little bit careful there. The jump on in actually, High taking a bit of damage. Elimination forced away with flash and a summoner heal on top of that one. I think it's big damage coming through. High's gonna stay safe. Link gets away with the lantern. Trading cooldowns, but no one dies.
That little skirmish going in CLG's favor was pretty big, but even though they had the advantage, they chased Cloud9 out of their territory, they still can't protect the dragon. And Balls roaming down basically secures Cloud9 another objective because they focus so much getting Balls ahead and getting experience onto Shyvana. Whoa!
Another juke from Balls.
It's really paying off for them. Seraph this whole time has been holding onto his teleport because even if he does teleport in, he's 2 levels down. And he's just not in a place where he can really affect that team fight.
Yeah, only 65 minions right now, 0, 2, and 1. Unfortunate start for the CLG top laner, but
he's working on getting it back, though.
Yeah.
Shoving that wave back during this whole time where Balls went to bail out the rest of his team.
That's true.
It's helping catch him up.
We'll see if he can catch up in time, though. It's going to be Vamp Scepter, Sunfire Cape, Boots, and some consumables picked up now for Balls, compared to Phage and 1,000 gold, so not even a second-tier item available yet for Seraph. And the problem is, how much will CLG lose while they wait for the farm? Because C9 took a dragon and they went for the attempt on the red buff. C9's not letting up.
CLG trying to fight back, though. Everybody's picking up pink wards and even a vision ward here now. So they want to be able to turn this around in the near future. But Doublelift, actually, it looks like he is going with that Bloodthirster build on Vayne 2. Back to his old style where he maxes Q instead of Silver Bolts first. So he's probably not looking to split push against Balls. And he's going to leave that duty to Seraph.
All right, now though, Seraph is going to have to split out of this one. Uh-oh. Teleport goes in. He's going to be safe.
Yeah.
Balls even turns
Ulti
around.
already used. Good teleport out. However, that is going to be a mismatched cooldown. One advantage back towards Cloud9. Meteos looking to make something happen towards mid. Oof. Afro's there once again.
Keeping his team nice and safe. But it's still getting difficult here for the CLG lineup. They've not really been able to go anywhere around the map without boarding some kind of summoner or having Afro bail them out of the fights. You got Double split pushing the bottom lane, though. He's going to keep getting big. 143 minions on Vayne. These are pretty respectable marks, but I want to see when the CLG lineup comes online, because after the first few levels of moves, has not looked good for these guys.
Yeah, it was the early invade by Cloud9, going red buff to red buff, using the timing window there to actually take away Dexter's early game potential, which we said was going to be a pretty big deal because that's how Dignitas really got a big lead against them. Not only was it that, though, but it was the very risky play of Balls farming, or just not even farming, staying in experience range of the top lane minion wave, 1 versus 2 with Afromu and Doublelift, and avoiding death. That experience bonus has really just leveraged him into a very strong mid-game on Shyvana.
And he's looking awesome now with the tank build, keeping himself in a good spot. Seraph has added the Sheen to help him out a little bit more, but you're seeing now Balls underneath the turret, or I mean right in front of it I should say, but enough wards to watch for any gank attempts by CLG, so he's safe right now. Double still left alone in his bottom lane, and the Lucian of Sneaky might be making a move up from the bottom lane soon to help his team push, but he goes back down.
And we already saw Sneaky giving just as good as he gets against Doublelift right now. Vayne, without the Blade of the Ruined King, not quite the duelist that we come to expect from her at this point. So Sneaky feels pretty comfortable down there, considering he has plenty of vision.
Balls attempts the cheeky play to aggro the white, but doesn't actually hit Dexter here. Nice sweep, but Dexter will kill off one of the wards. He still does not see the pink ward, though. There is some vision around. Seraph's going to keep last hitting under turret to keep as alive as possible. He's down about 30 right here. Mid lane under fire, though. C9 get that down to about a quarter. And they're slowly churning through the CLG base. Also having a blue buff steal. Ball's got to be a bit careful in a 1v2. The spike steal, he's trying. It does get picked up by Meteos, but Balls has got to be careful. Elimination brings just enough support to keep him alive, but CLG aren't going to back down. Will they keep going for something? The ward hop. Uh-oh, Elimination gets caught out. Shockwave, and Link picks up the kill.
There's the low, though.
Dangerously low. The flash, the kick won't be there. The summoning will keep him alive. Meteos gets a knock-up in from Lulu. Kicks over the wall. He's going to find Balls there. Afro gets the hook in on Elise Sin. Cocoon lands as well. A second kill for CLG. Nice fight.
Afro move.
Oh!
Eyes going in. He wants more.
Can he find Afro? There comes Balls into the mix. Can they get Dexter? They're going to get the support kill. Dexter off of the wings. Doublelift has joined the fight now. This is going to be important. He chases onto High, who dives into the aggro range, and there he goes. He gets that one back. Sneaky. Can he find more out of this one? Only Doublelift and Link are alive.
Oh, Doublelift wants to outplay him. Let's see it. It's 1 versus 1 right now.
Wow.
Link's actually backed off.
Sneaky, way more damage than that one, but he's out of mana.
He's got blue buff, though. It's recharging fairly quickly.
Wow, hectic battle there. Making it 5 to 7 in kills.
Let's start. Okay, this is already halfway through, but Balls is zoning for the blue buff steal here from Meteos, and Lemon comes in, but he misses the snare, so a lot of harass gets down. This is where Afromu hooks in Lemon, full range, getting CLG back in the game single-handedly, immediately followed up by Link, and they obliterate him. Meteos gets kind of baited in there by the low health Seraph, who gets off a stun because of the way Aurelia works. The heal also being used, and some nifty flashes. This wall has been jumped about 4 times already.
Great interrupt. Damage down. One more hit to go. Can they get it? Yes, they do. Shockwave on a high, and here comes the teleport in. Link is going to die, though. Seraph forced to cancel the TP. That would have been suicide, but 2 for 0, Cloud9.
And that means Dragon for them. They've taken out the mid lane. Now it would be 4 versus 3. Ball still has his teleport. If CLG get baited into the Dragon Pit area, it would be disastrous. The rest of them would go down. Balls can get a teleport on the outside and close in behind them. He has actually also completed his Cutlass now, so he has a slow as well if he can get on the other side of CLG.
So Cloud9 now, I think that makes it 3-0 on Dragons this game. They've controlled that buff so incredibly well, and they're going to keep this push going. The respawns have come in for CLG, but the numbers, they just seem too strong. Doubles on the bottom side of the map. He is not here to defend. The hook comes out. Only it's a caster minion. Cloud9 stay for this when the turret does go down. Can they find the catch? They don't go for it.
Cloud9 looking like the old selves again. The early jungle pressure, the sustained vision inside CLG's jungle, the super strong top laner who gets the advantage. These are all the things that we know and love about the old Cloud9.
Dexter was just out of range of repel there. He might have been able to help secure the kill as Paul did not have flash. But Dragon's Descent even still was burned. Get him away from that one. However, damage in the turret. C9 now up 5-2 in those. They are definitely winning the objective game with an 8,000 gold lead.
They have been for the past 10 minutes or so. And you can tell Doublelift wants to make something happen. This is what people know and love about CLG, though.
There we go. Doublelift's trying for it. He does land the stun, puts the ward down, and gets the kill. Excellently done there by Doublelift.
Classic CLG matching up against classic Cloud9. Doublelift goes for the solo kill and gets it.
Excellent job. Whee!
Let's take another good look at this. Starts out with the invisibility, getting positioning. He doesn't condemn on the first wall, but he does get the nub of this little tri-bush wall. So, not sure if he actually wanted to condemn on the first wall, but it worked out really well for him because Sneaky positioned himself right next to another one.
There we go, the chase again. Link taking his 17th lantern of the game, actual number, after keeping his teammates safe. But I wonder how many times CLG, would have died without Thresh, or would have just not been in that situation if he wasn't around.
Yeah, Afromu has done a lot to get the team back in to position here too. Several hooks waiting for him. However, Lemon is definitely going to out-damage him in team fights. Thresh brings much more utility with the saves as well as the offensive potential. But man, Lemon is going to pack a punch here. Spell penetration plus Morel Anomicon completed for him. That's going to be a lot of extra magic damage in the team fight.
Wow, instincts by high. Little lances the wall. CLG don't quite get the catch they wanted.
And that magic damage is perfect for these jungle pathways. Lemon just wants to line them up.
Let's see what else we got here. 24 minutes in, C9 have been generally holding all the cards. Some pretty good individual plays by CLG, but nothing they've really been able to capitalize off of. Not dragons, not really many turrets. The fights are kept close, but it seems like C9 never let CLG get anything back.
They're trying to farm Seraph back up right now, give him the bottom lane farm, but Cloud9 see that he's not there,
the flash
and they go for the
in.
initiate.
After we're taking a whole bunch of damage, but the shockwave goes in. Elimination answers one back before he dies. Doublelift CC, depth of flash, he stays alive actually. 1 for 1, but Summoner's burn. Seraph gets CC'd. I'm not sure why he's there right now. He teleported in to die, basically. It is a 1 for 1, though, as Meteos does fall over. Now Dexter getting chased down inside the base. High, one more auto attack, gets repelled. High stays in turret range. Oh, he dodges it, but still picks it up. The Summoner heal from Sneaky helping out. However, another one comes in for Link, actually, who took down Balls.
Ridiculous fight on the other side there.
It's a 3 for 3.
CLG actually come up with an even trade. All right, so this is the beginning of it. Cloud9 sees Seraph not there. Meteos actually waits this time for the second activation of Q before the play of Afromu. so he doesn't get interrupted. But Lemon does get sucked in, casts every single spell, does get the knockup as well as the kill. No knockup. But man, that shield onto double lift. Well, I guess he wasn't really burning from anything. This is where Seraph came in a little bit late. Meteos and him end up trading. How in the world can you kill this full health balls, though?
Well, it happened before against Complexity.
Blade active and double lift cam.
Okay. Slightly stronger than a turret in that case.
The Dragon Killer cam, that's how.
Yep. That's the right skin, yeah.
Slayer, excuse me.
Yes. Close. No space either, by the way. Dragon Slayer, one word. It's canon now. Della's going to keep himself safe. So Seraph, once again, trying to get his gold back up. Only 146 minions, though. CLG been trying to give him the room to farm. He's just not been able to catch up to the likes of Link and Double Lift here. With Triforce done and starting on Randuin's, he will be in better shape than he was before.
He's going for full combat effectiveness. No boots. Now he's trying to stack health after his Trinity Force. He really just wants to be able to be a tank for this team in the fights because Dexter by himself is not able to soak up enough damage. It's just Elise, and he's coming from the jungle. So very difficult for CLG. They don't have a lot of health to work around. They really need to rely on a well-placed Shockwave. You have to rely on crowd control if you don't have the tank stats for your team fight.
Well, the one thing CLG is doing, though, is they're adding a lot of shields. And they've got Orianna and Thresh, plus Face of the Mountain on Thresh, and I believe that's Locket coming in for Dexter here. So maybe they can put on just enough temporary tank stats to withstand some of the damage output here. Maybe it's going to be enough. We'll see if it is. Double Lift also 3-0-4, having the highest KDA on his team. He's going to make enough happen on this one. Here we go, Dragon attempt.
Go for a steal or just poking around the outside here. Shockwave placement around Dragon is strong as well, but you can see that Cloud9 never group up with more than 2 people.
Balls in the front line. Seraph taking a bit of damage there as well. Box comes down, but Seraph's getting chased by a Dragon. Big damage comes out. High claims the first kill. Double Lift now forced to run. Good 3-man Shockwave. Don't keep playing with it. Zyra now Link forced to run Summoner Heal, keeping him a bit safer. Big shields come out 1 for 1, but Dragon picked up.
Link able to salvage something for the team there. Taking out Zyra is actually extremely important, even though it is just the support. As we said, a huge source of damage as well for the C9 team, and he did not get to use his ulti.
Well, CLG was honestly still chasing that whole time with Dissonance. They've actually got a bit of a lead here in this one. The Lantern comes across as well. CLG, okay, they're going to go for ward kills, but Dexter can push his turret down. No one's here really to defend.
So they get global gold after winning their team fight. They also still have pressure in the bottom lane here. Large minion wave. Getting another blue buff to Link to reward him for that last fight. They definitely want it on him because they need him to get his Void Staff completed as quickly as possible as well. So I already got 2 of the 3 Holy Trinity items for AP carries. There he goes, does the completion.
Yep. So yeah, both these mid laners are pretty well stacked up. A giant minion lead, by the way, for Link. He's up 80 minions over high right here, but uh-oh, this battle. Dexter, you know, minion kills don't matter if you're going to get killed. Does pick up the Lantern, though. He keeps himself safe, but over and over and over again, Aftermu forced to bail out his team.
It's about time for Cloud9 Baron shenanigans. They have control of the area. They just haven't been able to sweep out enough vision. Seraph gets pincered.
Does take the Lantern one more time, though. Keeps himself safe. He's going to be able to recall safely. Link waiting around in the wings. Blue buff. Will this one go over to high right here? Little Lance comes out. They do trade blue buffs to the teams. And now some wards coming out for CLG. Can they keep Baron under control? Looks like C9 ready to kill as many of these as possible. Sneaky's got to be a bit careful. Flash Flay is an opportunity for Aframu. If there is a flash for Sneaky, he should be all right for this one. But C9 looking to pinch CLG down. Wow, high. Half his health is gone from that one. He's got to be careful. Dodge the flash hook.
Still looking for the engage here. Seraph is not with the team. He does have his teleport, though. Delayed arrival possible. CLG trying to hold Cloud9 here. Cloud9 are not gaining any ground, not killing any minions, so they're going to try and get a mid-lane advantage. Seraph right behind the team, though, right next to Sneaky.
Goes in on Sneaky. This is going to be a bit of a risk. The C9 AD carry does kite away successfully, but Cloud9 now stuck on the wrong side of the map. These teams have traded positions. CLG may be caught out as High goes in for a fight. Double Lift life stealing what he can. Now both these teams can look to lifesteal off minions maybe a little bit.
Seraph at half, though.
And C9's going further and further in towards CLG's base. There's no minions left to push in with, though. They can't go backwards anymore. They've got to go straight down. Hook dodged away, but now Lee Sin is caught out alone. They will not chase. In comes the engage. High gets caught. He flashed away, stays alive. Elimination, though, in the wrong spot. He's going to go down 1-0 CLG's favor. They trade back onto Link, mid laner for support. Not good for CLG, but CLG get back towards their own base and they can defend.
Pretty good scramble there, honestly, for Cloud9. They're able to recollapse and take down Link, who's been the biggest problem for them.
More harass comes down, and Cloud9 actually get the inhibitor turret as well. CLG haven't gone back to the base to actually heal up just yet, so they're not going to be able to defend easily. That does mean the inhibitor death. And C9 now, can they chase Cloud9 out? Seraph will not find a stun. Meteos goes in, can't quite find the kill. The flash from Sneaky does though. Doublelift goes in, he can't find High either. Double kill for Sneaky.
Those temporary defensive stats you're talking about, not there, because Link is dead. He can't give the extra resistances to Seraph. And Seraph doesn't have any armor built, so Sneaky rips through him.
He absolutely does, and not being able to auto-attack, can't regen life either. And C9 now look for Baron with 2 members dead. They've barely got health bars here on their tank line, but they're going to try for it anyway. High still coming across the map. Does CLG check this in time? No.
Doesn't look like it.
Not
Plenty
even
of
trying.
wards for Cloud9 as well. Laid them down on the exit. Take a look at the inhibitor turret kill as CLG back away. This is the re-engage from Seraph. Ill-advised. Rest of the team is at 1/3 HP. And the turnaround here. Everybody turns around damage. CLG his teammates don't have the health bars to back up any aggression.
Yeah.
He's the only one leading that charge, and everyone else was, rightfully so, too scared of any retaliation from Cloud9.
Well, Doublelift went in for High, though, and the clutch self-shield by High kept him alive after the Silverbolt proc. So both of them going a little bit too hyphy, unfortunately, for them. And those deaths are what actually gave up Baron. The inhib was gone, and that slight overextension gave away a big global objective. Cloud9 now up 13,000 gold, 32.5 minutes in.
Domino effect definitely working against CLG here. And I have to say, this is becoming a bigger and bigger factor for Cloud9. Lemon Nation Zyra, heavy, heavy damage build. He's a huge threat to the team, and they actually have been taking him out extremely early, focusing him. But taking him down leaves up everybody on Cloud9. And again, it is the support position. Meanwhile, Afro fully utility based on Thresh. High does get caught out though. He's pincered between everyone on CLG.
Uh-oh, this is not where you want to be. Kill picked up. Cloud9, are they actually going to go in for this
4
one?
versus 5? CLG didn't even use anything on that.
Balls get stunned. This could be a bad play, or it could be somehow a miracle. Stun up on the balls. Big damage comes in. Beautiful play by Afro. They flash away, but big damage from Elimination means 1. Can they find more? Afro is low. The chase on in. Doublelift. The flash, the kick. They find a 2-for-1 so far. Meteos. His Q's gonna be back up. Will it get dodged? Afro goes for the stun. He gets picked up. 3 kills to Cloud9 after High goes down. Meteos stunned up by Dexter.
And Balls and Lemon are stopping Link's back right now. But it's gonna cost them their lives.
It just might. The flash by Lemon fails, and Balls is still gonna stop Juki, trying to bait the attention because the Nexus turrets are dying. It's only Link and Dexter against the rest of the living members of C9, and they go in for the Nexus, then for Dexter. Dexter will fall. Now it's only Link, Seraph in 6, but the Nexus, it will go down, and Cloud9 salvage the week. 2-2 now on both these teams.
Cloud9 back in form. Early jungle invade. Focusing extra experience towards the top laners to give Balls an advantage. They leverage that advantage plus their extra vision inside the jungle to a strong mid game.
And their team fights specifically over and over seem to go really well. CLG found a few advantages, but Cloud9 owned every single dragon. They won the fights that mattered, and they took every measured objective. I never saw them get out-traded. I always saw them take exactly what they could. As much as they could, but never too much.
Yeah, as you said, after they took the inhibitor, little extra aggression from Seraph and they'll take it. You know, 2 more kills, Double Lift gets baited in as well, so they'll go and up their inhibitor take into a Baron.
Yeah.
And then that is pretty much the story for that game.
And how many times this week have we seen, CLG specifically actually, a team dive into them 4v5 or 3v5 knowing they've got the lead? LMQ going and stopping 3v5 at Baron. C9 right here, High died first in the fight, and they were like, don't care, 4v5.
Yeah, they've got a backup AP carry here. Lemon Nation over the wall, lands a snare, plus the ulti combo, turns it right back around.
It's interesting too, he went full damage. Actually stopped at tier 1 GP10, just the spell thief edge, but Sword Shoes, the Barella Namikon coming out, then rushing Leandri's Torment, high damage support, a lot of fun to watch. A build that go ahead and carry some solo queue games with, why the heck not? It's always fun to play Zyra. And down the line, I mean, Sneaky also, 6-1-6, a great performance by him.
As usual.
Yeah, he's been largely very, very good. And so Cloud9, this is also the best I've seen them this week. Their TSM game was measured and smart, but it was slow. This time they seemed like they picked every advantage properly, and it was the higher aggression style, right? 34 minutes is a reasonable game time against a top team like CLG.
Cloud9, we said they take losses very hard.
Yeah.
They had previously never lost 2 in a row. After taking those 2, especially coming against CLG, a team that they would normally prep a lot for, expected something strong coming out, and they did not disappoint.
So C9 playing very awesome in this game. We're going to see what else they can do in the next few weeks. We're going to head down to the stage where Jad is standing with a member of Cloud9.
Thank you very much, guys. And I'm standing with Meteos, who just had a pretty good Lee Sin game against CLG. How did you feel coming into that game, having to recover from the loss earlier today?
Before the match, we were sort of just going into this expecting to lose because none of us think we're very good right now, and we're not. So we have a lot to work on, and the loss to Complexity made us kind of sad, but I don't know. We did our best. We didn't really go into it with any expectations, and it worked out.
Yeah, and you say you were expecting to lose that game because you're not very good right now. A lot to improve on. What specifically are you going to be improving on before week 2?
I think a lot of it is just the fact that we didn't play with High for a while, so we're sort of getting reused to that. I don't know. We're just not as good as we used to be. We're like losing a lot of fights that we would normally feel like we should win, and it basically just comes from we need to play more and practice a lot more. So I think missing a lot of practice sort of hurt us. But as the weeks go on, we're going to really buckle down, try our hardest, and hopefully get better.
I mean, how much of the learnings will you be able to reapply once you get back to your practice from All-Stars, for instance? Because obviously you're a little bit out of practice, but that must have been a positive experience for you guys. All-Stars
was definitely a positive experience. We scrimmed SKT a ton, and I think we learned a lot from playing them. But we're just sort of trying to work out our own stuff right now. So it was helpful to go over there, but I think missing practice with High hurt more than we gained from All-Stars, so it'll take a bit.
It's a balancing act. And there's a lot of strength in North America with all the roster changes. What was kind of your biggest surprise takeaway from the other teams in the Superweek? Final question.
I don't know if I was surprised with Superweek. I sort of expected every team to be really good this split. And it's pretty exciting for me seeing that all these other teams are getting so good because it just means there's a lot more competition in NA. Maybe we'll have a better showing at Worlds this year. It's like when we're not the top team, it's a lot easier to learn. When you're at number 1, it's really hard to keep getting ahead. It's easier for the other teams to catch up. So I sort of like not being number 1 because it's more motivation for us to get better, and it shows that we have a lot to improve on.
All right, thank you very much, Meteos. And at 2-2, you guys can be chasing the top seed, at least for a little while. Let's send it back to the guys on the desk to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Jat. So, speaking of being top seed and whatnot, let's see how the standings are shaping up after our first week of the summer split in 2014. In first place, LMQ, who had a perfect 4-0 start to their NALCS career.
And sharing second is Dignitas and Team Solo Mid, followed by Cloud9 and CLG sharing fourth.
And in sixth place, Complexity and Curse with 1 win and 3 losses. Now, unfortunately, in last, Evil Geniuses 0-4. Now, we had a ton of impressive gameplay in the books this week. Let's break down the individual players who made waves in their positions. We'll start in the top lane with LMQ's Ackerman.
He had a great debut in the LCS, winning the Shyvana versus Jax matchup and going 4-0 on that champion. He really showed himself to be a rock for LMQ, and he proved why he went to the 2013 finals, World Finals.
Yeah, he did freaking awesome. Next up, though, Crumbs, whose jungle pressure and shot calling have transformed their new roster into a cohesive and dangerous Dignitas team.
master of the mid lane this week was Xiao Wei Xiao. His farm-heavy style has made him a mid to late game monster.
Also from LMQ is their AD carry Vasily. He got 28 kills this week, the most in the league, and turned in great performances on Twitch and Lucian.
Finally, it's Glebe, who is looking more and more comfortable with his new team. He made some great saves in their game against EG, continuing pulling his teammates out of fire with his Thresh Lanterns.
But at the end of the day, one player stood out above the others and is our Week 1 MVP. That man is Xiao Wei Xiao.
He is the pillar of LMQ and always wins his lane. His diverse mid-lane picks and raw mechanical skill has helped his team to secure a 4-0 start, and they are sitting comfortably in first place.
So great stuff by him. Absolutely phenomenal player, standout mid laner. But now be sure to tune in next week when we return with another week of games to dazzle and delight, because honestly, the North American LCS is already looking amazing.
If there's anything we do, it's dazzle and delight, Freak.
Oh man, Tarek in every game, just in spirit.
It does get underway, starting out with Cologne on Thursday. It's going to be Fnatic versus Gambit. Then continuing, it's going to be the Copenhagen Wolves facing off against the Super Hot Crew.
And then on Saturday, the North American LCS returns, starting off Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid. That's followed by Complexity storming the Rift to battle Evil Geniuses. The NALCS action begins Saturday at 9 p.m. Central European Summertime, 12 p.m. Pacific. Now, we're excited to announce the European LCS show. We'll be making a stop at the SSE Arena Wembley on June 21st and 22nd.
Don't miss your chance to see the best of League of Legends teams in Europe battling it out in one of the UK's most legendary sporting and entertainment venues. The SSE Arena Wembley has hosted events from 2 different Olympic Games, as well as countless other professional sporting events.
It's going to be fun. So tickets are available Tuesday, May 27th, 5 p.m. GMT, 10 a.m. Pacific time, so be sure to lock down your spot. The road to London starts here. Now for myself, Kobe, Riv, Jat, and the rest of the live broadcast team, thanks for watching, and always remember to check you're running with the right runes and masteries. A little PSA from us.
Haha. Yeah. Good advice.
Get it. Showstopper.
Going for Void Boy. They
Like
still
that.
kicking back. He gets taken out immediately. Moore's going to be the bait. The one in the middle. The Zanyas gets hit with a Tibbers. They get the Lantern out. The Flame before the hook. The Cocoon misses too, but they get Meteos. The double bust can go over to Robert X. Lee. That is huge for an 80 carry. A second kill to come in. Absolutely for Robert X. Lee. A third kill to come in. Lemon Nation's going to pick up a retribution kill there, but the kill is there. And Robert X. Lee is 3-0 with double bust.
TSM, TSM. That's a weird way of saying AG.
Doing a great job, I'd say, because I was playing Darius in that matchup just to stay even at this point.
Gotta watch Pobelter. Amazing on the other side. Gets himself very nicely away. That is gonna be a dead Pobelt. Wow.
All my troubles seem so far away, but now I need something that seems to stay.
Dominate Smite was down for that, so it wasn't like he was.
Oh, man. Attempted steal. Blue team picks up Baron Nashor. Quas takes the aggro. He's going to be all right. Zion Spartan low. Crumbs also in a bad spot. Javelin hits Dominate. Nothing going to be found, though.
Oh, they're all
2-0
alive.
for Curse. He will not chase. In comes the engage. High gets caught. He flashes away. Stays alive. Elimination though in the wrong spot. He's going to go down. 1-0 CLG's favor. They trade back onto Link. Mid later for support. Not good for CLG.
Nice. Balls.